Hello and welcome everyone to round 3, day 1 of the Oceanic Pro League. My name is Julian Page-Tumcar. Joining me for this game will be Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And Papa Smithy, it is time for another excellent round of OPL action.
Absolutely, 2 rounds down, still many to go. All the teams have played 4 times now. We have Chiefs at the top, but a lot of teams chomping at the bit to catch up.
Yeah, let's actually have a quick check-in with the league standings there as well, just so we can catch you up at home with what's been going on. As you can see there, right in the top 4, the Chiefs there at 4-0, currently undefeated. Direwolves there, Legacy and Team Immunity.
Yeah, and joining Team Immunity on that 2-2 record, it's Rich Gang, Sudden Fear and Avant-Garde. They've both got a win on the board, but trying to get up the places. And finally, Team 4 not really struggling at the bottom of the table, but still plenty of time to turn their season around.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice. I mean, it is a shortish season, but we have finally had 4 games through for each team, so a lot of matches now being played. We're starting to see a couple trends develop here, and the cream is rising to the top, and some of the teams, while down the bottom, definitely have the chance to fight back through. We are still, as you mentioned, early on in the season.
And we're still on patch 5.2 for a last day here, so still going to see the last stand perhaps of Ari as that first pick, but a lot of flavor, a lot of interesting things coming up in 5.2.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of excitement and really strong players. Well, the Oceanic region really holding its own. So let's highlight some of those really strong players here. Have a look at the MVP standings as well as we followed them from the end of last week. You can see we're starting to break up a little bit now. There you can see Perfection sitting tied for first there with 4 other players there. And him, the top laner there from Dial, has played some absolutely fantastic looking League of Legends.
Yeah, some standout performances on Aurelion and Rumble in particular. And Chief Swiffer also of the Chiefs, doing wonderful work. Actually, just an article published on the front of oc.leagueoflegends.com. So he's getting a bit of flavor and also picking up the MVP votes. 2 out of 4 games, MVP.
Yeah, we talk about Chiefs and Dolls. Definitely some of the teams that have looked just really strong so far. Remember, it's only 2 weeks into the OPL, currently starting week 3 now as well. And as we said, we're starting to see some trends emerge, but still lots of room to move as well. And we're going to see who wins up today as well. We've got the schedule for today here as well. So let's see which teams will be bringing you in the first day here of week 3. And it's going to be some good ones. As you can see, the Immunity versus Legacy is our first match there, followed by Legacy versus Direwolves for number 2.
Yeah, Fortnite on their quest to get on the board against Immunity, and then we finish up the day with Direwolves taking on Fortnite again.
Yeah, and again, so it's going to be a big day for the Wolves here as well. Going to, shake off the one loss they had to Chiefs last week and really just try and keep their ascent up the ladder. And Legacy as well, still chasing a lot of points, I believe, also with only the 1 loss.
Yeah, 2 teams, 3-1 coming into this game day. Of course, we're going to see Legacy in the first game, so they're going to get a chance to get a leapfrog on that 3-1 start, but still those top 2 competitors to the Chiefs, at least at this early stage, in action today.
Yeah, of course, they're both playing twice as well, so potential to actually a lot of movement there and really separate second and third, which those top teams are going to be looking for.
Absolutely. You've got to get the points when you can, and why not a better time than today?
Yeah, and of course, if you guys want to weigh in with your thoughts as well about who you think is going to win, which team you're cheering for, or just what you're enjoying here, get on Twitter and use the hashtag #IamOPL. We'd love to hear your thoughts about what's going on there. Anything you want, whether it's the players that you're liking, the teams that you're barracking for, whatever it is about the OPL, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and even individual game thoughts. I'm sure we're going to have some really big ones tonight, so it's always good to see those reaction tweets come out.
Yeah, going to be some really strong stuff in general. And again, another strong schedule to kick things off here. Very excited, of course, to see Legacy versus Wolves. That should be possibly a highlight of the evening.
And speaking of schedule, if you want to catch up on the schedule that we just presented you or see the future weeks, but also the results and the VODs, go to oce.lolesports.com. to find out all your OPL needs.
Yeah, if you missed any games, of course, you can catch up there. You can check the schedule that's coming up and, of course, see what games you missed because there have been some fantastic games in the OPL so far. And again, teams starting to open up a couple leads. Only 4 games in, everyone playing a best of 1, but we're starting to see the teams feel each other out. And it's nice to see them back. We had a long season with them away after the last event last year, but things really kicking into high gear for the OPL. And it's going to be a pretty strong first matchup here. We mentioned Immunity versus Dives to start things off. Some pretty interesting stat here as well. Siva seems to be the name of the game for these 2 teams.
Absolutely. I mean, Siva's been a really popular pick across metas, but these 2 teams are kind of intertwined with that champion. There's a lot of, we look at some of the stats here. So there's a lot of information, so we'll pass it slowly. Team Immunity, when they play Siva, they're 2-0. So Uber Bro, in those 2 games combined, 16, 3, and 24, which is a pretty big result, but on the other side, it's also interesting things pastry time.
Yeah, unfortunately, against Siva Immunity also have the reverse record there, the 0-2 so far, with both King from Dallas and Missouri there from Avant going 26, 8, and 24, and even bigger score than Uber was combined 2 Siva games there as well. So very strong there. It's picked in 100% of Immunity games there as well. And Legacy, interestingly, they're 0-1 against Siva as well, with Radier playing it in their only loss so far in the OPL.
It's just interesting to see that AD carry. We've seen kind of different champions workshopped against Siva with the varying results of success. You have to think that in this series, It's probably going to be contested. I mean, it's still a very popular pick on 5.2. People are starting to pick up some of the common counter picks, but given those results, I mean, the results don't lie. You have to say, probably going to be a contested pick here. I certainly, personally at least, will be surprised to see it fall through the picks and bans.
I think it's one of those things where we think about these team styles and how they like to play League of Legends. Sivir makes a lot of sense in the comps that they like to run. Legacy we often think of as a very mid-game oriented team that really come through in big team fights and dragon fights, kind of around the 15-20 minute mark, where they really get their comp rolling. And Sivir is very good at doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you think about immunity as well. Mid to late will probably be where I pigeonhole them. And if anything, like let's say they are both mid to late comps, you have to think that Sivir in the early game, that burst of move speed, it kind of accentuates everything a comp's about. And if it can kind of buoy what is a team that's traditionally mid to late game focused into having a bit more impact in that early game, can only set you up for success as the game goes on.
Yeah, and immunity, well, it's just done very creative things with Sivir in different games. I think everyone at this point, if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor and go watch it again. The Swain that I Am Cheese managed to play out, one of his trademark champion, that was in a Sivir comp, and that was honestly one of the most effectively built Sivir comps I think we've seen.
Yeah, Cheese was one of the last kind of imports into the OPL, of course, replacing Claire in that mid lane for immunity. Known for the Swain for the longest time. We thought, okay, are we going to see it? Is it going to be a pocket pick, or is it just going to stay dormant? And when it came out, it was massive.
It was really strong. We are into Champs League now as well. Immunity versus Legacy here for our first matchup. Immunity on the blue side for this best of one. Legacy going to be on the red side. And Lysandra Cassidy, the first two bans here.
Some very standard bans to start things out. Nothing surprising. They're both flex picks, both very strong, both with gap closes that Janna can't deal with. And of course, Janna, not a thing we thought we'd say this season, but Janna actually a T-Gun special.
I mean, it's funny because both EGM and T-Gun are sometimes characterized as aggressive support players, I think is fair, but they both had decent success on John. I think T-Gun surprisingly successful, obviously had that big game where he kind of had to show up on the champion. He did show up there as well, but the bans do continue. Kalista now going to get banned away from Tallywacker as well, and Ari, very sensible ban there by Legacy.
And Tallywacker, of course, we can check in with that newly AD carry, former top laner, known for those aggressive top laners, keeping it up with the short-range AD carries. Kalista, her potential is just so damn high. She does so many things so impressively in late-game team fights, especially when you pick up that Hurricane, which has kind of become the de facto build to really get those AoE Ren sets down. So it makes sense to ban her away. So powerful in lane. If you don't deal with her in the laning phase, but even if you leave her unchecked in team fights late enough, she can go off.
Yeah, things go bad very quickly, but we do have a third ban. Immunity going to go with the Janna, actually going to take that away. Interesting. After we've had already those two mage bans that you mentioned, they're very good at closing the gap, and Legacy going to get one last ban here.
Yeah, there was a lot of feeling about the Janna pick in that Sudden Fear game last week. There was so much Twitter talk about it. So it's interesting to see them ban it on blue side, electing out of it. I mean, Janna was that disengage that everyone had to pick up to complement their Threshers and Annies and engage supports, but the Queen of Disengage going to sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, she will for this game. Nah, the last ban there as well by Legacy, so going to take that away from JK Smithy. Nah, still very strong, of course, despite a couple of tweaks leading into this patch for himself, and Immunity going to get their choice of first pick here. We'll see what it is, and interestingly for me, no real targeted banter against Immunity. We talk a lot about them being a team that's comfortable with certain picks, but it's very standard stuff here from both teams, actually.
I mean, a lot of their off-meta picks, like the Swain, for example, you don't blind pick Swain. I mean, you can, but it's not really the blind pickable chance. Excellent in certain melee matchups, especially Cassidy's always been a famous one. So blind picking Cassidy against Immunity, definitely a risk, as a team found out last time around. But yeah, I mean, they're just considering options. Rek'Sai is available. She's still very, very strong. We've seen a lot of actually successful Rek'Sai play in the OPL so far, so wouldn't be surprised to see her picked up.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Zahe certainly known for his more aggressive junglers, Lee Sin being the first one that really comes to mind, but had some good games on Rek'Sai and going to take it away here.
Yeah, one of the other big picks, Vi, actually Zahe struggled on a little bit, so we could see Vi still be picked up, still available in the pool, still really come to the fore, especially with all the Kalista and hyper carry play. Makes a lot of sense for Vi. She works with Sivir, not so good against Sivir, but, against the Jinxes and the other popular picks that kind of Sivir has ushered into the meta. Vi's a very strong choice.
I mean, I think it's interesting just having Vi open when Kalista's banned, because this is maybe the first time in the OPL we'll see teams really respect Kalista as the champion. She was kind of new last week, and people started playing her and say, okay, she's very strong here. But Morgana and LeBlanc, actually, the first two picks there for Legacy. So,
I mean, it's obviously a very safe support. You have to assume support Morgana coming. Of course, there is the flex. We've already seen a Morgana mid in the OPL this season. We've seen Morgana top in other leagues. So, very, very flexible champion. Of course, works so well against Vi. We're mentioning Vi a lot, even though she's not come up in this draft. But it's just funny how Vi comes back into the meta because of those immovable AD carries. So then Morgana comes back into the meta because, of course, she deals with Vi's assault and battery so well. League's just a fun, cyclical game sometimes. The meta goes through peaks and troughs all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Janna and how She's so good at disengaging, sorry. You know, a lot of the hide engage champions are now getting banned out. Cass and Lissandra, and I think we can add Vi to that list as well. So not super surprised to see the ban there, but Immunity will get 2 more picks here. 10 seconds left for them to pick. Very curious to see what they want to go with. Immunity's drafting so far, apart from maybe one botched game in the early weeks, has been very impressive.
Their first time out, they really didn't have the wave clear to kind of sustain against a Sivir comp, so it was one of their Sivir losses against came there. But Sivir, we mentioned her a lot. Here it is, and it's probably the most prototypical Sivir lane. I love Sivir Annie. There's so much synergy between the two. Because, okay, you're getting him fast, you can get that flash Tibbers off, but with the extra movement speed, it lasts so long that you can get a second rotation of spells out and potentially get another AoE stun down. So a lot of synergy between those two champs, and just plenty of burst too.
Yeah, I think when we think of Sivir and what kind of comp Sivir enables, or what kind of champions, I feel like short-range mages come up a lot in that list.
And CC supports especially. They just want that extra help to get into the back line. Sivir provides it.
Yeah, nice stuff there. And of course, Legacy have 3rd and 4th picks to make now as well. We'll see what they do want to go for. Quite a few champions open. I guess most of the notable ones already banned out, but Jarvan is still available here as well, Lee Sin, another big jungler. But we're starting to see a shift away from that top tier of junglers, it feels like.
The jungle pool is definitely evolving and changing. It's not so much the early skirmishes. I mean, even when we see Lee Sin, sometimes it's not level 3, level 4 ganking Lee Sin. It's a more passive Lee Sin. But Jarvan, he's still the prince of the jungle. Bad pun intended. He still does so many things well that he's a common pick, but actually they've hovered Jarvan and have gone with Elise. And Elise, she's seen a couple of little buffs in the last few patches, but people certainly are still a bit reticent to bring her out. I mean, she was so popular for so long, and then when she had all this damage, she fell away. She still has a very, very good early game skirmishing. Legacy pulling it out here suggests to me at least they're going to want to really use this Elise pick to snowball the early mid game, because in the late in the early mid game, because in the late game team fights, Elise, just with her lack of CC, does fall away.
Yeah, and those are the picks, of course. You have the Sion there, probably for the top lane there for Kudrid. And Elise, of course, likely, again, going into the jungle, given the picks we've already gotten. And I like that you mentioned popularity of that Elise champion. She was played, as you said, for a long time. And that's a champion that Carbon, honestly, just feels very comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot of picks available. The Vi we mentioned was still available. Not that great against Sivir, so I can understand why they didn't go with it. So with the pools in the state they are, it's understandable to see an Elise, but Elise is one of those champions where, as the meta currently is, you kind of need to have a pre-packaged plan for the Elise pick, because if you just let the game kind of play itself out, get to the late game, it just doesn't offer that much.
Yeah, and Immunity here do actually lock it in. Aurelia there for JK Smithy, one of his comfort champions, but Zilean is the last pick here for Immunity. I feel like there's a theme going on in this comp, Papa Smithy.
I mean, look, it's going to be a turbo Aurelia, I think, is what they're focusing on here. With all the speed buffs, my goodness, it's going to be a very, very fast Aurelia. Potentially go a bit more damage-centric on the Rek'Sai build. I guess my question is it going to be Zilean mid against LeBlanc? Because that sounds painful.
I mean, potentially. The early levels certainly don't sound particularly good.
No, I mean, it's a very difficult matchup. I mean, with the silence removed, it has a little bit more potential in the mid. But, I mean, in terms of lane matchups, a squishy mage who doesn't always want to itemize into Rod of Ages against a burst assassin, it's not the most appealing matchup, at least.
But I guess at least on Zilean's side, once he gets his ultimate, LeBlanc doesn't really do anything other than push waves and try and run.
I mean, in previous metas, especially when DFG was popular on LeBlanc, excellent counter to single target burst. But with the kind of more AoE-centric builds, you see a lot more people focusing on that Mimic Distortion doing AoE damage. Not as binary decision-making against a LeBlanc. But you can understand in team fights does deal with a lot of what LeBlanc puts out, that mid-game pick potential.
Yeah, and the last pick here as well, actually, it is Graves, not Corki there for Talibek. I hovered the Corki for a bit, but going to go back to something he's actually had quite a bit of success on already in the OPL. It's the very aggressive Graves.
I mean, Talibek really fits with the Graves kind of personality and the playstyle of that champion. It does complement a lot of the picks he used to bring out in top lane, and he's played it to a great extent. So with the Kalista band, another one of his go-to picks, makes sense to go with Graves. Has a even-ish laning phase with Sivir. Sivir can be really on the ball with her spell shield timing and spell shield a lot of damage, but it's very even. They do similar things in the mid-game. A lot of power in the mid-game, I think, is the story from both these comps.
And your question, I guess, was answered about the team comps here as well. The final bit for Immunity, it is actually Zilean mid. So Andy Sivir in the bottom lane, and Cheese is going to take a very different champion for himself.
I mean, Zilean's it's just a weird pick, right? Zilean's been around a long time and seen so few tweaks, but goes through those periods of epic popularity. I mean, I believe Worlds, he was seeing a bit of play, especially before Worlds in the last few OGN seasons. Everyone seemed to pick up Zilean, and it was one of those situations where you looked at the patch notes and you're like, where did this come from? Like, nothing was really tweaked about him. He does, I mean, look, he has a Revive ultimate, which can negate so much of pick comp. So it makes sense, I guess, if you're looking in the mid-game, having the ability to bring back a priority member, especially this Aurelia with the double speed boost could be insane in the late game. But he's just a limited champion because, look, if he doesn't get that chrono shift off on the right member or it's kited out, he just doesn't offer a lot. He only has one damaging spells. He has a lot of utility, but they're really leaning on the off tanks, the Aurelia and Rek'Sai, to complement Sivir here. And they're against a Scion, which Sivir cannot bust through. Sivir is not a great tank buster. And this Scion, if he goes off, if he gets very, very tanky, I feel like Immunity are going to struggle to really break through that front line.
I mean, do you feel like Zillion maybe adds another element here? We often talk about enabling bruisers. I think Zillion Rengar was very popular back at Worlds we were talking about. We did see a bit more Zillion. Do you feel like Sivir gets any benefit at all? Because the other end is that to give that revivality to a hyper carry and then let them carry through much longer team fights.
But certainly not Sivir. I mean, Sivir's not a big hyper carry. Her tank busting is difficult because she doesn't have a steroid. I mean, she does have the ultimate passive, which gives her a bit of attack, but it doesn't have a true steroids. It's to some degree Graves, although he suffers from low range. But for example, a late game Caitlyn with the headshot can really deal with a frontline tank like Sion. Obviously, the Tristanas of the world, well, at least reworked Tristana is a bit different, but pre-reworked Tristana, anyone with a big attack speed steroid is what you want to deal with a Sion. It's still going to be wonky and hard because he's so damn tanky. But I mean, I have to think it's for the divers, it's for the frontliners here. Because the thing about having a Zillion is it opens up build paths. If you want to go full damage Rek'Sai and you have that support like a Zillion, it does open up. It's still risky. It's still relying on a split-second timing window from your mid laner, but it's a possibility.
Okay, I mean, so we talk a little bit about immunities. Certainly a bit of comfort here. We talk about the Sivir for that team and how important it is to them. We talk about J.K. Smith as Aurelia as well. Big comfort pick for them. What do you think of Legacy's draft?
I mean, Legacy's draft has a lot of good things going about it because the one time we kind of questioned Legacy's picks was back in the first game against Chiefs, where they went for late game scaling and it didn't quite work out for them. The game was kind of played on Chiefs' terms the whole time. Again, they've gone for the mid game here. Once you pick up Elise, you're committed to the mid game because that's where her power spike kind of early in mid game is when her power spike begins and ends. LeBlanc is an excellent champion in the mid game. You can see the roam combination of the amount of CC and burst damage that an Elise LeBlanc roam can put out is very high. And Zillion struggles to clear waves. So if he can actually start pushing the wave out at level 6, the LeBlanc I'm speaking about, Choo-Choo's here, and they go on the roam, they can really kind of set themselves up with a lot of objectives in the mid game. So I really do like the mid game power there. They, of course, have the ultra tank of all tanks in the top lane, and that's with Mundo existing in this world. But Sion feels like he's even tankier than Mundo at times, depending on how he goes with all his passive scaling. Graves Morgana are very strong. Again, pick-centric bottom lane. There's a lot of synergy with this Elise pick. But if they let it go too long, their comp will fall off. They have the short-range Graves, the damage potential of LeBlanc in the late game, unreliable but still potentially high. It's the king of the mid game here, which is exciting because it means that action has to come because both teams are going to have to feel that they have to be proactive to get the most out of their comp.
Yeah, that's kind of what the Zealand, I guess, is a bit weird for me, but maybe they're just, like you mentioned, going all in on having very strong early to mid-game and trying to see what happens. And, you know, when two teams butt head like that, especially teams like this, which have played each other quite a few times, although granted with a couple roster changes here and there, I think it'll be fireworks. And I'm personally excited to see Carbon's Elise. He hasn't played it in quite a while. You mentioned there's been changes. He was still playing it after, I guess, the most influential nerf, which was the Cocoon one, where the width got short by quite a bit. So he's a very practiced Elise player here. So if anyone's going to bring Elise onto the OPL stage, I think it has to be a player like Carbon.
I mean, her clear was buffed. I believe it was extra monster damage that came through in the last patch. So again, going to slightly kill those monsters faster. Going to be a bit better power time. Can hit those lanes at the right clip. And always has been pretty sustainable, of course, having her Spiderlings tank up the aggro. So I do like the Elise pick, but again, it does pigeonhole your comp a little bit to the mid game. You have to give the Aurelias of the world the late game advantage when Elise is in the game.
And yeah, we mentioned earlier already, J.K. Smith going to take it into a pretty interesting matchup, you have to think. I mean, Sion, does he just split every lane? Is that what we're up to with Sion as far as top lane matchups go?
That's kind of the feeling I get. It's not the Ari necessarily of top lane. He's just so immovable. He's like, I mean, kind of the thing I get, and I talk to a lot of pros about Sion, because look, he's amusing, he's fun to watch, his abilities are funny. You should look up their names, they're also quite hilarious. We're trying to practice ourselves on them, but the E1 especially, I don't know about that one.
It's interesting, to say the least.
But the one thing you can say is reliable. He'll always do his job. He'll always go, he'll always get tanky, whether it's passively or with items. I kind of think of him as a permanent frozen heart in the enemies.
Yeah.
You know, he gets in people's face. He has a frozen heart on a Warmong's. You kind of put your hands up. He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's disrupting a lot. And he enables your carries because people's positioning against the Sion is difficult. I mean, it's not just the ultimate. It's just dealing with all the CC in his kit. He's got a big model size, so you click on him a lot. He does a lot of things. but it doesn't do damage, that's for sure.
No, he just gets in the way. And I like that you mentioned the CC, because for me, that is what Sion's about. Being tanky, getting in the face, and helping apply CC. And for me, the best style is when you're able to stack that CC really well. So we'll have a quick look at the combos as we move in. But we are onto the Rift here for Game 1. Immunity on the blue side versus Legacy on the red. And there is I Am Cheese, the newest member of the team. And he's playing mid-Zealand in his first OPL game of the week.
Not quite the deep dive that Swain was necessarily, but still a very, very intriguing pick. I want to watch this Zillion versus LeBlanc mid lane matchup. I feel like he's going to struggle to control the wave, just because if you double bond the minion wave, A, you use a lot of mana, and B, you have no harass left for LeBlanc, who always seems to have harass in spades. I think it'll be a struggle. He's gone for Ignite, so he's clearly confident.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually going to mention that in the draft, and I'm glad you brought it up here. Yeah, I mean, not afraid, not going to take a barrier, which would be decent here against a big burst champion like LeBlanc. Instead, going to opt for the aggressive choice. If there's one thing we can maybe say about Cheese as a player, he does like to be quite aggressive in his mid lane.
He absolutely does. We see Legacy are really aggressively invading here. They have a Sion, so I feel like they might want to start doing some jungle camp action. So maybe an invade is the flavor of the day.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Boomerang Blade not quite able to hit, but Immunity do have a ward there, actually. So looks like Legacy are going to rotate in towards the top side. Cardred going to have a bit of a dance. And maybe they'll look to take away a camp. You see this. No, never mind. It's actually his side. But this is a lot with Sions. They do like to get early in a camp, use their passive, and then port up to top lane.
And kind of the big point of contention is, do you start with Q or W? Your Q clears a bit faster, but you're kind of always guaranteed to pick up the camp just because you do so much damage when your passive is up. And W, of course, gives you the health gain. So I think even though it's more of a struggle, starting W as Sion in picking up the Raptors, probably an advantage.
Well, looks like Zahir as well going to clean out his camps. Krug's coming through. They're going to move into towards a red buff, and Carbon going to do the opposite here, but start on the same side of the jungle, going into Gromp plus blue, and Cardred is going to kill himself on the Sion. Don't worry, it's all on purpose, and he'll take away the Raptor camp here.
He starts W, of course, so he does get the bonus health from clearing this camp. Going to pick instant level 2. We should probably go and look up the top lane just to see how many minions he's going to be missing. So far, the melees are dead. He will teleport to the top. He's going to miss a ranged creep as well. He's still going to have an experience advantage, but it's not quite the massive advantage if he'd managed to get there just with the melees going.
Yeah, and that's sort of the choice, is you have to do I want to clear the camp quickly or do I want a little bit of extra benefit? So Cardred does do the smart thing, take away an early camp for himself, doesn't disrupt Carbon too much. And down the bottom, Tallywhacker, and actually Supernova here for IAM, so looks like we had a substitution actually for the team.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that. That's interesting.
No, it just doesn't seem Uberoa showing up, but no, going to be playing without him for today. And we'll see what happens here, at least in this first game. J.K. Smithy, of course, back in his normal home in the top lane here. Starting to harass down the side, but there you see him throwing the minions into earlier. And it is comical, but it's also quite effective.
Absolutely. Look, he splits a lot of lanes. He's very... the word reliable is what I mentioned before. It's important because the Malphites of the world can be abused. Like, some of those champions are a bit limited, but Sion has ranged wave clear with his E. He has a lot of wave clear on his Q if he's able to just channel it up. Does have very high base damages. He does his job very reliably, so even though you kind of smile watching him, he fits a role and does it reliably, and that's not something you can say about most of the champions in the league.
No Carbon, they're going to come in towards the mid. Cheese does get locked up there by the chains. Carbon going to dive in, and that is such an easy gank there. Choo-Choo's gets first blood.
Yeah, the low base stats for Zillion cannot be overstated. It comes through right there as he's able to be taken down just with the first round of burst from both Choo-Choos and Carbon. Could be a difficult lane in the mid lane for Cheese.
Yeah, we already talked about the fact that LeBlanc going to look to get very aggressive in towards the mid lane, and with Carbon, they're kind of sitting around as well. The one thing Elise does do Papa Smithy, hadn't been played in a while, she still ganks very effectively.
Yeah, she still does a lot of damage, still has the double round of spells, can do a lot more burst damage than most junglers at level 3. The early game is definitely going into Legacy's advantage, and Elise can definitely snowball a lead into mid game.
Yeah, feels true of a lot of the lanes here as well. We're going to have Siva play back here with Annie there as well. Tigon does have a stun ready to go, but we're going to have Siva clear out the wave pretty comfortably here. And it's kind of an interesting balance for Graves here, because you're right. I think you mentioned it in the drop, but it's all about timing that spell shield.
And Graves in general, he likes to play lanes aggressively. He likes to be under the enemy turret just so he doesn't get sacrificed himself with the short range. Of course, 525 range versus 500 range in bottom lane, so not a lot of range to speak of between the two of them. But both champions more confident being played aggressively pushing the enemy lane. And against an Elise, you can see that Supernova and Tigon kind of have to respect the jungle pressure coming out of Legacy.
Yeah, good stun though, actually getting a bit of damage back on a Tallywhacker. So nice trade back and forth here from Immunity bottom lane. But I think EGM even throwing those bindings towards Tigon specifically because, of course, Annie can't spell shield that burst. So nice to see both lanes playing very nice here. In the CS, actually a little bit of a lead there for Graves. Tallywhacker up so far, 34 to 28.
I mean, that's what we'd expect if you're the one pushing the lane, of course. Don't have to deal with the turret aggro changing or any sort of those issues in the bottom lane. As in the mid lane, she's again eating a lot of damage.
Yeah, Choo-Choo is really nice. He actually able to just locked down Cheese for a bit of extra harass. So getting aggressive, going to use that mana pool, probably look to recall here. And we'll see what he has after that first blood.
Yeah, we have to have a look. Sitting on about 15, 20 goals for a lot of options. Probably not going to be the nearest large rod, maybe too much aggression. You have to expect maybe the Athenes. You kind of have to respect the early game damage coming out of Zillion, even though he does have only one damaging spell. Of course, the double bomb does do a lot of base damage early, so an Athenes perhaps just to be a little bit more survivable in the mid, but a Merolnomicon probably wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, not the Chelsea yet, but that looks like it will be in the Athenes eventually there with the null-magic mantles. So Phoenix got there for a bit of extra aggression, and T-Gun getting low in the bottom lane as well, forced to chug a few more of those pots down, and this is part of the issue with Anna. You've got good burst, but you're kind of short range. Every time you get caught by a binding, not good news.
And patch 5.2, you know, with the DFG removal, Annie was tweaked a little bit with her kit. She actually only has 10 armor and magic resist on her Molten Shield compared to the previous 20. So in these trades, you kind of have to account for the fact that you are just slightly less survivable in this lane.
We'll have to see what happens here. Again, Tegan on Supernova getting pressure back pretty hard. Eden doing a nice job of zoning here on this Morgana. Pop back into the mid lane there as you can see. Cheers feeling a little bit of aggression early on. Actually going for a T now, but actually started with double Dorans after that, trying to shake off some of the bursts coming in from the jungle mid combo.
I mean, Zillion has so many mana issues in lane if he has to balance harassing and wave clear. So he wants to auto attack to clear the waves as much as possible, but if he is relegated to using double bomb on the minion wave, will have a lot of mana issues, so I can understand why he's doubled down on mana items. Just delays his damage that much longer.
Yeah, and Legacy are going to do a very smart rotation here in towards the Dragon, actually, and they'll pick that one up with Immunity having no idea, almost getting the steal, actually, so never mind, they did have a ward in the back that Legacy didn't spot, but they will skill the first Dragon. Boomerang Blade goes a little wide.
And you watch on the minion wave, the mini-map, sorry, and you see Zillion under his turret. This is kind of the issue with Zillion, is that balancing harass with wave clear is so difficult. I feel like that's why he's kind of fallen away a little bit, is that his wave control in mid is not that good. He really does struggle with wave control. And LeBlanc, a champion who used to have that issue, with the changes to her ultimate, does have a lot of AoE pushing with the Mimic Distortion. So having lane control over the Zillion, a massive boom for the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's a strong stuff early. Tegan getting low there in the bottom lane as well. But he'll actually now return back to home, and looks like both bottom lanes are going to do it for a shop. We've got BF Sword already done and the sights doing their free gym. So Legacy looking strong early on.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the CS values in the gold is definitely in Legacy's advantage. Part of that is the implied pressure of having an Elise jungle. I mean, Elise has actually done very well for self. Already level 5 early, and of course only Rek'Sai available for Zahi, so he's not going to have as much early pressure. We've actually seen quite a lot of ganking Rek'Sais come out, but been much more the passive farming a Rek'Sai player from Zahi so far this game.
Yeah, and not his normal aggressive self, I guess. We talk about Lee Sin being a big champion for him. He was a classic Shaco player, I believe, in solo queue back in the day. Really does tend to favor aggressive junglers, but playing a jungler that's honestly evolved into much more of a control jungler now.
I mean, there's so many control options with Rek'Sai. You can already see the neural network on the minimap, so his side of the jungle very maneuverable when he has the ultimate available there to Zahi. Of course, if you can get ahead, if you can start to move your neural network more further forward, perhaps get Baron or Vision supremacy. I mean, just the ability to have global pressure with kind of a Nunu-esque flavor. Very impressive, but Chuchu's in this.
He is in trouble. Actually gets stunned up there by Tegan, and that's going to be the kill. Very creative baiting there coming up from Cheese, and didn't even need the ulti, but Chuchu's does go down.
But look at this mini-map page. No wards down whatsoever from Legacy 8 minutes into the game. That's just complacency, I'd have to say, to have no wards on the map whatsoever at any point in a competitive game, let alone 9 minutes after the earliest laning phases ended. For 3 people to surprise show themselves in mid, very surprising to me.
Yeah, but a strong room from Tegan for sure. And just the one water dragon there for Legacy, so you're right. Wasn't able to spot that gank coming through, and nicely placed Pink near that choke as well, and Immunity. And to back with a kill there, so able to get that out onto Rek'Sai. Zahi going to get a bit of extra gold for his early game.
Looking at the builds, Athene's Unholy Grail definitely going to pick up for Chuchu's. Wasn't really up in the air once he had the null magic mantle, but definitely confirmed. BF swords on both the AD carries. Siv's struggling, but Supernova the sub, at least he has a BF sword to show for his kind of rough early laning phase.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he'll take the slight loss in the lane there. I mean, hasn't died yet. Tegan actually has an assist after that roam. Almost looked down and thought it was a death. So just fine here. Certainly the lane going to get a bit easier here, but really the issue for Immunity is they just have to dodge these bindings. And I feel like that's what a lot of the early game harass came from in that bottom lane by Legacy.
I mean, Tegan's really doubled down on roaming as he doesn't have an early sightstone. Early sightstone first has been the common rush for competitive supports over boots or any other item, but boots here suggests to me he doesn't want to stay in lane that much because low base stats against the Morgana Graves, the burst potential from 6 onwards. This T-gun is going to be deleted.
Yeah, looking up towards the top side of the map, though, things going a little bit better here. J.K. Smithy has basically even on CS there with the Scion and has come back to lane with his Phage now.
And you can see already the workings towards a Frozen Heart coming out from Scion. That's one item definitely intertwined with this kit. He's going to work on that. It's so effective against the Immunity lineup. Rek'Sai, Aurelia, and Sivir, all big auto attackers, all will struggle with the debuff, and of course the sheer armor stack that's going to come out of this Scion.
And I think, like you mentioned in the pregame as well, it's just so difficult for people to get Scion out of your team. So you always have the Frozen Heart applied.
Absolutely. You can't peel away a man with so many different CCs, with the ultimate perhaps to negate CC if it's not used for initiation. It's very, very maneuverable around fights, despite his tall, lumbering frame.
Yeah, we'll have to see. J.K. Smith, you're going to keep on clearing out minions in the top side as well. Actually, Carter going to go back and shop there as well. We'll see what he does want to pick up moving in towards, as you mentioned. A bit more of that Frozen Heart here. Just kind of looking down the jungle as well. Warrior already done there for Zahi, so getting a bit out of the extra gold he got from his kit.
Speaking of completed items, a 11 minutes, Frozen Heart completed. It's going to make his laning phase against J.K. Smithy just that much easier. Is maxing the hit-end style first is Aurelia, so will struggle with that debuff. If he had gone for the Equilibrium Strike, of course, would have been able to navigate the armor pickup with the early magic damage, but doubling down on the true damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of an interesting matchup, and just in general, whenever you take a big armor item into Aurelia, she does do so much mixed damage as well.
She does, but the mixed damage would have been accentuated with the more Carbon Maps. But in mid lane, we're seeing some big trading.
Yeah, Zahi in trouble there. Carbon actually, with Chuchu doing a lot of damage, but Elise has moved back in, comes back down. Cardred actually poured it down here as well, just trying to be disruptive, but Zahi looks like he's going to try and tunnel his way out, and Carbon is low, but no one goes down. Ejim even going to join in there as well. And we'll actually move on there as well. And 4 people come in and no one dies.
Yeah, lots of awkward trading. Both teleports used for no discernible gain. Carbon fell so low. And Chuchu didn't really want to kill off Zahi, but he had to.
Yeah, and we'll just move in there as well. She's actually getting pressured as well. Scion tries to throw a minion at him, but doesn't quite get it done. And Immunity will continue to push back the minions out from under the middle turret here. We also see the Dragon back in 40 seconds now as well. So that'll be ready for Legacy if they want to contest it again. And Zahi, even getting aggressive, might try and get a bit more vision down, see if they can't contest the second Dragon.
Not a lot of vision around Dragon to speak of both ways. You see Ejim already prepping for Dragon, 30 seconds out, getting a pink ward down. So that's a little bit of Dragon security coming out, but definitely not the forward wards for Legacy to get an uncontested second Dragon.
No, not yet. Here, J.K. Smith is even roamed down as well. Actually already used his teleport, so actually hasn't quite come through there yet as well. And hello. We are back here. Just have a quick pause in the game. Seems like Kadra may have had a bit of a disconnect there. So should be back soon, of course. Short that issue out as soon as possible. And second Dragon coming up. Legacy, though, decent early game, but Immunity definitely keeping in this. And I think it's interesting. We've had a pretty passive early game. I feel like a bit of movement there around for the next Dragon to see if we can't get something going. Because obviously Immunity would like to contest to pick up their first. What do you think of the team comps right now as we move into the second Dragon fight?
I mean, you're right in saying it's been a bit uneventful the first 11 minutes, 12 minutes of the game. I think that suits Immunity a little bit more just because they have to deal with an Elise pressure and to actually be even in kills and relatively even in CS against all the early pressure, which of course is the reason you pick up that Elise for the early mid game. They'll be quite happy with the kind of small hole they're in. I feel like their comp scale is that much better against what Legacy are putting forward, so I do like the situation they're in. It's all about this second Dragon. If they can confirm the second Dragon here, Legacy, and snowball towards the third, there's a potential that Zilean and this Immunity comp could fall away, but right now, very evenly poised.
I mean, it's interesting that we talk about scaling. Is it just the Aurelia there on the top side of the map that's really going to kind of push it through the very mid-game centric comp for Legacy?
And there's just a lot about the Aurelia pick. There is, to some degree, peel coming out of Legacy. Of course, Elise in the late game probably going to stand next to the AD carry and try to use the cocoon for peel. But Aurelia will be able to shrug that off. And yeah, Aurelia is the big unknown, I'd say, from the IM comp. Zahi, to some degree, depending on what build path he goes on the Rek'Sai, can also be very impactful. And there's not that much peel available for Legacy. I do like those two champions in the late game, especially with the double speed buffs coming out of Sivir and Zilean.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Zilean is... I mean, obviously, she's struggling a little bit in the early stages of the lane, but, just fine here. I think he'll take the one depth that he does have there, and it was from a very strong gank by Carbon as well, so can't be too disappointed that, he has suffered the early kill, especially pre-6 there as well without the ulti, and even baited in for the first kill for his team, so things looking strong, and I'm very curious to see just how this first Dragon fight shakes out, because just kind of looking over, no real major item timings yet for anyone.
No, and speaking again about Cheese, of course, he's doubled down on regen. It's the tier into the double dome, so definitely not a lot of combat stats available. He'll take any sort of lane split or better on this Zilean. I have to assume he picked it just for a safe-ish laning phase. You know, maybe didn't want to go for Lulu and kind of commit himself completely to the supportish mid lane, but much the same flavor coming out of Zilean, barring kind of level 9 where the double bomb does a lot of damage.
And we've talked about Cheese a little bit. Obviously, the Swain, kind of interesting into the LeBlanc there as well. But we're going to mention Xerath. That's something you could have also played here into LeBlanc.
Yeah, Xerath was available. I kind of washed away. So often we see Xerath snapped up whenever he's available. So for him to not go for the long AoE wave clear against LeBlanc, someone who struggles to close the distance against Xerath, I guess interesting.
Yeah, we have to think that Immunity probably have a plan here with this team comp, and as you mentioned, it's kind of Turbo Aurelia coming through, so we'll see how that does develop here. Dragon is live now, though, and both teams going to look to contest for their second in Legacy's case and the first here for Immunity as well. Zahi going to clear out a wall, but already standing on one. Chuchu's good amount of burst, actually. Doesn't have his ulti yet. It's actually coming back off cooldown. Used it for, I think, a bit of wave clear there in the mid side. But Immunity on top of this Dragon, they absolutely want to fight for this one.
You can tell that by how quickly JK Smithy has rotated down as Aurelia, as we see Sion still walking down bot. So you can see that Immunity have recognized they do not want to give Legacy any sort of mid-game advantage. But with Sion is in the mid, of course, in this kind of open river area, the Unstoppable Onslaught is still a very, very strong force.
I mean, I was going to say, you didn't have to walk. Sion can run down there as well. He absolutely has to. So we'll see what happens here. But the battle for vision around the Dragon pick continues. Tegan actually going to try and poke the water away, but Ejim's able to clear away the pink. And Legacy seem to have taken over control of this pit here. Cheese coming back, like you mentioned, wave clear, a little trickier right now. Good stun actually there from Tegan. JK Smithy might look to come in. Zahi even rotating through as well. And both teams might actually just walk in and walk away. Little too afraid to go in 5v5.
Very surprised that Chuchus was able to go back and pick up the Athenes. Actually, big item timings coming out from Legacy. The Athenes and Infinity Edge both completed. So it feels like Sion, drawing aggro into the mid, bought enough time for the soul lanes to significantly ramp up in power. And now I feel like Legacy do want to force this Dragon fight.
Yeah, it makes sense why they're all backing off just for a few seconds there. Chuchu's back at home, getting his shop on and able to return to this lane. Still has a bit of blue buff duration left as well, so we might have a bit of a stalemate here in the mid. Both teams trying to apply pressure in the most obvious area before the Dragon, but Tegan eats a minion there and takes a lot of his health.
Yeah, but Legacy, again, like a moment ago, they would have been reticent to choose a fight, but now with Frozen Heart, Infinity Edge, and Athenes completed, even the completed jungle enchant against a jungle enchant and just component items across the board from Immunity, they need to recognize they are actually in a power trough a second after they were actually looking pretty even.
Yeah, I like the Langwater mid for Legacy as well. Chuchu's just going to poke at Tegan there as well. Not going to overcommit with cooldowns, just wants to get him off there. And Immunity have a pretty interesting choice to make here. You said they shouldn't fight, but they're definitely positioned like they want to.
I mean, they kind of probably feel that they can't give away a second Dragon just because of the comps, just because they both would have identified the mid-game as an objective. It's just respecting the item timings, as Tegan takes a nice burst of damage, but with 30% CDR already up for Chuchus, that ultimate will be available very soon.
Yeah, good use of the ulti there by Chuchus just to get some poke down. Rex are going to ult back in though. Looks like Zai's actually going for a bit of combat sets here, buying an item. Rotation down the bottom, it does give them the tower, but JK Smithy diving in onto Kadra gets slowed by the Sion E there as well. Deters them with the Q. And Immunity still trying to get some control over the pit, but there are so many red wards around this area.
And that is the last person you want to commit to engaging on is the Sion. Just shrugs off the damage. It's low in mana, so maybe doesn't want to ult, but Sion will do his job in this team fight with that Frozen Heart.
Yeah, there's been a lot of staggered shopping. Chuchu's going to go and get stunned though. Tegan there with a really well-timed Tibbers. And he's actually popped over the top. Does actually die to Cheese there, who had the bomb going as well. Now Kadra tanking a lot of damage. Went in a little early. It's forced to flash. Tallywacker, though, does get the kill and support with his ulti, but that might not be enough there. Basically 2 for 2 there with people forced to back there. Carbon also not in the area. Zahi gets a good knock up. Ejim going to get jumped on now. So it goes down to JK Smithy in Immunity. Against all odds, almost claim control of the Dragon Pit.
The flash unburrow from Zahi was really important. They needed to get a second pick to confirm the Dragon, even though it was a support for mid-trade. A lot of power available on the other Legacy members. You can see they're not ready to give up this Dragon yet.
Yeah, they're going back in here. The Dragon going to get low. Carbon wants it, but Rek'Sai gets a smite off, and now at least way too far forward. Does repel, but is just going to fall back into a stack of Immunity members, and Supernova on the Sivir going to claim his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it was ill-advised from Carbon. He just wanted to double down and give themselves a third Dragon to shoot for. At 1-1, a lot of their early pressure is undone. They still have to play and really convince me of the Zilean pick, but their overall play around Dragon was strong. I really was impressed that JK Smithy understood that to get back on the Dragon board, he'd need to rotate first and help his team deny vision. Because if you're trying to clear vision as a squishy support against a LeBlanc, you're not going to clear any vision. You're going to be dead.
No, and Tegan made exactly the right play there, stunning Choo-Choo's up, and the rest of the team is ready to come in. And you mentioned J.K. Smithy rotating early. He's looking very strong right now. We mentioned the quick frozen half a card, now it's the Spectre scale, but J.K. Smithy's just finished his Triforce.
If your team's objective is to clear vision around, say, Dragon, Baron, any major objective on the map, rotating first always gives you that advantage, because if anything goes wrong, you've got 5 members to react to a situation. Not having that tanky frontline Aurelia with CC who can dive in, has all the flexible options, would have been a huge mistake. So credit to J.K. Smithy for understanding the situation and getting them on this Dragon board.
Yeah, a lot of patience there as well. We actually kind of noticed a lot of the staggered backs from Legacy in that situation as well. So Choo-Choo's go back and get an item. We had more items coming through. I think I am also noticed that Carbon was actually back in base, I believe, going for a shop, and Choo-Choo's maybe went in a little too aggressive. They're 8 Atibbas, and that did not go well, unfortunately, for them. We kind of reset now, gold lead very even.
It's important to state, I mean, Immunity outthought Legacy on that Dragon. They were able to counter the fact that Legacy thought they had the initiative with the big buy timings, just with smart play. Again, it was great mechanics from Tegan to get the stun to confirm the kill on LeBlanc, and then target selection, specifically the flash unburrow from Zahi, won them that fight.
Yeah, we are going to see Turret goes down on the top side as well. Legacy going to claim their second of the game. Actually, Tegan caught out of position this time. No Bear's going to save him. The ulti actually might, though. Does go down for Cheese, but 4 Legacy members right on top of that revive. Good stun by Carbon, and Ejin's going to nail the kill.
We're probably going to see 4 members commit to trying to push down mid. Zilean has 1 rotation of spells to instant clear a wave, then will struggle. And you look down the board, it's only really Sivir with wave clear available for Immunity. So this is smart rotational play from Legacy. Use their compositional advantage to get the all-important mid turret.
Yeah, Carter actually coming down to the bottom, and they're going to try and stop the 2-man push there from Immunity in towards that side of the map, and Legacy going to run themselves down here now as well, and maybe even try for a kill. Zahi actually running away from Carter at this point.
So many people rotating from Legacy there.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's does rotate in. Supernova, good flash on the spell shield, keeps himself. Zahi going to come through. Actually, he's down here as well. Kind of got out in the wrong place now. The rest of Legacy in there. Choo-Choo's going to move in. The knockup does come in first on Choo, but he'll get the kill anyway. And Zahi, a little aggressive maybe with the ulti.
Speaking of aggression, Tallywhack is on a 1-man invade vision at red. He has a lot of backup coming now. Looks like they'll be able to take away the red buff.
And no ult, unfortunately. Just some general Rex unknowns, but Zahi definitely caught out there. And Tallywhack does get the red buff. So nice play from Legacy. No Dragon South to capitalize on, but they'll take it. 3,000 gold ahead now.
Yeah, there's one thing picking up a kill and getting no objective. Stealing away the red buff just removes some options from Uni. But Tegan, he's going big.
Tallywhack, Tegan tries to go massive. The stun comes down. The bomb might be enough. He levels up though, but it's not quite enough to save him from Cheese. And then he gets the kill. Now I'm going to rotate in for a tower.
Yeah, you have to say, if we've got at least, when we talk about mid-game pressure, the mid-game damage from Zilean is so high with the double bomb. Athene's on Holy Gale and a Tia, and still doing such burst damage. That's the bases coming out from Zilean.
Yeah, and you can see the Zilean pick kind of coming up now for Immunity at this point. The gold lead still there for Legacy, about 2,000 gold now after the trades back and forth. On Immunity, you kind of mentioned it already, but they're having issues breaking some of these turrets down.
Yeah, I mean, the turret sieging is not the best. Zilean isn't the best turret. He has a ranged auto attack, but he's fairly short range, probably around Janna's range. I think about 425, 450 range for Zilean. Sivir at 500 range does a lot of turret damage, but it's a LeBlanc they have to respect. And look at this, going in.
Yeah, Carter going straight in with the ulti there for Chase. Supernova going to be okay for now, but 4 members of Legacy again around the Zilean ulti. Target Sivir can't get out of this. It's just a matter of who gets the kill. It's Carbon.
Yeah, the unstoppable onslaught was big. Choo-Choo's going to die in rotation.
Very nice play from J.K. Smithy, diving right in onto LeBlanc, and you can feel the Aurelia doesn't even have major tanky items yet, just the T-Force and the Mercury Treads, and already a big threat here against Legacy.
The tenacity will prove very important in the later stages of the game, where Carbon's only really useful for his 2-second ranged cocoon coming through. They get some trades onto Sion, but he's not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, you can see Carter having a laugh. They kind of knows that, you know what, support Annie doesn't really hurt me this time. I mean, he did die when 4 people were able to free hit onto him, but that shouldn't happen too often.
And there are 4 members of Legacy that need to respect the double bomb, but Cardred is definitely not one of them.
No, not at all. And we can see some more items coming through now for both teams. So we start on the Legacy side here. Brutalizer on for Tallywhacker, so likely looking for a quick Yomu's there coming in after that. And Sion also getting tanky. Got a Giant Spurt to accompany himself, but other than that, Infinity Edge jump for Sivir. It's actually pretty bare across the board. Seems people may have some shopping to do.
You can see Tallywhacker's doubled down on the mid-game. It's fun to see 2 mid-game comps running at each other and fighting. You can tell with the Brutalizer, although Yomu's Ghostblade is a common option for Graves, it's only when you're really focused on the mid-game. Speaking of mid-game, Supernova takes a massive burst of damage.
That was a really nicely timed spell shield there, actually. Choo-Choo's was going to get that kill otherwise.
The wave clear is still good from Cheese. Again, it's the wave pushing. You made an astute observation. They really need to get a pick before they can take down these turrets because they're struggling to push them down.
Yeah, I mean, even Annie had to get in there as well with the slightly longer range auto and see what they can get done. Zahi will get bound up here as well. Smoke screen soon to follow. Taliwaka moving in, but Zahi will fire back up Pro Seeker and Dragon back in 15 seconds here, one apiece. This second Dragon going to be very important, if not for the fact that it will lead to a third.
Absolutely. It's the leading into the big dragons. The first, third, and fifth are really the massive dragons, but you have to respect the second for giving you your lead in to the bigger ones.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Dragon has spawned. Legacy in position. Pink ward down in the pit. Choo-Choo's carrying out a bit of extra vision there as well. Good ward there in the back by Zahi, but Legacy can clean it out if they want to. EGM, no, doesn't see it. Choo-Choo's actually just going to get aggressive, force the jungler out, and that's going to give a very clean second Dragon to Legacy.
You can see from the positioning of Cheese on the minimap, they weren't looking to contest the second Dragon. They have no wards down. JK Smithy chose to go for the turret exchange. And the stats that the second Dragon gives compared to the global gold for immunity, you can't really argue.
And that's usually the biggest thing we've seen now with Dragon. It's a big stat boost, kind of a combination of personal and team boosts as you move through them. But the thing is, it doesn't give you gold anymore. So if you can make use of your flat gold before the stats matter, you can definitely take over a game here.
And speaking of gold, there has been quite a CS lead opening up between Taliwaka and Supernova. Supernova, who weren't aware of the substitution, obviously came in quite late mail there, but struggling a little bit, 50 CS behind in what should be a fairly even matchup with all the wave pushing available for Sivir. It's not the best situation, but of course has so much utility in her kit that it's not an unassailable lead for Graves.
Not at all. Here, Cheers will continue clearing out minions, but can't bust down the tower. Got good CS here, actually leading Taliwaka in the mid lane, and she's stacking up the tier. Got his cooldown boots. He's sort of ready to go on the Zillion, but Immunity just can't find a fight they like. And I feel like with that third Dragon coming up in maybe 4 or 5 minutes time, that's the big one Immunity have to fight for.
I do think this buy really shows us that the utility focus is here as Supernova doesn't want to face check that push.
Damage actually coming in, another good spell shield, but Choo-Choo's just using the spell rotation anyway to do some damage. EGM actually going to get slowed down. Cheese going to move in as well. Sivir actually going to pop the ulti. Cheese and Tegan going to go in. The stun does land, and that should be a kill. Cheese forced to ult himself, though, as Taliwaka goes over the top. And that is, I think, going to be a dead Zillion. Looks like Choo-Choo's will get the kill on the Supernova, though. Now Cheese forced to run away as well. And that could be another kill for LeBlanc. We're going to make it. No, not quite. JK Smithy comes in as well. Zai actually running down the bottom, and Tally got T-Gun in there. So a 2-for-1 trade there in favor of Legacy.
Legacy actually fighting as a team. They overextended so far that members of Immunity were split away. They couldn't fight together. JK Smithy teleported in, gets an exit kill, but just isn't grouped with his team, and they might lose 2 turrets.
Yeah, JK Smithy actually going to get dope here potentially as well. The locket getting popped. They're going to move in Cardred, fighting forward for the Q. The snare does hit. A great slow there with the armor shred as well, and Carbon completes the dive, gets himself a kill and a second turret for Legacy.
The second turret is a huge tipping point in this game. The utility build that's coming through from Zillion really condemns him to his damage to fall off even earlier. It's not the Sorcerer's Shoes into the early death cap. They're committing to the utility. So much relies on JK Smithy and his diving and positioning in these fights, and it wasn't really working for them in that last one.
Yeah, in that last exchange as well, you saw Zahi actually altered bottom lane while his team was kind of getting trapped around the mid side. Maybe a touch of desperation because, again, they can't really see its chart, so they have to take whatever they can get.
Zahi's committing to matchups. This has a bit of AD, but it's definitely not a super AD focus build. There's no Youmuu's Ghostblade or Trinity Force Rek'Sais, which we actually have seen in the OPL already.
Yeah, I mean, you can get aggressive, of course, and you mentioned with the Zillion that would be a reasonable choice here, but instead Immunity really just have one objective right now. I think it's take the mid turret.
Yeah, they're doubling down. It's almost ARAM at this point, trying to push down this mid turret. They just don't have the comp to do it. They need to focus on denying vision around the dragon and just hoping for a pick. They have a lot of pick options on Immunity's side.
Yeah, I mean, the Legacy pink ward from the last dragon attempt still sitting there in the pit, actually, so haven't been there to clear it out yet. JK Smithy, quite a strong advantage for him still. The Spectre's count on hit. She's going to get dove on. That's going to force the ulti out. Taliwaka actually going to make sure the ulti goes down, and Cheese will actually revive back, so gets a couple of ultis, but trades it for his own.
And the wave clear game is on. They need to clear this lane ward. Legacy have been excellent with the lane wards to really be able to predict what's coming from you. They've always rotated their members to mid to deny the strong push attempts coming through from Immunity. And it's just buying time.
And we can still see the wave clear being a little problematic still from Immunity. They've really only got the Sivir T-Gun, maybe going to get caught here as well. Good stun onto Choo-Choo's, but the snare will end in. The binding going to go on top of it, but JK Smoothie going to come in and get a kill. He gets the first one, resets the Blade Surge. The ulti even popped by Supernova, but no more kills forthcoming.
No Rek'Sai to really commit to an engage. Already the CC, the Equilibrium Strike, was used by Aurelia, so they back away. But again, another kill in JK Smithy's comp. We've chosen him as kind of the person this comp is built around, at least he's 3-1-1 and pushing towards a big MR item to complement the Trinity Force.
Yeah, Supernova catching up as well. Got himself a Zeal and an Avarice Blade, so Static Shiv almost online there for the Immunity AD carry. And Rabadon's is on the way for Cheese as well. He's got the components, just needs the last little bit. And that feels to me like the big go button for Immunity's team comp.
T-Gun's actually managed to complete an Aegis from support. It's actually quite a fast item timing for the Aegis. Obviously, putting all his gold into that purchase. Already a locket completed on Carbon. He's going for the CDR build here. You can see 40% CDR already available on the Elise. Aegis is on both sides at 27 minutes. It's very interesting.
I mean, a smart build here. We already mentioned that, there's plenty of latent magic damage here, but just between basically Cheese and T-Gun and some of Aurelia's mixed damage there on the immunity side, and just stopping this LeBlanc from blowing people up, and even the Morgana as well to a lesser extent, and of course Elise as well. Just a good pickup so far, and a good luxury affordance there by T-Gun.
I guess the issue here for Annie is that she's usually going to be used for engage and then dying in the AoE, so it won't be a permanent Aegis. I guess it was probably a situation where it's like, alright, I don't want to get picked off by LeBlanc, so I need magic resist. None of these selfish option choices really made sense, especially in the context of trying to double down on mid-game power. So in the best case, the Aegis will be massive for the team, but in the worst case, at least it provides cost-effective stats for the Annie.
I mean, you'll probably stop at least the front load damage, which is good. We talk a lot about Mimic Distortion being a thing. It does limit some of that, but Legacy going to move in for their third Dragon now as well. 20-ish seconds until that's back up. And again, Legacy's just got stellar vision control around this objective.
Double Banshee Veil. Banshee Veil, another excellent item against Elise, negates her one true CC. As the face check comes up.
And Supernova does it. The Binding Tallyback going to follow in as well. Forced to pop the ulti actually as Siva, and that might just give Legacy enough room to claim their third Dragon with ease.
Yeah, we complimented JK Smithy for his early rotation. This time it was Rek'Sai and Zillion who were trying to clear the blue buff, which meant the immunity are only getting in range of the Dragon Vision now. No Dragon Vision set up from them, so it's going to have to probably be Legacy's third Dragon.
And I think the best way to tell the Legacy's control of this objective the last two times is that pink one was there the last time they did Dragon. It's just sat there the whole time, and there it is. The third Dragon comes through for Legacy. The gold lead's not massive, but they are really snowballing the Dragon.
That pink ward has seen some stuff, basically.
It really has. Here is Carter going to rush in, going to find Zahi there for the initial bit of burst. Choo Choo's going to move in. JK Smithy now going to get caught out as well. Carter going to follow with a CC, but good knock up there with T-Gun as well, coming through for the Tibbers. There's the first kill onto Egypt, and everyone else trying to back away. Zahi actually gets ulted, maybe turns around to go back in, but can't quite get the Zillion ulti done. But Immunity gets some work done there with their team comp.
Yeah, some awkward teamfight positioning meant they couldn't really change targets to a second or third as it would have been under turret. But with so many low members, they might get this mid turret that they've spent the last 10 minutes trying to siege down.
Yeah, do finally get it, and going to be very happy to open up the map a little more. That gives them a much more room with the Siva Annie, especially as far as initiation go. Zahi just going to tear down towards the bottom lane. He'll pick himself up some CS, and Immunity, we talked about the gold lead being close. If this is mid-game versus mid-game with Immunity maybe slightly outscaling in a lane or two, that's not too bad a spot they're in.
And I guess the interesting factor for Immunity here is we talk about the CS advantage for Taliwaka over Supernova. It's about 50. But you look at the junglers, you can see where the empty lane farm's going. It's going here to Zahi. They have so many bruiser tools between Zillion and Siva that it does make sense to allow their tanks, who are going to be in the front line with so many buffs and potentially the Zillion ultimate behind them, super strong, and just have Supernova do the best, the substitute, with the limited to minimum resources.
Yeah, he's actually forced to flash down in the mid as well, so didn't quite have his ulti ready in case LeBlanc came in, but he does have, oh my god, a death cap and a blasting
a lot of items that he was sitting on, clearly.
It's like a squirrel holding gold, apparently, because that was a big buy there for Cheese. I mean, the arcade was not quite there yet to go into an eventual Ceres, but once he hits those two big items, that's three massive items there for Zillion, and we talk about, again, maybe being slightly bigger as far as mid-game comps here for Immunity. Given that the game's been fairly even so far, that might just give him an edge in the next big fight.
I mean, you can tell that the revive on whichever member, even JK Smithy, will be the full health amount with the high AP scaling coming out of Zillion's ultimate. So even though he's gone for utility-focused build, Aurelia being able to dive into the back with reckless abandon, Banshee Veil now working towards a Randuin's, very close to finishing the rounds, only the recipe to complete, and a second life. This is an Aurelia that is going to be priority target #1 to be peeled off for Legacy.
And we talk about priority targets. I can tell you it's the last target that Immunity want to go for, but he's very annoying right now. Kadra just went back to pick up his Warmogs.
You know, he's sitting on a lazy 3,600 health at 30 minutes. Only going to get higher, of course, has health scaling on his W as he shields through. Sion, he's a tanky man.
I mean, this is the thing. He's just able to soak so much damage here, and Immunity kind of lacking in damage to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, the tank busting will not be coming through with no Last Whisper from Sivir, and it only gets slightly better when that item is completed.
Good juke there from Cheese, actually. Avoided the E, which probably would have killed him after the Mimic Sigil. So, going to be okay. Doesn't even use his ulti, actually. Just holds onto it, knows he's okay. And they're going to continue to push the hero Zillion. Almost level 16, actually. Fairly key level for Zillion there.
I mean, it would be interesting to be a fly on the wall for both these teams and their comms to see what power spikes they're looking for. Is it the Randuin's on JK Smithy? Is it going to be perhaps the Void Staff coming through next from Choo-Choo's, or maybe even the Death Cap for a bit more burst potential? There hasn't been the big pick play. We haven't seen the Carbon Choo-Choo's show in Immunity's jungle. And credit to Immunity, they've played around it very well. In fact, they've just been in lanes so long that when it comes to pick power, if you're sitting in a 5v5 battle in mid ARAM style, it's not going to be any picks.
No, and I mean, Immunity, maybe just by hiding in the lanes in plain sight, so to speak, have been able to avoid a lot of that. But the issue is that Legacy do have control of the Dragons so far, and Immunity can't really afford to give up any more after this one.
No, the fourth one is the ticking time bomb with a Zillion in the game. I said that, sorry guys, but it is the big issue. It's the 6-minute timer where they're moving towards the fifth Dragon, which just provides so many statistics to the enemy team. Immunity, they've given away 2, that's fine. They were able to pick up turrets and power up JK Smithy. But you have to think with Randuin's completed at the next Dragon, he's going to have to be the one to really take it on his shoulders and carry this Immunity team.
Yeah, and there's next Dragon coming, the 4th for Legacy now ticking down as well. Immunity 2nd if they claim it. 1 minute 50 there for that one. Choo-Choo's there in the mid. Going to clear out Ord, and Cassini's gone for something that I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of Papa Smithy. That's an Abyssal Scepter 2nd.
Yeah, the Abyssal Scepter makes sense. He's going to eat a lot of latent AoE damage from Cheese. You know, on that he's been the double bomb target. He's died to it once or twice, so it makes sense to opt into the Abyssal. It doesn't really have a lot of magic damage. Of course, it does power up Carbon a little bit there, but again, it's just a bit of safety. He knows that the Flash Tibbers and the double bomb is coming his way.
Yeah, and just allows him to be maybe a bit more aggressive there as well as Kadra will just clear out some minions, throwing them and knocking them up. Again, very weird looking interactions with Sion, but Kadra getting the job done so far. He's got good items, got good CS there as well. Even has a Negatron Cloak now actually as well, so becoming very, very tanky.
Yeah, watching the minion waves. The minion wave is pushing slightly for Immunity in the top wave. We just saw Carbon pushing down bottom wave and basing. So in terms of global pressure, very even across the board. The big shops are coming in now. Aurelia, she's very, very strong at this point. Probably won't opt into another damage item. With Zillion in her pocket, it's going to be very difficult for Tallywacker to navigate a fight and do AoE damage because this Aurelia is massive.
Yeah, good defense there of that pink ward as well. Immunity, no, they have to try and hold their vision around Dragon if they want to contest for the next one. JK Smithy going to pop down towards the bottom and collect that empty land farm as it's pushed in as well and get that big wave for his own team pushing through as well. She's actually going to posture fairly aggressively. Again, Immunity, I like it this time. They're getting there early and defending their wards early on.
This is all with JK Smithy in bottom lane. He wanted to trim the bottom wave to ensure the slow push would begin. So he's been successful there. Immunity were able to open up vision without that all-important Aurelia, and she's grouping now.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's actually going to go in onto Cheese, but Cheese just kind of shrugging it off. Didn't even use his Xerath, which is now transformed as well, so a big finish there as well. And the Dragon now spawning. Immunity going to maybe posture to go in. The ulti is popped, though. Supernova going to run in. Zai actually gets on the Carbon. That's the first target, but Cardra running in the back end trying to stop them. T-Gun gets eaten there by Choo-Choo's and Carbon, but flashes back to Locket, doing so much work to heal down there as well to save him. He does eventually go down, but Immunity continuing the fight. In Legacy, though, too much power here in this one. JK Smithy with the ulti on top of him, that might be enough here, but Supernova is going to get dived into the backline. Choo-Choo's doing so much work. Tallywacker gets the first kill. She's going to go down for the Graves double. Might make it a triple here as well, and it is there as JK Smithy goes down. Zai going to get chased down as well. Nowhere to go. Looks like Choo-Choo's might be the recipient there of that one. Hextringer pops it. There's the ace.
Wonderful team fighting on multiple fronts there from Legacy. Crucially, Tallywacker was able to open up distance from Aurelia. Between the Soul Shackles, the Exhaust, and other spells, he bought enough time for the rest of the team to take out a frontline tank. Of course, Cheese was already very low from the earlier trade, and it's just Immunity's other members, they tried to tunnel on JK Smithy, but when he split away from the other 5 and they can't reliably get in range for the ultimate or just fight around this Aurelia, their team comp does fall apart.
Yeah, and Kadra, you can see already tanking the Baron basically after the Dragon's been finished, and the rest of their team going to join in. Legacy will claim both big objectives on the map, their 4th Dragon and now their 1st Baron. It seems like the teleport is actually going to do for JK Smithy, so Immunity might be looking for a contest, but EGM's running defense. Choo-Choo actually gets a kill on T-Gun, and JK Smithy arrives far too late.
Yeah, you see the respect flash from Kadra. He had no mana, had no spells available. They'll try to harangue Legacy from getting a quick back, but Immunity just lost a massive amount of neutrals in that fight.
And you can start to see the replay.
So we'll see the replay. You can watch JK Smithy. He's the most important member of Immunity by far, and he tries to take out Graves in the back line. But during all this, as he's finally peeling back onto his team, it's the other members that are just kind of dying to the AoE coming through from Choo-Choo. Specifically, Choo-Choo is doing so much AoE damage in the back line. They change targets. He gets on top of Supernova and ensures that he won't be doing any more damage in the fight. And again, they fight so well around their cooldowns. The 20% CDR LeBlanc doing big things.
Thing is, he charging with the ulti there. So I'll actually look for JK Smithy, it seemed like, as the first one. So very aggressive target selection there. But Legacy will move through, going to start clearing Rek'Sai tunnels out of Immunity's jungle as well. And Immunity running out of options here at this point. Legacy is strongly about 5,000 gold built up now.
And with the Infinity Edge in their pocket, 4 dragons as well. Zahi's in no man's land.
Talak is actually tanking turret aggro there. Not sure if we want to do that so aggressively. So Carbon even going to pop the lock at the edge for a bit of extra shielding. And Tally, what a mistake there perhaps.
And Cheese is caught in transition, has already used his ultimates. They do not have Zillion's ultimates on a very short cooldown, but his mana pool is not the healthiest.
Yeah, no, Cheese running out of mana as you mentioned there. Will regen with the Athenes, but going to need a lot more than that, as he's very mana hungry there. Legacy going to keep pressuring in. The Baron Minions helping out Zahi. Going to take a little bit of damage. Cardred just running so much interference on this front line.
Cardred is a big tanky man. He's eating aggro. His skill shots just can't pass through Sion. And Cheese without ultimate, Immunity are in no position to contest, especially against the Baroned up Legacy.
Yeah, halfway through for the ultimate there by Zillion as well. I mean, Legacy, they're going to bide their time at the siege. They've got Elise for some good poke pressure as well. Even Edom's going to throw the bindings up, prevent T-Gun from moving in, actually pop the locket there as well. So get a cooldown there as well. And every time the cannon minions move in, the Baron's just going to help them out bit by bit.
And we're starting to move towards these mid-game threats falling off, but you feel like Zillion is fast getting to that point, just quicker. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to use that all-important chrono shift. The game could change on an excellent use of that ability. We just haven't seen it yet.
And Choo-Choo's going to go aggressive there as well. In fact, the rest of the Immunity going to follow in. JK Smithy going to not want to walk through the Scion queue. And Legacy, the siege is taking a while. I guess the other thing we didn't mention is that Immunity can't siege it well, but neither can Legacy.
But Legacy are very smart to buy as much time as possible, because look on the minion. There's a massive amount of vision of minions pushing onto this top turret.
Yeah, good vision there as well provided by them. Cardred going to run interference back as well. Pop the ulti, but actually misses him. Now he's going to have to get amongst it. There's Tegan. They're going to flash forward, get the kill into Choo-Choo's Egypt. Low there as well, but Tallywhacker answers back with so much damage, but it's not quite enough. Cardred gets, I think, a 3-man stun there as well, but he's just eating so much damage, and Immunity slowly but surely will wear the Scion down. A great knock up there by Zai to interrupt the channel, and now everybody run away.
Double pick comes up, but they're losing global objectives here. The top turret has already fallen. A massive amount of minion waves coming into the mid as well. There are no objectives for Immunity to pick up. They are actually losing things across the map.
Yeah, an unbelievable amount of minions getting slow push there as well. So don't know who started that one, but credit to the Legacy member that did. They got a lot out of that situation, as you mentioned, despite the double pick.
Yeah, mid and top both have massive minion stacks pushing. Of course, no second mid in a turret to be picked up by that pressure, but they need to get there and reset these minion waves. They're doing a great job of it a few minutes ago, but since the Baron and Dragon came through, really struggling.
I mean, that's actually kind of what I wanted to mention. We talk about Baron all the time as being a good siege breaker tool, and we saw Legacy really use it well there, but you can just power up your Baron minions for a little bit in the waves, and you can get those pushes going very quickly.
It's a really kind of awkward balance, especially because if you push too fast, then the reverse happens and the slow push effect doesn't come through, so you have to be very... And sometimes it's just luck of the draw in terms of minion aggro, but you could see how effective it was. There was about, I'd guess, 5 stacks of minions in the top lane, just to give you an idea. They took down that top turret from full health during that whole engage.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Zahi going to clear out his jungle and go back home there as well. Getting pretty tanky on this Rek'Sai there, with the Randuin's almost completed. JK Smithy, he's also quite tanky. Got an additional Spectre's Cowl actually, probably for a Spirit Visage going to come through. 3 items done for Supernova Sivir there as well. Over on the other side, same can be said for Tallywhacker, but he's got a QSS spare as well.
Yeah, in just terms of damage, I mean, the tanky front lines are across the board here. Irelia with the Banshee Veil Randuins. The Banshee Veil finished now. Working towards the Randuins is Rek'Sai. We don't even need to talk about Sion's items here. He's got a Guardian Angel as well, just to live forever, literally. Like, he's going to die, come back, still be very, very tanky, and then die and come back again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, maximizing flavor there on Sion in the top side.
The role-play build?
Yes, Cardred is role-playing as Tallywhacker. Meeting Zahi and the rest, a few more members of Immunity there. Again, Dragon back up here. And Immunity, they've given up quite a few dragons for, in fact, to Legacy, just for the one of their own. They really need to make sure they deny this one. And this is the issue. It's not just that, you know, the 4th Dragon itself is quite good combined with the other 3, because it is, but the pressure of always having to defend the 5th just weighs on your mind.
And even though the comps are very similar, LeBlanc just has more options in doing single target burst to a tanky member. That didn't hit the full rotation, so of course didn't see it there. It was just a bit of a tickle onto Zahi. But there is tank busting potential coming out of LeBlanc and Graves. Siv's item build at the moment, I mean, no kill pressure on Sion, let's be real, but can do decent damage to Carbon. The big discrepancy is Cheese versus Choo-Choo's. Cheese just doesn't have the damage to deal with to any of these frontliners coming out from Legacy.
You saw Supernova being pushed back there as well. I don't think Community can afford to fight it, but they're actually going to go in. JK Smithy going to find Adrian for the quick stun. He's actually going to go very low and does go down quickly, but Zahi going to get locked up there as well. Great ulti there from Cheese to protect him, and Supernova somehow still alive with no health at all. JK Smithy running in the backlines. Cardra though running interference. Zahi knocks up Carbon. They're going to keep going in. Supernova finally goes down to Sion of all members. T-Gun alive for a little while longer, but Tallywhacker manages to get it, and now the fight breaks up into 2 different 2v1s. Tallywhacker getting dove there. Choo-Choo's picks up Cheese, and that's 3 for 3. Can they fight 2v2? Choo's is solo, but Cardred is very tanky. Everyone has to back away. No one else is dying at this point.
The only damaging member is Choo-Choo's, but it's so low that he cannot contest. Cardred, he has the Guardian Angel still, about 4,000 health as well, so he's just going to harass Zahi away from the Dragon. They had to commit their immunity. It is the 5th Dragon, we have to remember. Despite being a slow-moving game at 42 minutes, not an objective immunity can give away. And to their credit, they really pushed Legacy in what was a very long, drawn-out tank fight.
Yeah, I mean, a very nice fight there for Immunity, picking onto that Morgana, so she couldn't get a good ulti off, or maybe more importantly, peel for Tallywhacker. And they'll reset a little bit. JK Smithy actually is up a little bit there with the heat and stuff. They're going to take out the pink ward though, and the rest of Legacy coming back slowly. I am doing the same. We're going to reset for another Dragon fight, it seems like.
The issue here is that after taking out that pink ward, JK Smithy has to back. It will take a long time for him to heal up, even through with the home guards. Will take time for him to get back, and you have to feel like Legacy by far have first dibs on clearing out vision and really setting up for the 5th Dragon. It's on Immunity to stop them. Legacy will start it at every option, and they know that Immunity has to contest this Dragon.
And you can see Egypt doing a nice job clearing out a pink ward and collapsing a tunnel there as well, so going to release a bit of the global pressure from Zahi. He will now ultimate back down, has to go early because there's no tunnel right near the Dragon for him to go to, and Legacy, like you mentioned it, Cardred actually kicks the poor Scuttle Crab all the way until it's the blue buff. That was adorable.
Yeah, Sion's still a silly champion, pace your time.
I mean, that's a very creative strategic interaction of a Cardred going to come in. He just do a bit of poke there to JK Smithy, but he's just a distraction at this point. Zahi, though, going to dive back in. Egypt now the next target as well. But so they're going to go in. Tallywhacker actually gets destroyed there. T-Gun going to claim that kill now. Cardred going to dive back in, and how much damage do they have? Supernova getting targeted there as well. Choo-Choo still decent health though. Supernova with the ulti will survive. Carbon going to go down low. T-Gun gets a double actually in this fight. Now Choo-Choo's getting chased down by JK Smithy and Immunity. They've done it. They've kept Legacy off the 3rd Dragon. They got 3 kills actually.
They get 3 kills. It's very strange to see Tallywhacker assassinated and little to no reaction from Cardred. He wasn't able to peel there. You could see Carbon was standing next to him, but this is late game and has so little peel. It's only really the Locket shield, maybe a Randuin's, and attempted a Cocoon, and Immunity just assassinated the Graves.
Yeah, now Legacy got the double before. Immunity are going to get it themselves here as they move in towards the Baron. There are a few members left alive here for them to contest, but the pink ward goes down just for some added safety, and Immunity should claim their first Baron of the game.
Yeah, the utility men, the Zillion versus Elise mid-game battle, definitely went with Zillion there. Was able to get the priority ult down on Supernova. They tried to target change, but enough AoE damage came through to let Supernova fall down. Came back at full health. So we'll watch the fight again. Just watch Tallywhacker. He is completely assassinated by Immunity. The turbo JK Smithy takes him out. And Legacy just don't have the damage once he's done. Choo-Choo's is doing his best. But you can see at the backline here, there's only so much he can do. He can only go into melee range that often. He doesn't have a Zhonya's. So has to really be careful with his positioning. And JK Smithy, we called him the big man to look out for, and he was doing work.
He did a lot of work there in that fight. And, you know, Tally did have his QSS, maybe QSS the anti-stun a little late, but with the Aurelia just getting in there with all the speed boosts, it just might not have mattered.
I mean, QSS only 25 magic resist. If you're not completely on with the timing, it just negates the whole purchase.
And we'll have to see. Immunity now going to get aggressive, have Baron this time, so Siege Breaking going to be a lot easier, and that turret melts to the damage here of Immunity. Again, they have to get in pretty short range to take the towers, but they go very swiftly when they're on top of them.
And you can see they do have diving options. That's the funny thing, this JK Smithy can turret dive effectively if, again, they get on either Choo-Choo's or Tallywhacker. They have a QSS on Tallywhacker, but no defense whatsoever on Choo-Choo's. Okay, he's very maneuverable, but he has to watch himself against this Aurelia.
Yeah, good bit of poke there as well. I love that combo from Legacy if you missed it. Choo-Choo's there with the black shield on him from Agent, just running with the ulti and using the short cooldown to poke.
Yeah, to poke, to do a bit of wave clear. You see in the side waves, very even pushes. I'd like to see JK Smithy go and push out this top lane, but the issue is, the moment he's split from his team, they'll try and get engaged and get a pick before the teleport even completes. That's the mission. It's because if it's a balanced team fight with Cheese in the backline, speeding up JK Smithy, and the threat of the chrono shift coming through, Legacy, there's only so much they can do.
I like that you mentioned Zillion and Speed, by the way, because I actually love the little adaptation here with the item build. He's got Alacrity Enchanted Boots.
It's one of those situations where the best way to deal with a Zillion is to instant kill him. And look, it just did it right there.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's goes in, gets the first kill. Legacy going to chase in. Cardred, pop the ulti, going to run in, and Zahe gets knocked up there. Rek'Sai pretty tanky, but not going to get through all of this CC, and goes down there for another kill for Choo-Choo.
Sometimes I feel like I should buy a lotto ticket, just as I mentioned that the best way to deal with a Zillion combo is to instant kill Zillion. Choo-Choo said, okay, thanks, mate, and did it.
Yeah, I mean, Cheese steals his ulti, but what's he going to do? Use it and die again. Buys a bit of time, but not really what he wants to do, and instead just has to wait 50 seconds while Legacy, without Baron, mind you, does push him, and at least going to claim this turret for their 6. Can they get any more? That's the big question.
It's been medium intensity for so long. It's weird to think this game's gone 47 minutes already. The death time as they continue to scale up so long already at this point. And they have to be careful because they're going to look for a pick.
Oh, Tegan just missing the stun. Choo-Choo's really nice weaving in there with a bit of poke coming through. And Cardred actually is going to take everything up. Choo-Choo's jumps on a supernova and takes him out. JK Smithy in the backline, but he gets exhausted. Does kill Choo-Choo's, but that might not be enough here. Legacy going to move through as well, get the turret for themselves. They're coming in, and they will break the base here.
Yeah, Cardred was allegedly tanking turret. I could not tell with his health values the whole fight. It was basically irrelevant. And they needed to play carefully, and they're going to get picked here as well.
Yeah, Tegan looking to go down there as well. Going to take a while there with Cardred. JK Smithy actually on the Tallywacker almost gets him there in a 1v4, but can't quite close it out. And the first inhibitor will be claimed by Legacy. Cheese is back though, going to poke them back.
I just don't understand why they continue to aggress. Once they were down to 3 members, just back away, buy time, poke around, but do not hard commit. But I mean, committing continues.
Yeah, Zahe really committing here. The bomb's there as well. She's trying to go back and forth. Zahe will get ulted, but now Carbon actually going to repel back in, and the ulti does not proc their Cheese. Rotates back and forth. Legacy don't lose anyone in the exit.
And Legacy got all of that from a completely fortuitous pick by Choo-Choo's onto Cheese. Cheese was too far aggressed right there. You saw the difference between a fight that Legacy win and a fight that Immunity win. If they have a team fight situation in the open with Cheese speeding up, JK Smithy diving at the front, and they can just throw that chrono shift onto him, they look amazing. But in those situations where Cheese is too aggressively positioned, the comp just falls apart. It's those split timings that are the trademark of a Zillion comp, but also the reason why we don't see Zillion at a regular clip.
Yeah, looks like Blue Buff will go to Chase here as well. I'm very curious about his last item there as well. Actually, I thought blasting one in his inventory. We have to think maybe his Zonies would have been a decent option there as well.
I mean, a defensive option makes sense. You can see with the Alacrity boots, he understands that his positioning in a fight is paramount. I guess he's just worried about dying instantly as Zillion. And if he's not, and he's relying on his positioning, he's had his one mistake, his one big mistake just then. He cannot afford to have it again.
Let's see what happens here. Dragon back in a minute now, though. And Legacy going to move themselves in, clear out some vision. Got a good pink ward their position, and the Scutter Crab taken out there as well. So 52 seconds now, and Cheese might get caught again here. Choo-Choo's going to roll back in. Flashes forward. The Cheese does ult himself, but again, 3 members of Legacy on top of him. Cyan even coming in as well. Cheese does flash. He actually might be okay. Zahe could go in, but now Cardred's going to go right on top of him, and Choo-Choo's going to pick up that next kill. Zahe forced to back away. Tegan now kind of in a 4v1 situation, and Legacy, that might be enough. They're going to keep pushing.
And Cheese did not need to be that far down the wave with no vision. It looked like it was going to be able to get out, but the unstoppable onslaught, for once, it confirms on just the person they were looking for. And Legacy, they've got very tanky members. You have to feel they're not going to wait for a minion wave.
Cardred waits for no one here. Choo-Choo's dives back in. Has a bit of poke there to Supernova. And Sion, you said it before, he's apparently taking damage, but I don't quite believe it.
No, and he's just able to hold. He does a bit of wave clear. This is Sion to a T. This game is almost a Sion highlight reel. It's not high impact, but it's certainly effective.
Yeah, might not be the flashiest highlight reel, but highlights nonetheless. He's taking looks at almost has 5,000 health.
5,000 health, 370 armor. He's got a bit squishy on the magic resist front, just 150. He's doing his job.
Unfortunately for him, I don't know if he gets any additional benefits from the Fierce Dragon, but Legacy will claim it. There's the true damage on hit, plus the doubling of all the stats. And Legacy going to go for one last shot, it looks like.
I mean, his base attack speed's okay, so he can stand in the back and get the true damage on, but 12% AD and AP is certainly not going to cause too much of a warping of the next fight from Sion.
If only he had gotten extra health or resistances, what a fearsome member he would be. And already just so terrifying here. T-Gun, I mean, keeping up here, getting some vision around the Baron. It's up in 50 seconds. Immunity, if they can hold here, going to be happy with the vision that they've gotten. But T-Gun, going to take a while to kill this Gotta Crab. Zahi's going to join in maybe, just to make it a bit easier. But Cartridge's in the area. That might prompt Immunity to leave.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see Immunity watch this game back and kind of take stock as T-Gun goes for a walk.
Does get caught up there. Not the walk he wanted there. Cartridge actually gets that kill with Choo Choo's doing most of the heavy lifting, and Legacy going to send 5 people towards the top side.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that much wave clear unless Supernova's add a minion wave, and once he's getting within 500 range, you know that the Black Shield's going to come onto Choo Choo's, and he's going to try and kill Supernova.
Yeah, and so Supernova again, just shielding up, and Zahi now going to get caught through with the binding as well. So much damage here with the late game, and Cheese does get the ulti done. Tallyback actually in a dove on, but he backs off. They take out the turret there as well. Choo Choo's going to dive back in. Finds JK Smithy actually gets bound, and Cartridge just not taking any damage. Carbon moving in. Tallyback doing so much damage with the 5 Dragon Graves. There's the double, and that might just be game.
Yeah, Choo Choo's gets the final pick on the Supernova. JK Smithy's alive. We called him the MVP, but it was all for naught.
Yeah, unfortunately, just can't make it happen this game. A few missed picks there coming through from Immunity, and Legacy in style take the game out. But that was a very close one. A 52-minute marathon. But Legacy retain a very strong record.
It was a really interesting game there, Page Time, particularly that we saw the effective nature of Immunity's comp for a few moments, and then instantly, just small positional errors. They kind of had the game where they wanted it, and then just some missed positions, first from Cheese, and then in a separate rotation afterwards, it just completely warped the game.
I mean, it was almost a battle of, we said it, mid-game comps, but no comp really got ahead. So we had a very drawn-out game here with power, still there, maybe a bit latent than it would have been. But eventually, you're right, a couple of misplays here and there, and Legacy are able to take it.
So we'll see a replay just to remind ourselves of some of the key moments in this game. So with 35 minutes, we're still away from the end, but we'll roll the tape. Still very even. The gold is very even. This was a really good fight here for Immunity. This is when Immunity's comp, it looked like it was going to work because JK Smithy was able to get Tallywhacker away, but you can see Choo Choo's in particular doing so much work. Although he falls low, he's putting out so much CC with the 40% CDR that he gets the secondary pick onto JK Smithy. That's what they want. They want to have the chrono shift on JK Smithy, but when the 2 members have already died, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Tallywhacker can flash, he can go aggressively into the back line. These were the fights that Legacy were winning, but it's important to note there were similar fights around the same time that Immunity were winning. It felt like when in the open, when they were able to have Aurelia at the front, getting the first pick, diving onto Tallywhacker and killing him, Immunity's comp looked great. But when they were harangued into these jungle positions, when JK Smith was forced to split away from all the utility his comp had been kind of built around him, that's where the comp fell apart. So if they had managed to stay in those open areas, which they did for so much of the first 20 minutes, we had that 25-minute tussle in the mid lane at the start of the game, Immunity could have taken it there, but it feels like just getting a bit restless in these longer games, it kind of cost them.
Yeah, and a good solid win for Legacy. Pulled through eventually, and they're going to have another big game here. The Direwolves versus Legacy will be coming up just after this quick break.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. We're back here for Game 2, but first, we want to talk to you about our MVP. It was, of course, Choo Choo's from that last game from Legacy, and man, he was deleting people.
I mean, with that 40% CDR, he had a lot of work to do in what was a very tanky game. There was only a few damage dealers, but the consistency he put out, the picks, especially on JK Smithy in that replay, showed why he's so feared on champions like LeBlanc. His use of abilities, specifically those non-targeted skill shot CCs, out of this world.
Oh yeah, he's a fantastic assassin player. Of course, I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined once again by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here to get into our next match, which is famed at being one of these huge ones because both of these teams now on one loss. Legacy going to be taking on the Direwolves, and if Legacy keep up their same momentum, things could look good, but they looked shaky in the start of that game.
It was kind of a surreal game. It went a long time. There was lots of peaks and troughs of action. There was a lot of action in the mid lane where we sat around and really wanted to push a turret.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a surreal game, but you're right. There were definitely points in that game where they looked vulnerable against a Team Unity team. It came in 2-2, but looked good in their victories, but struggled to close out other games. So they won't come in necessarily with a head of steam that you would expect for a team that is coming off a victory. And the Direwolves, they've looked excellent in their victories, particularly last time out.
Oh, yeah, and you have to look to that top lane if you are talking about the Direwolves. Of course, Perfection has been playing fantastically, and you can't mention Perfection without talking about Rumble. Of course, played it in his last 2 games, and as you can see, went 2-8-4 versus the Chiefs. He was camped to no end. And then, against Rich Gang, pulled it out again, 7-3-19, had a gigantic game, and this is what Swiffer had to say about it. He said, "This game just reaffirms my happiness that we camped you," as they were taking on the Rich Gang. And then, of course, some fantastic sportsmanship as Perfection's going to reply with, "Really well played, though. Good game." And Swiper saying, "Nah, the gang's won the lane." Oh, what a cutie.
I mean, the interesting thing about that graphic is the score difference. We talk about the 2-8-4. Perfection was really preyed upon in that Rumble versus Aurelia matchup. It's a skill matchup, has specific peaks and troughs. Level 4, when Rumble gets that second level in Flame Spitter, he deals so well against Aurelia. Then the lane changes again around level 7. It's a very interesting lane. So when he was so comprehensively beaten, first solo killed by Swiper, then basically Twisted Fate, just came to his lane at every opportunity. There was even some jungle ganks. He was having no fun at all. So to opt into it a second time, that was the big surprise. I was like, okay, this is not the easiest lane matchup. It's a difficult one for Rumble. Why would you just elect to jump into it a second time on the same day, no less? And it just turned it around completely. He was the one that got the solo kill. He was the one that really put his team on the back and carried. It was a lot of strength of character coming back out from Perfection. And we have to remember, these are 2 teams that have beaten every opposition bar the Chiefs. These are definitely the 2 teams vying for second on the ladder right now. And it's a big, big matchup here.
Yeah, and of course, Legacy managing to go up to that 4-1 stage, not wanting to fall to that 4-2 situation, giving the 4-1 over to the Direwolves. But the Direwolves have looked fantastic, and we'll see whether they can put up a better fight than Team Immunity did in the last matchup. But we are, of course, into Champion Select, and Callista going to be banned away first. Of course, Tallywacker and King both favoring that champion, and Ari, of course, going to leave the Rift.
It's very interesting to see Callista. She's just come available recently in competitive play. We see people poking their heads out. We saw Radia playing Callista, a few people trying it out, and then a week later, when teams have had time to scrim with it, teams have had just kind of really assessed what happened, permabanned.
Oh yeah, just taken off the Rift. And I just took a long time trying to remember Sion's ability names. Of course, Decimating Smash is one of those ones that is relatively easy, but the rest of them are a bit ridiculous, and he gets banned. Of course, right in my face. Lysandra also going to be banned away as well, has a gigantic win rate at the moment across the league, so not going to want to give her out into the hands of anyone, either Sharp, Perfection, Cardred, Choo Choo's. If it goes into any of those solo lanes, it is devastating. And of course, Annie taken off the board here as well, and I love that ban. Love that ban. Of course, Chuffer is 3-0 on that Annie. Has played it in every game that the Direwolves have won so far.
And it really accentuates his aggressive play style. He was an aggressive mid player. Whenever he's played, he's been trademark aggression. We saw that double kill from him last time out on Annie, which was surreal and awesome at the same time.
So awesome.
The Sion ban really sticks out to me, though, as we see Cardred considering the Morgana here.
Yeah.
I love the Sion ban because Sion's a weird champion. In solo queue, you don't feel like you do a lot on the champion. You feel like sometimes you're just this really tanky man. But the thing about him, the reason why he's so respected and competitive, he's very, very consistent. He'll always do his job. He'll always get tanky, do CC in the back line. You know what you get with Sion. Any champion that's reliable, for example, Aurelia is a very reliable champion. Yep. She has her peaks and troughs early, but always gets to a certain point. Sion's reliable, perhaps to the highest degree.
But over the other side of the rift, we do have Hecarim and Rek'Sai being locked in, and Perfection has been playing a lot of Hecarim.
And Soulstrike's actual Rek'Sai was wonderful last week as well. So these are really powerful picks. And now they're set for frontline. They've got basically 2 high damage, very tanky initiating frontliners. And Legacy, they need to retool. They've got the Morgana, the single target CC negator, but not going to do much against Rek'Sai and Hecarim.
And Hecarim, I mean, he's going to get Dark Bound and while he's trying to come in, but then he's just going to Onslaught of Shadows or just canter into your face, being that horse that he is. It's very, very difficult to escape from a Hecarim. He generally runs pretty quick.
Definitely. There's a lot of initiation potential. On Legacy, they didn't give anything away with their first pick, but we're definitely going to get a flavor of their comp. As I see you kind of look a bit pensively at the Thresh.
Yeah.
We've seen Morgana in the mid. We've seen Morgana all over the place.
Have.
Choo-Choo's picking up Morgana, I'd be surprised about, just because, again, he's looked so excellent on those proactive champions, the Syndras, the LeBlancs of the world. He can definitely go the other flavor. He can play Morgana, but...
It's been locked in. So Thresh going to be taking the AD carry role, I assume. Yeah, so Tallywhack are going to be on the Thresh, and it's going to be a support Lee Sin with Morgana top. That is what I would assume. Varus is being hovered here as well, and if that gets locked in, then we might just be right. Who knows what's going on?
Obviously been polishing up on your meta picks. Definitely,
Yeah.
you know the rules. We talk about flex picks,
I
and I
haven't
think
been
you
winning
nailed
very
it.
much solo queue recently, for some reason. Yeah, my AD carry Thresh hasn't been really working out.
A lot of burst on that queue. Scales with AD and Souls. If you're ahead,
I know, right?
You might lose a little bit later.
Yeah, no, I definitely did a lot of losing. But King is going to be looking at the Sivir here, of course, a very contentious pick in our last matchup that we saw. Of course, Immunity being quite polarizing on that champion, but King having some success on that champion as well as Sharp looking at a Janna pickup and is going to lock that one away.
Definitely a very strong Janna lane. Of course, some Janna lane matchups, she struggles with a lack of sustain. She's only really the peel support. But in that lane with Sivir, give her the flat AD. She'll clear the waves, and they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah. Makes your boomerangs cut down minions a little bit faster. Also helps you with killing the old enemy champion every now and again. And we'll see what Legacy do to round out their team comp now, because of course, that could be Cardred playing the Morgana in the top lane. We've seen Morgana top across other regions, but will most likely be Choo-Choo's. And they are picking it away from Sharp here just a little bit. Of course, playing Xerath in his first couple of games and then picking up that Morgana, but see whether it does work out for him, because I'm not entirely sure whether it necessarily worked. That was in a game that they lost.
Well, they picked 3 supports already, so you knew they were going to pick a Hyper guy. They opt into Jinx. Jinx is a very favorable lane matchup against Sivir, especially after a few levels with a bit of AD. Will definitely duel very excellently against the Sivir coming out of King, so they'll like that lane matchup. Of course, they have the Black Shield, they have the mobility of the Thresh, and of course Lee Sin's disengage. And yep, they've pigeonholed it as the Morgana top against Hecarim, going to try and clear waves. Issue there, of course, is it's going to give Hecarim a pretty free laning phase, and we're talking about a Hecarim with Janna and Sivir in his back pocket.
Yeah, and this is a Hecarim as well. That, I mean, that Dark Binding, that does a lot of sort of burst damage on a really long cooldown, though, and you have to think, Hecarim's just going to press his W and not care at all about anything Morgana's going to do.
Well, that's why when we saw, of course, the Chiefs last week, it was them picking Twisted Fate into the Morgana mid, because, okay, Morgana doesn't really provide any pressure in that lane. You can pick whatever carry you want. In the top lane, it's much the same story. Hecarim's going to freely farm. He could even opt into a greedy build like the Trinity Force into tanky, pick it up at a decent clip. He's not going to get punished by Morgana, and they already have the move speed utility tools in their kits.
And rounding out the comp over on the other side, Direwolf's going to be locking in the Azir here for Sharp. One thing that we have to mention is the fact that this is 5.2, not 5.3 yet. So Azir hasn't taken that huge hit to his ability to do damage and is still relatively strong, but haven't seen Sharp on it just yet, and we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, Sharp against the LeBlanc. It can be a good matchup for Azir, just because if LeBlanc is too liberal with her distortions, you can take a lot of answering damage from the Sand Soldiers when you're trying to do harass.
Yeah.
But it is a bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane. It's Choo-Choo's, he's just played LeBlanc, just put in an MVP winning performance on that champion. Gambit's been thrown.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. And of course, LeBlanc's sort of not tied for damage at the beginning as well. I mean, if you land that Sigil Distortion combination, you're still going to be doing a lot of damage to that Birdman, and you're all over the map here as well.
I mean, there's so much support and utility for this Jinx. And Jinx late game, you get one kill, she gets excited. With all this peel, the black shield, etc., she's going to be very strong. But I fear for Legacy, for giving Perfection especially a free lane. Like, there's nothing a Morgana can do against a Hecarim. Of course, there could be lane swaps. It hasn't been that common in the OPL, but they do happen. That will be a situation where Morgana's ranged wave clear, her auto attack will help her. But if they do allow this lane to happen, this could be a very big horsey. And there's only so many things that the disengage can do, because there's multiple initiation options here. There's a Sivir, so there's going to be AoE move speed coming out for Direwolves. Direwolves have a good comp here.
Yeah, and that on the hunt for the first time, giving a damage buff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how exciting.
Janna passive?
Yeah, Hecarim going to be doing some work in these fights. Of course, Sivir feeling very, very excited that now she's giving damage to her team with that ultimate. It just must be a fantastic feeling. But, of course, you get those ganks there in the bottom lane as well with that teleport. I mean, you have to think that a Morgana coming through for a gank, not going to quite stand up to the power and impact that you're going to have with a Hecarim down there.
I mean, in a teleport situation, if you get the ideal soul shackles, could be massive.
True.
There is the potential. She's still... I mean, kind of the other issue for Morgana is that she usually has to max Q in lane just to have that level 9 power spike with the 3-second stun and have good burst damage coming out. She might actually have troubles pushing against Hecarim, just because Hecarim gets enough levels in the Rampage, can push quite well. And it's limiting. She's got options. She's flexible. She'll farm. She won't be irrelevant. But they're really leaning on Tallywacker here. Just newly moved to AD carry at the start of the OPL season. They're already kind of cashing in their chips and saying, all right, it's up to you.
And also, if you have a look at Tallywhacker's match history there, especially in solo queue, he's been playing a heck of a lot of Jinx, trying to make sure that everything's coming through. And this could be a comp that they've been working on together for quite some time. Okay,
and we do have a Twitter plug to put forward here. So if you do think the Direwolves, with the picks they've come up, are going to win, hashtag DW win. Legacy, though, they're coming off a victory. Hashtag LGC win.
Yeah, and of course, both of these teams looking fantastic so far, only suffering one loss apiece.
It's going to shape the standings here for sure. Legacy, they've got a very hard comp to execute after a long game, a long, draining game. Direwolves, they're coming off momentum of a victory. They got some power picks, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, and they're also fresh as well, you have to think. I mean, over on the side of the Direwolves, things looking pretty good for that team. Coming off a convincing victory as well, which is definitely something to note, whereas Legacy, I mean, they were looking a little bit shaky there towards the mid-game against Immunity. Of course, their comp managing to outscale towards the end, but no Sion to be had this time with his infinite scaling health pool and invulnerability to anything.
Yeah, I'm already getting the top lane banned, so that's a good thing there for Khajiit on his new role. I guess for me, Legacy, if they want to get this game going, they don't want to push it to late because we've already talked about the Morgana versus Hecarim matchup. It's going to be that the mid lane jungle duo that's propelled them to so many accomplishments already. Choo-Choo's and Carbon, LeBlanc and Lee Sin, they've already got an amazing skirmish duo there. We talked about it last game. We expected the LeBlanc Elise combo to really go off in the mid game and get picks, and it didn't happen. They need to execute on it here because they do have such a power trough in the top when you compare those champions. Morgana in the late game, Dark Binding's going to be nice, Black Shield's going to be nice, damage is going to be fairly negligible, and Hecarim's going to run wild.
Yeah, Hecarim is just going to be a complete stallion in these fights, tearing people apart. But Carbon sitting on this Lee Sin here, I actually quite like that. I mean, Elise has been falling out of favor just a little bit here. And of course, a very popular pick in Nemesis draft, which actually makes me think that maybe
backhanded comment, maybe?
Yeah,
compliment?
Maybe just a little bit.
I mean, Azir on this patch also. Not the on 5.3, not the biggest threat, but 5.2 still very relevant.
But, of course, Carbon now on Lee Sin, able to do a lot more damage in these ganks early game. Do you think that he's going to be focusing on especially that top lane if that Dark Binding manages to land? I mean, that could be a horse that could be killable here as we hop onto the Rift.
I mean, the early levels, that's your best chance to kill the Hecarim.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a repeat of last game. I think we're going to see the early level 3 gank in mid. They were successful in taking down Cheese very early in that game. If they can get a sharp overextending in mid, that might start the snowball for LeBlanc.
And we'll also see whether Legacy decide to scout for one of these lane swaps here as well. Of course, Cardred very safe in that situation. Does have that puddle that he can put down and then move away from the lane and not get harassed out. But so far, defensive starts. We do have a 3-man invade towards the red side of the Direwolves jungle.
Yeah, we're going to see some scouting for wards. On the minimap, you can see also going to be aggressive wards coming out from Legacy. The lane swaps are on, you'd have to think.
Yeah, well, they do have scouting wards available here, and we'll see whether Legacy react to that one. Choo Choo's just walking away from 4 people. Actually going to distort on top of them as well, as Soul Strikes takes a fair bit of damage here. And Tallywhacker just going to move to the side and just say, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not here. It's okay. 3 members strong still towards that top side on the side of Legacy. We're going to see the lane swap instigated here from the Direwolves.
It does look like we're going to see some vertical jungling, although never show until 1 minute 55 hits, as Choo Choo's doesn't want Soul Strikes to start with full health.
Yep, he's still not going to. That's a distortion and 2 auto attacks. Certainly doing some work. He wishes that he had a Spell Thief's Edge. Could imagine sitting in that mid lane.
Carbon and Khaja are still very aggressively positioned, and they've backed away from invading this red, so they're not going to trade reds. They have to be careful here, Direwolves, that they are at risk of being 3-buffed.
Yeah, Perfections is going to spot this duo doing the red buff, but Carbon is able to smite that one away. Khaja actually picked that one up. That, you have to think, was a mistake.
That is awkward.
Yep. But, you know, he's going to be much better at harassing this horsey out of lane.
That ranged auto attack. He's got the ranged versus melee advantage. It's going to burn now.
Yep. A little bit disappointing start here for Legacy as far as that buff transfer is concerned. Soul Strike's going to be able to take away this blue buff, of course. There is no pesky top laner in order to steal that one away, so he's going to definitely nail that level 2 mark and head towards these walls and continue jungling. Of course, falling down a little bit low, but he'll be fine.
It's worth noting, though, and this is being understated a little bit, he's been 3-buffed. You know, he's already had his red stolen. We see Lee Sin's already navigated straight to his own red, had a leash from Thresh just to help out. Even though it wasn't an intentional pass over, they would have preferred to have the experience on the Lee Sin. This is going to work out just fine, and Soul Strikes is now in a massive trough. He's going to try and look around at the Scuttle Crab, but he's going to be under level. That level 6 rush is going to be late.
Yeah, that is definitely scary. And of course, if he had have gone straight to that red buff, I mean, he might have had a chance of getting some work done here against Carbon, who was quite low. But as you mentioned, Ejim rotating around perfectly out of this duo lane, and Tallywhacker just sat back and farmed with those rockets.
Yeah, despite both teams invading aggressively for vision, suggesting the vertical jungling coming out from the duos of the top lane and the jungle, they instantly opted out of it. They had Perfection port back, and even though they confirmed that the buff was being stolen, they didn't have a plan to invade this buff, so they're opening up Soul Strikes to be just that little bit far behind at the start.
Yeah, and Legacy already winning the Mind Games battle here on the Rift thus far. And I'm so happy that Ejim is on this Thresh here as well. I mean, seen so much success on these engage-heavy supports. And see what he manages to get done this game because, of course, known as a bit of a hook lord.
And he does have those skill shots. They feel like they're targeted sometimes when Ejim's putting them out.
That one wasn't so targeted. But he was just checking to see whether there
sometimes
was
you build them up, Atlas.
I know. No, it was a scouting hook. Scouting hook. We're fine. Absolutely fine. Choo Choo's just preparing his minions here so he can last hit effectively under this turret. Not going to quite manage to nail it, but of course the gold's still very, very close. Soul Strike's picking up the blue buff here, actually, as Carbon didn't head round there, I believe. Was that a successful steal there, Papa Smithy?
I'm going to say no, because it's just worn off. So,
not coming through this.
But more importantly, he's against a high-pressure jungler in Carbon on Lee Sin. He's picked up both Scuttle Crabs to give just that much more vision to his lanes. He's opening up safety and, of course, a nice bevy of gold coming out from both those Scuttle Crabs. So it's definitely not the big buff he wanted, but it relieves pressure from his lanes as he just returns to power farming.
Yeah, and you get a fair bit of gold as well from taking down those Scuttle Crabs. About 80 gold once you do complete that jungle item, so not too bad here. You'll be able to head towards that warrior enchantment all that more quickly. And of course, can navigate around the jungle very quickly as well with Rek'Sai's wonderful tunnel network. You can see in the top side of the map, though, 6 CS is the lead here for Perfections, but we thought he'd have run of that lane, and Khaja doing pretty well.
Khaja's doing fine. He's maxing the Tormented Soil, so he is trying to counter push. It does take time for him to counter push. He does some decent trade damage, but Perfection, he's not worried about dying anytime soon.
No, he's actually more than happy just to tank up all of the minions. Knows that Khaja not going to be doing all that much to him. And he's probably going to pull back.
And he is the regen lord with all those buffs.
That's the flash on Burrow, though, from Soul Strikes. Manages to get down the Prey Seeker here as well as the Chompers from Tallywhacker as he tries to get out of this lane. A very aggressive gank. and managing to pick up the flash here from Tally.
Yeah, and Ejim also actually went for the flash hook. He was hoping to hook King under turret, but he was steadfast with his use of the spell shield. Cancelled that out, and now double flash down for Legacy's bottom lane.
Yeah, beautiful play here, and Direwolves managing to add their pressure to this lane. And we were talking about the fact that Sivir struggles a little bit in this one. They're managing to get back, and look at those spell shields. They're wonderful. It's actually pretty easy against Ejim, though, because you just assume that every single time he throws out a hook, it's going to land.
The preemptive spell shields.
Yeah.
Not quite Captain Jack required in terms of the cleanse or the spell shield in this case, but he's doing pretty well here, King.
Yeah, no, that is probably one of the best uses of reaction in the game that you mentioned. So, not quite there, but still pretty damn good as Tallywhacker is happy to push out just a little bit, but Soul Strike's coming around again. Does get the burrow through. Tallywhacker, oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh, the hook actually landing here. Chopper forced to flash. He's in a bad position, and Carbon picks up first blood coming in from the backside. Nice boomerang gonna land. But King forced to use that flash to get out, and Legacy, they may just transition to a dragon.
That was a really good transition coming through from Kaja. I'm not sure if Perfection had level 6 available yet, but elected not to rotate whatever the story. And Legacy, a kill and a dragon, that's a big advantage to pick up. Sharp's out of mana, so he might want to back away in the mid.
Yeah, going to be a little bit difficult, of course. Does have that barrier available. Fantastic for color coordination in that mid lane.
Ah, yes.
And Perfection's got a lot of work done to that turret in the top side as well. So maybe Direwolves just thinking, okay, we just want to get as much map pressure as we can. Of course, those 6% stats not doing as much work in this early stage of the game. Could that be their thinking?
I mean, the one thing I can say about their thinking is Perfection has really smartly built here. He is going for the carry item first, recognizing the low kill pressure in lane, starting off with a Phage. He can work towards Trinity Force, know that he won't be bullied in lane with it. And look, if they just give Perfection time to farm, he's now built himself up an 18 CS advantage in top. If he can get himself big, if he can be, you know, the Aurelia power spike of the Trinity Force, you know, starting up with the Giant Spell into Aranduans, this horse is going to do work in the mid game. So giving up an early game dragon, not a big deal.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's trying to get some harassment down to Sharp here as well, who, as you mentioned, just going through mana. The mana pool falling down very, very low once again. Carbon with the return steal on this red buff. Wants to have complete control. Takes the lantern over the wall and even manages to steal away that tunnel here as well. Carbon now transitioning towards the top side. Of course, that wave pushing towards Legacy. Tallywhacker able to have some time down here in the bottom lane just to catch up in farm. Of course, King, the farm lord, able to do some work down here, but he is going to be able to even that one up.
And even though he's had no impact in the lanes, he's actually very similar in experience here. Is Soul Strike's to Lee Sin. So although he hasn't had the big buffs, picking up the Scuttle Crabs and just staying in the jungle has kept him competitive, as Perfection might want to be a little bit careful in the top.
Yeah, and that hasn't been the name of his game thus far.
True.
Of course, has that flask ticking away, so a fair bit of regen. Oh, Dark Binding is actually going to land. That's going to spell Carbon's time to come in. There's the Onslaught of Shadows, breaks the Soul Shackles, and Perfection's able to get out.
Yeah, of those AoE initiation ultimates with a targeted ground, I mean, it's the longest range one for sure is Perfection on that, on the Onslaught of Shadows, so able to easily get away from the Soul Shackles tether.
It's not a problem at all. Does still have that teleport available as well as on the other side, Cardred not having that ability just yet. You have to think that this horse does decide to head towards the bottom side or anywhere else on this map, he could have an impact, but not until that ultimate is back off cooldown.
You can see the respect, though. He has been forced to go into Null Magic Mantle. He hasn't pigeonholed himself into a Trinity Force rush just yet. Of course, so many things that Hecarim wants comes out of the Phage, between the health, attack damage, and even the move speed that the proc gives, giving him extra damage. So even more movement speed scaling as he looks down very fondly at his Janna and Sivir friends.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing just fine. And in the bottom lane, Tallywhacker doing very competitively in this lane. And this, when the BF sword is completed, the Sivir has to be very, very careful with her positioning.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Tallywhacker is just so able to clear out these waves, as well as that Janna shield going to not last very long at all. There are the chompers in the box to come down as well. Chomper taking so much damage. The Monsoon going to help him, and wow! Steps out of the way of the Super Mega Death Rocket. And he is going to be fine. Choo-Choo's, on the other hand, not so much, as he answers back with a lot of damage, but doesn't quite land the distortion, and Soul Strike's going to make his way out. King with another brilliant spell shield. And the heal to get him out of the way of that Sonic Wave, as well as Carbon did pay a visit to this bottom side. Doesn't even get that ward as it times out as he gets here. And action all across the map, Papa Smithy.
And King didn't have flash there, so it actually was very fortuitous that he was on the ball with his spell shift. Had to use his second summoner, so for the next minute or so, he's in a lot of trouble. But yeah, there was tussling on the top, tussling in the mid. 28 CS advantage though in top. Kadra needs to be a little bit worried here.
Yeah, and you have to think as well, Perfection is just farming this game up a storm. 11 minutes in, 105 CS, not bad at all for a top laner who had a difficult time early on, of course, pressured a little bit, but...
You can say that he's kind of taken away the lane after not rotating for that fight in bottom lane. He didn't show up at the skirmish, but that 18 CS advantage, being ahead in items, picking up that early null-magic mantle without sitting behind his build at all. They might not even contest his second dragon, but I'm worried about the Hecarim that's showing up at the third dragon. 10 minutes from now, this Hecarim's going to be huge.
Oh yeah, landing that Rampage as well, able to nimbly dodge out of the way of that Dark Binding from Kardred, who's taking a bit of harass from these Rampages as they come in. Of course, the Void Rush is going to come down just for some farm, and Chain's not going to land on a Sharp here as well. And we haven't spoken too much about this mid lane. Sharp doing okay as far as staying up in that farm is concerned. But 93 to 107 means that Choo Choo's still feeling fantastic. Does have that Morellonomicon. The Athenes on Holy Grail coming fairly shortly for Sharp, you have to think. The Soul Strike's going to just dig under the ground and head towards his red buff. Or at least where he hopes his red buff eventually respawns.
I mean, when you're playing Azir into LeBlanc, your only power really is to clear waves, cause enough map pressure that Choo Choo's can't roam, not die, and keep up in CS. And look, to be honest, he's doing fine on all those. He's doing just fine. He'll scale in, of course. So much better on the defensive is Azir than going in aggressively. Of course, you have that option if you pick up a Zhonya's. But sitting back defensively, the Emperor's Device putting up a team, he's doing just fine, Sharp.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can have the impact that he wants to towards this later stage of the game. Of course, having that Emperor's Divide is just fantastic when you can have your Hecarim just dance all the way through it. You can even just knock people back into it as well, that Onslaught of Shadows, getting the fear as well. So able to use that to bounce people into a wall. Could be funny if we see some of the interactions here as Carbon's going to kick King out. He could be in a lot of trouble. Chains land from Choo Choo's not going to quite get the snare. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't finish the job either. Soul Strike's now looking to come in. There's the two-man knock up from the Umbarrow, but for some reason Carbon's alive. Just going to back Sharp now in a lot of trouble as Tallywacker gets excited. Sharp manages to pick up Carbon, who was backing in such a silly position. Zap going to find a minion, and Sharp trying to get out here as the Scrying Orb just going to see him on his escape. Ejim wanting to do something, but not quite able to find it.
Yeah, both Carbon and King fell so low at the start of those engages at different points. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Both junglers falling in the end. I like Legacy for being proactive. They're trying to counter Perfection's free farm style with invading these objectives, smartly trying to take them with the skirmish power of the LeBlanc, but they've been made to pay for it. It's very even so far in this game.
Yeah, Soul Strike's going to use that Void Rush just to get back towards this dragon, which has come back up yet again. Legacy looking to make it 2 on that count. Direwolves wanting to get on the board. Ejim going to back on top of a ward here, and they're going to notice the fact that that Thresh, the playmaking Thresh, going to be heading back to base. He's going to now clear out that ward, and Direwolves might have an opportunity for Dragon here.
Perfection in top. He's not interested in contesting Dragon. He wants this Trinity Force at a decent clip, about 500 gold away from it. Knows it's going to be a trade for Dragon at worst, so of course global gold in exchange for the second Dragon. Not a big deal. They're trying to force though, and we could see a big fight.
Yeah, teleport coming through from Kardred here just to try and secure this Dragon. Nice Dark Binding's going to land on a King here, but you can see Sharp doing some work with those Sand Soldiers, and in comes Perfections. We'll see whether he can get anything done. Immediately exhausted, booted out of the fight, but that may secure the Dragon here for Direwolves as they do pick it up. Nicely played, and Perfections using that teleport, getting the objective.
Yeah, the Trinity Force wasn't completed, but the amount of zone control already from Hecarim, you have to feel that later in this game, that'll be because of his items, but just the pressure of the incoming teleport, it harangued Legacy away from the Dragon, and Direwolves, to some degree, steal that one away.
Yeah, and 20 CS up on any member of Legacy that you pick here is Perfections. He is farming out his waves over and over again, able to pick up all that gold, and you have to think that this mid-game horse is going to be very, very scary, especially if he's able to be on that offensive the whole time. Of course, Trinity Force, I mean, if you get locked up by a Dark Binding and killed, yeah, you're still going to die, but at the moment, looking fantastic. Even has those Mercury's Treads for a little bit of extra tenacity here as well as Choo Choo's. He's going to take away the blue buff. Head back to this mid lane. where the bottom lane is now residing in Direwolves.
You have to really respect how much burst damage is going to be coming out, the devastating charge between Trinity Force, Sivir Ultimate, and Janna's passive. That first auto attack with the Trinity Force proc is going to do 600, 700 damage from a tanky man. It's going to be a big deal in the mid game, and it feels like if they don't respect this Hecarim, specifically if they don't disengage from his W while he's spell vamping up and then try and focus him down, he's going to run these fights.
Yeah, and we have to go back as well to our point about Perfections earlier on. I mean, the game that Direwolves managed to lose, Perfections gets camped. This game hasn't been looked at as a lot of harass does come through from Choo-Choos, but Perfections, he's had run of that top lane, and that might be the mistake that Legacy have made.
Well, what Legacy have committed to, it's playing around Perfection. It's, all right, I'll take all your red and blue buffs, I'll try and get advantage on the other side of the map, we'll try and monopolize dragons, and hope that the game kind of scales away from Hecarim. Obviously, if the game goes even and Hecarim shows up at a fight, it's going to be a big deal for Legacy. But they haven't really been able to push the lead barring red buffs, and they haven't transitioned that into turrets. They're one up in turrets, but the gold lead doesn't lie with them. The dragons were even after Perfection's teleport zoned Legacy away. And this horse, he's going to be irrelevant very, very soon. He's already easily got enough gold for his Trinity Force.
Just not wanting to go back to base just yet. Wants to be able to pick up this outer turret and then potentially go and roam the map. Gets himself a nice chunk of gold for that one as well, and for his team. And that is going to be the first tower on the map here for Direwolves, answering the mid lane, the bottom lane turret, sorry, that Legacy managed to pick up earlier on. Of course, you can see Tallywacker now already with the Infinity Edge, those couple of assists helping him out, even on CS now with King, which is fantastic. Him picking up an Avarice Blade, so probably going to be able to head back and finish that Infinity Edge, you have to think.
And the power spikes are on for Direwolves. They want to fight right now. Trinity Force Merc Treads already complete for Perfection. Infinity Edge complete for Sivir. This is a big point of power for Direwolves. They can take any fight they want because there's no way that Legacy can be competitive, barring a strong pick coming out of Choo-Choos.
And Choo-Choos definitely has potential to make that one happen as well. I mean, we saw his LeBlanc in the last game able to be exactly where he needs to be, killing exactly who he needs to. But he's going to have to do it to make this one work, of course. If that horse gets anywhere near a team fight that's a 5v5, you have to think it's going to go in the way of Direwolves.
Yeah, he's a couple of items away from being unkillable. Right now he's just trading upon the Spirit of Dread, spell vamping off all the damage happening in AoE. So if you can kind of navigate away from that as if he was, say, Karthus in his Death Defied and move away from that AoE and re-engage afterwards, he's still a melee champion with Trinity Force. Like, he's still killable. But he needs to be respected, and they just don't have a plan to deal with him as far as I can tell. They're treating him like a Nasus. They're saying, all right, you do your thing over there and we'll win the game elsewhere. And they've been on point with their dragon control, but Hecarim's going to start grouping very, very soon.
And you can see now Direwolves actually with a gold lead here as well as they pick up that second outer turret. This middle lane, outer turret is probably going to be the next point of call with the Direwolves as they transition around this map. Carbid going quite aggressive here as Choo-Choo's going to take his turn to dive in. Throws out that Mimic Sigil of Malice for a bit of damage onto Sharp, but not too much. Of course, that Athene's helping him out there as far as staying healthy.
And it's worth knowing that only outer turret left up for Direwolves to take down is this mid turret. You look down their lineup, not the best turret takers. Two melee champions. Azir kind of struggles with turrets unless he has an AD carry that can help him. Only 500 range on King. I think the bunkering up will be just fine for Legacy. You wouldn't say that wave clear is their best trait. Morgana has wave clear, but it takes time. The rest of them need to get a couple of autos in from Jinx to clear those waves.
Yeah, but you have to think that the siege potential coming through from Legacy is definitely great. If Jinx ever sees a free turret, she's going to eat through it so quickly, and those rockets giving her so much range in order to take them down from afar. Even in a siege situation, that could be dangerous. And of course, with Choo-Choos being able to delete anyone and then get the heck out, that could make things problematic for Direwolves. But you have to think that that is if Legacy are ahead, as Perfection's going to get hooked here. Dark Binding not going to find its marker's cartridge. Lets that one go a little bit wide.
And it's worth noting, as you say, a lot of lines to see. Usually you have Morgana in the support role, but it's Morgana, Thresh, and even the chains coming out from Choo-Choos. You have to be so careful when defending if you're anyone from Direwolves, specifically King. You throw 3 CCs his way, he's going to be harangued off a turret for sure.
Yeah, Void Rush is going to come in here as Perfection's looking to potentially start something up. Rek'Sai going to be off to the backside. The Sharp just going to zone some people away using his Sand Soldiers. Sharp going to get hit by that Zap. Perfection's maybe aggressed on here, but there's the Onslaught of Shadows. Carbon taken down almost immediately. Ejim off the map here as well as a double kill from King comes through. Tallywhacker gets destroyed. A triple kill now. Perfection's picking up another. And Choo-Choo's the quadra kill for King. And Direwolves turn it on.
Direwolves turn it on so quickly there. You could see the immediate burst coming out. The Hecarim was huge, but no one paid attention to King, even with the assassination kill on Choo-Choo, just backing far too aggressively. And it's amazing how a team that's been farming up, Perfection's been up the top, topping the CS charts, 208 CS already on this Hecarim. They turn it on in an instant.
Yeah, and the Dragon has just respawned here as well, so the second Dragon going to be picked up here for Direwolves. Things looking a little bit dicey here for Legacy as Direwolves have shot up to a 5,000 gold lead, almost out of nowhere. 2 turrets taken and a Dragon and an ace. Ridiculous. Let's have a look at the replay.
So watch the fight. They get Perfection low, but that's not really a big deal. He gets into the mid-fight, but watch the burst damage coming from King, who's completely allowed to run at Tallywhacker. Why aren't you running around your 80 carry? Well, it's because the rest of your team's dead.
Yeah.
And Choo-Choo's, he thinks he's all right. He's not.
Yep, that was a flash boomerang there as well. No fear at all coming out from King. And that was the first time that he's been in any fight for this game. Now 4-0-1.
Well, that's the first time Direwolves have gone aggressive the whole game. They waited 22 minutes. The Hecarim showed up with plenty of items. He's sitting on, 3,000 gold as well.
No worries.
This is fast escalating away from Legacy.
It is, and
Morgana top.
now going to go back.
Not sure what it does exactly here, Atlas, in this team comp.
No, well, it certainly didn't do very much in that last team fight, and we'll see whether they show us exactly what it's used for in the upcoming ones, because that is an outright Spirit Visage.
That's
That's
an immovable horse at this
yes,
point.
It is.
I mean, Jinx is a tank buster, so they have to respect the damage coming out from Jinx. It's not the 3-item Jinx just yet, so it doesn't have to worry too much. They doesn't have a Randuin's, but this horse is already so powerful, able to walk into the middle of a fight. The Spirit of Jet is going to be healing for so much with the added spell vamp coming through on the W. There's a lot to worry about for Legacy, and we have to remember they didn't have to commit to this Morgana top. They had options. They very quickly decided to pick up the Thresh on top of the first bit Morgana, but Chopper is dead.
Yeah, Chopper in a lot of trouble. Does Monsoon to get himself a little bit of time back, but Tallywhacker gets that one, gets excited, but King turns it around. Carbon looking for him here as well. Is he going to get 2? He does the double kill against all odds. Almost manages to pick up Ejim, who's now going to die at the hands of Soul Strikes. And this player is insane.
King is going off in the mid lane. Choo-Choo's getting out-rotated by Sharp, but here comes the teleport.
Oh, there's Choo-Choo's falling down there as well. Cardred picks it up, but it's a 1-for-1 only. Sharp manages to answer back.
That duel from King was insane. His use of the brush juking, he delayed the auto. Just wait till the end of this fight and watch his use of vision. So he manages to open up area from Carbon, and he holds onto his auto attack until Carbon is forced to face check for vision. He almost gets the triple kill on Ejin. That would have been top of Reddit in a second, but wonderful play coming out of King.
Yeah, that was incredible. Of course, if he had a little bit more life steal, might have been able to make it through that one, but of course opted for a pickaxe instead of a Vampiric Scepter, wanting to go for that last Whisper before the Bloodthirster. But you can just see that quadra kill getting King so much extra damage. And if we looked over before, that Avarice Blade wasn't even there. King only just recently picked up that...
Static Shiv?
No, it was just the boot enchantment, Alacrity enchantment on his boots, but he had the Static Shiv, had that pickaxe, and of course the Infinity Edge as well, so already just had so much damage, and now, I mean, they're going to be thinking about this horse and how huge he is in the backline because his farm is out of control, now 20 CS up on the minute count, which is just so scary coming through from this top laner. But Siva's going to be wrecking people.
I mean, she confirmed that in the fight with the quadra kill. I love the Alacrity pickup just because you could say, all right, if she had lifesteal, she could have out-lifestealed and lived in that fight. She's just doubling down that passive movement. The Fleet of Foot with the extra 15 flat move speed is going to be able to open up more space from these melee champions like Carbon and get the damage in. So it's an aggressive option. It doesn't use an item slot. Not a bad pickup from King at all.
Yeah, and it's also flat movement speed as well, so stacks multiplicatively with her ultimate.
Multiplicatively.
Yeah, thank you
A word
very
of the
much.
day from another day.
Yes, it was. But see, I learnt and I used it again.
Top marks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Papa Smithy, the word god. King going to be taking down this Gromp. But the top side looks to be where the focus is now for Direwolves as Soul Strikes can use that Void Rush to get up there. Ejim is waiting. Kadri going to take just the tip of that Boomerang. Chopper actually gets hooked here a little bit. Back into the box here as well, as he's just going to use that Monsoon to heal himself back up. But this siege may not necessarily be on, as Perfection's running around very quickly as this Horse Sharp forced to back away here as well. Going to use that E just to avoid the zap damage, and Legacy have an opportunity to start something, but Direwolves saying, nope, our support took way too much damage, let's back away.
Yeah, I mean, just the same flavor you were talking about when it comes to poking under turrets is true when they're trying to take a turret. Direwolves will struggle to take turrets with just Sivir trying to get in the autos, and if any of their squishy members eat one of these Lion CCs, we might see an overcommit coming from Perfection. So smart to back away, buy your items, get in position, because it's the dragons and the barons where Direwolves comps works the best. It's the open areas. When they're kept under a turret, a little bit more difficult for Direwolves other than the sheer turret dive.
Yeah, and we've seen Perfection's sort of Achilles heel sometimes be the fact that he just goes in on almost everything, but that time definitely playing it down just a little bit and really respecting Legacy and also knowing exactly what the comp wants to do. And they don't have to engage there. I mean, they have a lead. Why not just hold on to it? They'll wait for this dragon. This is going to be the place where they really want to hard commit onto a fight.
I mean, they have a lead, and even though it's a Jinx versus Sivir matchup, they have a scaling advantage just because, I mean, Perfection's going to run wild this game. He already is 104, 294 CS, rushing towards 300 before 30 minutes, so you know he's on a good clip. And I feel like every reference I make is a horse reference, but sometimes it's like that. And Legacy,
he's
they
on a good clippity-clop,
clippity-clop. They need to double down the vision, though, because, again, it's the picks. It's the line CC. That's all Legacy have, because in a sheer 5v5, Hecarim's basically already outscaled them.
Legacy now looking to try and get some sort of pick. Dragon, as you can see, respawning here as well. Legacy do have vision on the top side of that cliff, but down here in the pit, this Dragon going to be all for Direwolves. They're going to pull it out. Of course, no Sonic Wave's going to be making it over to pick that one up. They can have as much vision in there as they like. Super Mega Death Rocket going to come through, but not going to be enough, and Sharp is going to be the one to secure that Dragon.
Third Dragon, just for a bit more movement speed. Perfection was a bit slow this game. Now he's finally going to catch up to the enemies. Chuchu's trying to poke, but Perfection's like, what damage?
Yeah, I think he poked. Did he poke? Was that? I don't know. I think it was killing minions.
Some sort of sigil came through, but
yeah, not a lot of malice. That was a sigil of caring.
You can feel this game's impact in the neural network. You can see very aggressive tunnels towards the top of the map. But once the tunnel network moves past halfway, that's when a team's in trouble. But Soul Strikes...
Oh, speaking of in trouble, Soul Strikes is going to get taken down by a beautiful pick from Legacy. We'll see whether they can translate it into something else. As King, he's going to get flashed on. Ejim, just the tip of the hook, going to pick that one up as Tallywhacker going to throw out those chompers. Actually flashing forward. That Emperor's Divide was stunning. And no one able to get over the wall.
Yeah, two people tried to first flash and then distort over the wall, bounced back. That interaction definitely doesn't work.
Now I understand the name of that ability.
Yes.
Because that looked pretty distorted.
But I mean, Direwolves, the one thing that we said Legacy could do is get those picks with the line CC. They pick up too quickly, and they relieve pressure. They'll also pick up maybe an outer turret here as well. Big for Legacy.
Huge as Ejim and Carbon going to push down this outer turret. Direwolves, they don't want to let it go as the Lantern is going to get picked up here from Carbon, and he is going to be able to survive for yet another day. But as is the outer turret there in the mid lane, of course, 3 turrets now gone on the side of Legacy, but on the side of Direwolves. But that's not true, because 2 of them are Sun turrets.
Yes, there is only the 1 turret down, so that's a global gold. It's 6,000 advantage. A lot of that global gold is 4 turrets down for Direwolves.
And 100 CS in the lead in the top side of the map.
This is it's getting disgusting how big Hecarim is at this point. Perfection, he can do this. He's one of the few top laners in the OPL that's really shown that if you let him go off, if you give him a matchup like this where there's not a lot of pressure on him, he can just farm it up. His laning mechanics are wonderful. And okay, I mean, his teamfight rotations, they're not perfect yet, but when you have such strong laning, there's just so much to work with on a player like this.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not that difficult to press that F button and just get in amongst the fight as well. Has that teleport available. Ejim taking a fair bit of damage as Chompers come down. Not even going to get spell shielded as they're not going to get procced just yet. And Legacy now on the back foot once more. We'll see whether they can get another pick, get themselves into this one as King takes down that Gromp. Now has himself a little bit of life steal and nice spell shield work there as well to block out that sigil as the wave clear is on now from Tallywhacker. He is able to clear out these waves very, very well, of course. Has that static shiv as well as those rockets to really get that AoE happening.
It's worth noting also that Perfection's level 17.5.
My goodness. And you have a look around here at these solo laners. 14 for Choo-Choo's. You can see 14 for Cardred now as well. And man, Perfections. He's just playing in a different time of this game right now.
There's no point split pushing against him. He's free in any lane to just farm up. Legacy, they need to get a pick. They need to punish Direwolves for the 4-1 split. They haven't got it yet, and they might lose their inner turret.
Oh, wow. That death sentence was so incredibly close as Ejim uncharacteristically misses that one. Soul Strike's now looking to try and get some Prey Seekers down. Dark Binding not going to find it. Perfections has made his way around here. And you can see conceding the inner turret as Perfections now just... He doesn't even care. Has the Frozen Heart. Those towers are just tickling him.
He's sitting on 1,500 gold. He can buy whatever he wants. Choo-Choo's is doing his best. This was Choo-Choo's who really turned the last game on the head with smart pick play. He's required to do so much, but it's a different scenario. The frontliners are very, very tanky, and at 1-2-2, he just doesn't have the items to delete a frontliner. The Void Staff will help with, say, Soul Strikes perhaps on the Rex side, but Perfection's not dying anytime soon.
No, I think they're going to need like 7 items to beat this Hecarim at this stage. Especially, of course, is going to have almost all of his abilities maxed out. Only 1 left. And man, this horse is just getting terrifying. 350 CS now at 32 minutes.
And
I mean, yeah, we were talking about King's Farm. Yeah, Perfections is amazing too.
Yeah, the GPM stats for Direwolves across the board are very, very impressive. Perfection, the one thing you can say is also interesting for this game is that they're sitting on 3 dragons. The 4th one comes up soon. You're getting definitely the 2015 flavor of League of Legends where, sure, this team can't siege very well, but when you pick up a 5th dragon, it doesn't really matter. They're almost at the stage now where they have 2 frontliners that can completely disregard turret damage. And you saw with the Scion bans, those sort of champions are of high priority or banned. But Hecarim, he's definitely not too worried about taking any damage.
Oh no, just going to head back to base now and probably spend all of that gold that he's picked up. We'll see what he does decide to go with next. Could potentially be either a Banshee's Veil or actually he's just going to pick up a Brutalizer. So going for that Ghostblade. No bad.
I'm surprised. I would have probably preferred to see the Giant's Belt towards a Randuin's just to completely shrug off a turret and do his best Scion impression. But a bit more damage. Maybe that'll be relevant in the fight. Maybe it gives him some assassination potential straight onto Tallywhacker.
Yeah, of course. When you do blow the active as well, gives you movement speed. So we do like talking about the fact that there's so many synergies with this Hecarim getting attack damage from his movement speed, but there it is, yet again.
Where's the Zillion, though?
I know, if only.
Missed opportunity. Would completely ruin their comp, but make them really fast.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sharp. We're going to have to get Cheese onto the team. Who plays No, I'm sure Sharp can play it. Don't even worry about it. Zhonya's Hourglass, speaking of Sharp, is going to be completed now for this AZ. You can see as well, actually, Choo-Choo's quite far ahead as far as items are concerned, as he has his 3 big item pickups. Perfections was looking for that blue buff, but Cardred going to be able to secure that one and lock it down for Choo-Choo. Soul Strikes makes his way down to this bottom side. You can see Carbon might be in trouble, but it's Ejim that's the focus in the backside. Teleport going to get cancelled here, and Ejim, you are most definitely dead. Carbon, he's going to be exhausted. It's a decent kick in the flash, but not going to be here, as the Onslaught of Shadows just going to definitely secure that kill. And 3 dead, actually, is Tallywhacker. He was taken down somewhere previously.
And the significant part of that fight was actually off screen, is that King ran at Tallywhacker and assassinated him himself. Nothing a Jinx can do in a 1v1 situation against a Sivir who's overfarmed, 7-2-4 now, had the item advantage. And look, there was no peel. Ejim wasn't next to him. No landing comes through. Instant kill.
Oh, Choo-Choo's looking to try and come in and do something to this dragon. Soul Strike's taking a lot of damage. Choo-Choo's picks up the kill. Now looks to try and secure dragon as well, but Perfections, he's here. He's going to be able to lock that one away. The distortion not available to be reacted to, and Sharp just going to come around and give Perfections a hand. And that's 4 dragons now for the Direwolves, and they have Legacy on a clock. You can see as well, Baron, another possible vantage point for Direwolves to get some more pushing power from. You can see they're now trying to get some vision around there. Ejim, of course, respawning and trying to do his best work to try and get some vision down. But Direwolves, you have to think, are probably just going to sweep that one out very soon.
Yeah, they're just happy to go top and farm those Perfection. They're not on a clock. They're not on a clock at all, Direwolves, whether implied from the 5th dragon buff or in terms of team comp. Hecarim's completely gone off. Sivir in the late game, she won't be Jinx, but in accentuating the strong frontline she has, is going to be doing just fine in terms of damage. And Tallywhacker, he's just been struggling. Like, there's plenty of AD items. He's building up the damage, but his team has not been able to peel for him whatsoever.
And it's just so difficult to peel away Perfections on this Hecarim as well, who now has that Ghost Blade completed. You have to think that he's just able to get anywhere he wants. And in this type of team comp that Legacy are trying to run, what they want to do is have Telewacker be untouchable in that backline with shields, with the fact that they have so much fantastic peel here as well. But they just haven't got to a stage where they can utilize that part of their comp.
Well, I mean, the big issue is that if she's at the back and dealing with a diver, they've got excellent disengage between Ejim, the Black Shield, but against AoE threats like Hecarim, they don't have that much to offer. It's not linear engage coming out from divers. They have a lot of different options, and everyone will be closing the distance with the On the Hunt. So here we go.
Speaking of the On the Hunt, Telewacker was there for a sec. Ejim as well. The amount of damage coming out of this lineup is absolutely insane. Direwolves now, look at Carbon. Half of his health from one crit. Triple kill now for King. I have no idea how to talk anymore because that was too much damage.
Yeah, I actually verbally gasped as instantly died, did Telewacker. The burst coming out, the devastating charge Trinity Force proc, and a crit coming out from King, and he was dead.
Oh yeah, I thought that was just one crit. King is just doing so much work. That Baron just evaporates here as well as Choo-Choo's. He gets knocked up. Perfections looks for the kills, but Soul Strikes locks that one down. And Direwolves now just looking to find a way to end this game. Have the Baron, and they have the pushing advantage with 3 still dead and Choo-Choo's with another 40 seconds in the Death Chamber. You have to think this could be an easy inhibitor.
Yeah, Choo-Choo's doing his best to provide a lone hand. He understands that he's the only one on the map with enough mobility and pick pressure to cause havoc and really unseat the Direwolves. But Direwolves, they pick him up, they can disregard everyone else. Azir's not even at this fight, but with Perfection as he is, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, he's just going to launch himself in there, of course, taking almost no damage from the Hyper Carry Jinx, and now just going to launch himself out. Cardred in a bit of trouble. Soul Shackles sort of came through, but I'm not sure whether it did anything as Legacy trying to hold off the onslaught. King with shields for days, just going to be tearing through the members of Legacy. And again, back to that Death Chamber. Only 2 there at the moment. They do have a little bit of wave clear here, but King, he is so hyper-aggressive. That Boomerang almost finishing Telewacker on its own. Oh my gosh, how did that even happen? Spell shielding so much of that damage. And Direwolves just going to end it here. It looks like the Onslaught of Shadows to come through as well. Another double kill. King runs onto the fountain because why the heck not? And Telewacker is the last man standing, going to try and do what he can. Gets exhausted for his trouble. Perfections dives in as well. But, of course, this horse, so amazing. Able just to sidestep that Super Mega Death Rocket. And Direwolves, what a dominating performance and perfect knowledge of their power spikes in that comp.
What a graceful sidestep and kind of typified everything about Perfection's game. Legacy, though, this is what we said at Champions Day. We're like, who's going to deal with this Hecarim? The answer was nobody. Like, nobody could do anything. The Morgana was just kind of flummoxed. They didn't get the lane swap off. Despite the fact that they had the 3 buffs start, Carbon tried to double down with taking enemy buffs and was very successful. But they just couldn't ever force more than just taking a neutral or 2. And Hecarim outscaled everyone.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but let's have a look at a replay just to see how the Direwolves did it. And this is King with the sweet outplay.
So this is a very low kill game. It's only 8 kills at 23 minutes. The Direwolves, they're already significantly ahead of gold. I mean, so much of it's already on the Hecarim, but we'll roll the tape here. As King is going to get ganked. That's what's going to happen here, is that King will get ganked very, very shortly. As you see, Legacy are the first to react to the situation. Chuffer gets picked. He does fall, but this is when King goes so massive. So he uses extra auto weaving, but just watch him holding on to his autos in vision. He doesn't have any lifesteal, but he opens up space so well. And King, you know, we spent a lot of time talking about Perfection because your eyes are kind of drawn to a massive horsey running around getting a million CS. But King, sometimes that Sivir pick doesn't work, and Jinx has been a really good champion for shutting down a Sivir.
Yeah.
But from that quadra kill onwards, King went off that game.
Yeah, and there was the fact that Perfections was causing so much of a ruckus in these fights as well that the short range of Sivir didn't matter quite as much. As long as you could pop that on the hunt, get everyone in there, in amongst it, and their just team synergy was so beautiful. And Sharp also doing a lot of work there as well. A lot of his walls were fantastic, but GG well played to the Direwolves. Played out that comp fantastically. We still do have 2 more games coming up, though, today, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it is going to be Team Immunity taking on a struggling Fornot, and we'll see whether Fornot can have a repeat performance of the OCS when they manage to take down Immunity for their first spot. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Professional League. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Julian Pastry-Time Car for our sweet double play-by-play casting action. And we're here for our next game. Of course, our third game of the night, Fortnite versus Immunity. But first, let's look at our MVP. And, of course, it went to King, who was doing some sweet plays on the low-range Sivir.
Yeah, just an insane score again. 13, 3, and 5 there as Sivir, really proving that one of the strongest up-and-coming carries here in the OPL. You know, we look to some players we know. Talawaka swapping from the top looks strong. Raider, of course, been strong forever. But this King guy, he's new but very impressive from the Wolves.
Oh, yeah, doing fantastic. And you saw in that last replay, able to do some sweet outplaying maneuvers as well. Thinking that Chuffer got caught out. No. Doesn't matter. Just gets turned around immediately by King, and he looked brilliant doing it.
Yeah, we've had so much fun watching the LP. We'd love to know how you guys at home are watching as well. So go ahead, get on Twitter, and use the hashtag IamOP on Twitter. It's a picture of what you're doing. Are you sitting at home? Are you hanging out with friends? Are you out somewhere? We'd definitely love to see how you're setting things up.
Are you on a mountain? Are you underwater?
Do you happen? Yeah, maybe on a train.
In fact, if you are underwater, please definitely send us a picture, because I want to see how you're managing to do that. Like, definitely, yeah, if you are underwater, don't ignore this. Please.
Yeah, it's not a competition, but the more impressive photos, we'll give you, I don't know.
Yep.
More favorites on Twitter. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I'll look at it and write you a tweet saying you're really cool at stuff.
You'll see the joy in his face as we go through the game here. As we are, of course, going to move into our next matchup as well. Fortnite versus IAM. Going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and Fortnite versus Immunity. Fortnite managing to kick Immunity into the lower bracket here in the OCS on their way into the OPL here. And Fortnite managing to breeze their way through in their first 2 victories. Of course, haven't had the best run thus far, but Immunity, this could be their old rival here, come back to bite them once more.
Yeah, it could be. I think we have a highlight clip as well to pull up, just of watching through Fortnite's form, in the form. Remember, Immunity got 2-0'd by Fortnite in the last game. So this is from Challenger, remember, from Fortnite's upper bracket qualification match, where they actually 2-0'd Immunity to qualify and be one of the first teams to actually, I believe, the second overall to actually go in for the OPL.
Yeah, exactly right. And they did it by getting an inhibitor at 20 minutes, just with superior rotation. You can see right now, Carlos has got just eats the damage, doesn't care about it. They tank up this turret, take down an inhibitor very, very soon. In the meantime, Uber Giants, bro, was dying to the turret in the mid lane when they were trying to trade. This inhibitor falls down, and it was at that point that Immunity just fell apart. And in Game 2, things weren't looking the same for Immunity. Fortnite just ran over them in that particular one, but we'll see whether Fortnite can do it again, or whether Immunity, they've sort of caught themselves back up and they've got their minds in this game.
Yeah, and it was just such aware play and really strong, just strategic play by Fortnite, and we haven't really seen it again so far in the OPL. No. They're struggling a little bit to maybe make that transition from the challenger level up to the OPL at the professional level. And honestly, for Fortnite, especially in most of that qualifier, but especially in that series against Immunity, it was all about the mid-jungle synergy. But Moya and Naya just haven't looked the same since they've entered the OPL.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, of course, Moya in that game going 6-1-7, I believe, on that Orianna, just hasn't had the same performance on that champion where he looked so comfortable previously, and we'll see whether he can get back onto that form, because of course we know that he can. We've seen it before, even against this team, and we'll see whether Cheese is the one that makes the difference, because of course he wasn't on the lineup. It was with their old mid laner Claire when they first played off against one another, and Cheese going to offer a different flavor here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Immunity seems to have kind of worked out a lot of the kinks, it feels like, and just seemed like a much smoother team, especially after a bit of a bumpy first few games.
Yeah, a little bit bumpy, but we are, of course, into Champion Select, and Rek'Sai, she's just not going to be seen in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Rek'Sai obviously nerfed on this patch, but still very strong. A lot of junglers, especially in the OPL, really going to that champion as one of their go-tos, and makes sense there. Zai played it very strong in the last round, going to ban it away. Yep,
Nidalee going to be taken off the board here as well, probably aimed at Naya here, as Nidalee has been seeing a lot of her play there in the jungle, but of course, Moya, comfort champion.
Yeah, he loves Nidalee as well, and that's sort of the weird thing about Fortnite in general, is they've got some pretty unique picks, I guess we'll say. They look very comfortable in their champions, but this may be Moya's issue, is that Nidalee's sort of been picked up as a jungler. Orianna just not that strong against all the assassins that are getting played, and even the likes of Xerath can struggle a bit in that matchup as well. So when both of your strong champions in the mid lane aren't really seeing play or getting taken away from you in other picks, your champion pool just looks a little difficult, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Lissandra going to be taken off the board here, and that's just a pretty standard ban. You're not going to see, that on any surprise on our faces after that one came through. Ari taken off the board yet again, and we'll see whether Immunity mix it up for their last ban as Na gets taken away from JK Smithy. A little bit interesting, of course. JK Smithy has a lot of options, and Aurelia has been something that he's looked fantastic on, even though they didn't quite manage to win that first game. But we'll see what Immunity go with. Are they going to ban Amumu? Are they going to ban Wukong?
I don't think so. It'd be lovely to see some sort of target ban,
it.
but we've seen a lot of standard bans so far today in the OPL, and I'll see what Immunity want to go for. Ari, of course, very strong. You mentioned Lissandra, 2 very standard bans on this patch. Kind of weird to ban now when you have a strong Aurelia player in your team, but just such a strong champion. I guess it's Fortnite that banned it away.
Yeah.
So that would make sense.
And they're going to insta-lock that Aurelia here as well. Carlos is God actually doing some work on that one, of course. Didn't actually manage to win with it here in the OPL. Actually lost a game, but did go 2-0 on that champion in the OCS on his way up here. So very, very comfortable on that one. Immunity now have an opportunity to answer back. And we'll see what JK Smithy takes into it. Of course, a Malphite player could take it into
I mean, that's his most common pick here, and it's funny. Aurelia is such a good pick here on the blue side for Fortnite because it takes it away from JK Smithy. It effectively blocks the Rumble pick because Rumble's kind of no good against Aurelia in lane. And, you know, you can play Malphite. JK Smithy's done it quite a lot. If you really wanted to go deep, I guess you could play Vladimir as his other standby champion. But JK Smithy,
done it before.
He has to make some choices here, and we'll see what he wants to go for.
Yeah, at the moment, not going to make that decision, though, unless he's going to take that Janna into the top lane, and he's going to lock that one away for T-Gun. Again, T-Gun, you know, cops a little bit on the old social media for playing that Janna, but the last play that we saw out of T-Gun on Janna was unbelievably good.
I mean, as aggressive as he wants to be as a support player, like, he's still a very solid Janna player. Like, just because we might know him more for the Blitzcrank, the Alistars, the Leon is more aggressive, supports Thresh as well. He's still a fine Janna player here, and you can tell that Immunity really value it as a high-tier pick because they constantly first pick it.
Yeah, they do, and locking away the Jarvan as well here for Zahi has seen a little bit of success on that one, but in response, Fortnite straight away with Kalista and Annie, the really powerful bottom lane. And I mean, that Annie could be going into the mid lane there as well, but of course, so strong. Just throw an Annie into the team and just drop a Tibbers on him as well. That is so much CC.
Yeah, great against Janna as well. We always talk about wanting to have hard engage for Janna and making sure you can get back on top of her because she's so good at disengaging with her ultimate. So you'd normally think Annie actually struggles a little bit in that department because you go in, Tibbers someone, and then everyone gets ulted out. You're like, well, that didn't do anything. But Fate's Call actually gives you another re-engage option. So really cool synergy. We talk about Annie Kalista all the time. Super powerful bottom lane. And for me, I'm very happy to see CNJ on, you know, not Ezreal or Graves, basically, because he's not on his comfort champions, but he's starting to play more, and Fortnite in general starting to play the meta more, and they are getting more comfortable as a team.
Yeah, it's very true, and CNJ also loves these sort of short-range AD carries, really great at dancing around these fights. Of course, was an Ezreal main, picked up a lot of his wins on that champion, and knows where to position in these fights to get the maximum out of his champion. And no surprises, Cheese going to be locking in that Malphite for the top lane, and Uber Bro going with the Sivir, so wanting to try and punish this Kalista.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really strong pick in general. We've seen Kalista into Sivir, other way around, I guess. Sivir into Kalista almost a million times at this point. Malphite, the predicted pick, I guess, there for JK Smithy. It's his other comfort champion. It's quite good against Aurelia, at least even for the most part, even if it's not the most glamorous looking lane for Malphite. But Sivir's great here. We've talked a lot about how Immunity, and Uber is back, by the way. Didn't have to.
Yeah. So not using Supernova for this game.
I guess he just wasn't available for the first game because he's now back. Going to be on the Sivir that he's known for here. And the last time we saw Immunity do this with a Malphite, they picked a very high damage mid lane. I don't think we're going to see Swain again, but there's possibilities here. Cheese does need to play something with a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, I mean, high consistent damage as well that comes through from that Swain. And if you can lock people down and if you can keep walking at them, with that on the hunt available as well. I mean, Swain is a fantastic pick, but Fortnite, if they pick up this Xerath, is that going to deter them from the Swain pick?
I mean, probably. I don't think you play Swain into Xerath in general. I mean, Xerath's a very strong blind pick just because he's almost always good in different situations. Like, you never really, like, what are you going to pick in a Xerath that you're really worried about, right? Like, Lulu's kind of but you can kind of counter push. LeBlanc's a little scary, but you can navigate the matchup reasonably well. So it's just a matter of what they want to take here. They've got almost any option here. Xerath's very safe, but at least for Immunity have basically any option they want as far as mid lanes go.
Yeah, and that wasn't actually a Draven lock-in, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to remake this champion select, as I think Zeldo was a little bit too late as far as being able to lock in a champion, and I'm not sure whether it was actually connected there. So we are going to just try again. We'll see what's going on, and we'll try and get the game back for you ASAP.
Yeah, but should have all the other picks in there as well. And again, Immunity lining up a really nice comp. Their mid lane is going to complete a lot of what happens there, so I'm really curious to see what Cheese plays. But I like what Fortnite are doing as well. I like that CNJ is on a champion like Kalista. Yeah. We mentioned he's an Ezreal player. For me, Kalista has a lot of overlap with Ezreal as far as mobility goes. You know, it's a short-range mobile carry, but does a lot more damage, especially if you can snowball team fights. And again, Fortnite, they've started to play more standard, I guess. I don't know if that's good for them necessarily because they look so comfortable on the Wukong, on the Orianna, but they're at least trying to change things up. They recognize that they're getting beaten by a lot of the standard picks. And you know what? They're trying to adapt to these pro players.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen the pickup that's going to be going into that top lane yet. Into that jungle yet either. So Naya could hop on to one of his sort of comfort champions like that Amumu, like that Wukong, and really get in amongst it and really disrupt things. Because you can imagine if he's successful in doing that, it's going to make the options of jumping onto this Kalista a little bit more difficult.
I mean, that's sort of the thing I think in general about Fortnite is that when their jungler doesn't look on top of his game, things look a little shaky in general.
Yeah.
I mean, the jungler often leads a team, especially as far as early games go. So it makes a lot of sense that Naya is sort of the player that wants to be very proactive here. And he's had some fine games, but like, Fortnite have just not quite been able to close. They've looked better and better. The fact that they almost beat Chiefs there in that game was very strong performance, but it's still a few more things need to work out for them, and they're getting there, absolutely. So very curious to see how they approach the rest of this draft.
Yeah, and so far their draft has been looking fantastic. We'll see what they do decide to lock in as far as that mid lane pick is concerned, whether it is going to be that Xerath, but I like that pickup for Moya. It does fit his playstyle quite well. Of course, very safe, able to sit back and farm and then be strong in the late game, and of course fits with sort of Nidalee. You're going to throw out long-range skill shots. And Orianna, of course, the classic safe mid laner. So pretty standard decision-making, and you could imagine that his playstyle going to really fit that Xerath.
Yeah, I almost feel like Orianna's kind of getting pushed out of the meta, it feels like. She still does the same thing, but, I mean, it's a little awkward. You kind of have to wait to get your power spikes going. You really need 2 items as Orianna. You need your death cap to really get things going. I guess if you're going a little bit better, you can go as Zhonya's if you're really scared. But if you don't have your good damage items, you kind of walk into a mid-game dragon fight and just tickle the opponent. And that's not really what you want to be doing with a high-impact ultimate.
It's sort of like you're throwing them around a little bit. So you're going to juggle them, and then they're going to fall down and kill you.
Yeah, I mean, if you have other ways to combo with the ultimate, absolutely. But Orianna's not a support. Like, no one takes that champion just for the ultimate, even as high impact as it is. So mid laners in general, we're seeing a lot of 2 or 2.5 threat comps because when you get a 5th dragon, you can like justify to your team that you don't scale as well with an extra threat because you can just get dragon and everyone scales all of a sudden. So there's a lot of options here, but you want to make sure you keep control of the mid game. Fortnite have looked best when they're on top of the early mid game. So again, I like to see Naya be proactive and everyone else just, play solid because they've looked solid. That's probably the best way to describe Fortnite.
Yeah, that's true. And do you think the answer here is getting Naya on something that's a little bit stronger in that early game, something that doesn't necessarily need to farm up until that 6 point? What do you think that his sort of decision that he has to make is here on as far as the jungle pick?
I like his Lee Sin a lot, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out. He's played again. He's got a very good champion pool. I don't know if it's him, like if he played a lot of tanks traditionally, adapting to maybe how the rest of the meta goes. But his Lee Sin's looks great. Vi would be fine as well, though that's definitely mixed success for a lot of different players in the OPL, and they don't really need it against Sivir. It's a little awkward. So there's options here for now. I think if I have to pick in the dark, I want to go with Lee Sin, but we'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, we shall see. But of course, we are back into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, and Naya's decision
Never mind.
was Sejuani. And
I actually like this a lot.
We're back to the promised land.
We are.
He's
playing his style. I guess that's the thing. If C&J is going to play a little more standard, if Moya's maybe going to play a little more standard as well, they have to mix it up somewhere. Again, Fortnite look good on their comfort champions. Sejuani basically a Mumu as far as the kits work out.
And you get to do it from a lot further away as well. You don't need to be right in amongst it. It's a little bit safer. Just throw out that Glacial Tomb and just a Glacial Prison, which is a little bit confusing when compared to Frozen Tomb from Lissandra. But thank goodness she's not here. And Swain.
He did it. He did it again.
He did. That's what I mentioned. Back to the promised land.
Oh, that's what that was. I thought you were talking about Sejuani.
I mean, it's a promised land on both sides. Let's be honest. Oh, man.
I mean, both teams certainly in their comfort zones. You have to think. This is, I think, a full 5-man run back of the comp that Immunity played when they played Swain. And it's a good comp. It was almost a joke before that he's playing his trademark champion. It's in a good matchup against Kassadin. But I am apparently just happy to take it into anything when they get these 5 champions. I'm pretty sure they played this exact 5. Maybe Zahi's jungler was something slightly different, but they've got lots of good pick potential. Civ is really good at enabling, again, the high sustained damage AP carry like Swain. I mean, this isn't just a one-trick pony from Immunity anymore. This is a comp that they've practiced.
Yeah, and I think there was only sort of one difference. I think it might have been switch out Malphite for Aurelia or something like that, but you're exactly right.
It was definitely Malphite.
Oh, was it Malphite?
Yeah, because you have to...
Well, then I think it's the same.
You have to make up the kind of low-damage Malphite, because Aurelia does a lot more damage with Swain, and that's sort of how the comp works. It's really, really pretty to watch.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and T-Gun again on this general. We'll see whether he's going to have those sweet mid-game plays as well, because, man... That was amazing. And look, we've got a tweet coming in. Honestly, for not having no victories is the most amazing thing to happen so far in the OPL. Hopefully, we're not the first to fall. And that's actually T-Gun saying that. So a lot of respect to his opponents right now.
Yeah, kind of understands what's going on. I mean, I think I am especially. They have a lot of pride as a team. T-Gun especially as a player. Don't want to come in and lose this game. Fortnite, of course, would love a win. And Immunity just, frankly, don't want to be the team that gives it to them. And Fortnite have looked stronger and stronger. I think Immunity, maybe even after the last game that Fortnite played, like, you know what? This team's looking a lot better now. We have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, it's true. And like you mentioned, the Chiefs game. So we'll see whether Fortnite are sort of back on form and whether this is going to catapult them into form as well. If they get a win here, you could see Fortnite react to it. They play after this as well. They've got their next matchup, which is arguably a little bit of a step up. And we'll see whether that's going to be what gets them into this one.
Yeah, and I actually love the comp they put together as well. It's a lot of comfort here in general. Carlson's God looks very comfortable on Aurelia, so I like that he's taking it here again. And again, like, something had to give here. Xerath is like a semi-control mage with a lot of good long-range poke. Yeah. And Annie sort of needs a way to get in, but they don't have Sivir. And Callista also needs a way to protect herself so she can get into the backlines and start getting Rens off. So Dwan is actually a really good way to link all of that together.
Yeah, because you just freeze them here. Everything will be fine. It also gives massive synergy to that mid lane as well once 6 is hit on both because, of course, right at the Arcane, pretty difficult to miss a champion that's locked in place.
Yeah, and Sejuani, like, much like Nautilus and a lot of these other tank junglers, just has like a whole train of CC that she throws at you. She's got multiple slows, she's got a knock-up on EQ, and of course the ulti, which you can initiate from for very long range. So if Sejuani gets in, lands an ulti, and he's probably guaranteed to land the flash stun after that, then a single target stun from Xerath can come in, then Aurelia can dive in on someone, Xerath can land a slow, Sejuani can get in for the knock. You see what I'm getting at? And even Fate's Call works here as well, actually. That's a really good follow-up to Sejuani's ultimate.
Yeah, so we could say that gets in there as well, and so much getting in, which is going to be incredibly exciting. We'll see whether they're going to actually be able to get in on top of this team, which I wouldn't actually want to get on top of. Of course, Malphite, Swain, Janna, you're not going to get in on a Janna because she's just going to press Monsoon and you're going to be out again. So it could be very scary. Plus, on the hunt, I mean, they want to be the ones acting here. You have to think, is it going to be sort of Immunity wanting to get these fights started? Or, as you mentioned, is it going to be Fortnite wanting to start? Or is it all about this early game and how that goes as to who's going to be on the offensive?
Well, if we have sort of a slower early game especially, then the mid game's going to be insane because there's so much hard engage between these two teams.
Yeah.
Janna notwithstanding, we've seen what they do with Sivir and Swain when he slows people down and gets never moves going. We've seen what Juv and Malphite obviously have great initiation as well. And to be honest, I like that Fortnite have almost overpicked on hard engage to try and counter Janna. If you play something like Lee Sin into Janna, you're just going to get monsooned out every single time and have a bad day. But Naya, actually has enough CC to get in on T-Gun's Janna and make sure they can actually initiate on this team. So they've sort of overdone the CC route, but it's not like Immunity can't answer with their comp of their own.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And maybe that's what Naya's thinking was as far as not picking that Amumu was concerned. That's why I sort of did the old chin grab here, because you can't get in amongst it if you're in a move because you have to be right on top of this, Janna. You just get monsooned out. But, of course, you don't need to worry about it if you're Sejuani. You just throw in that prison, and they're all going to get stunned. You don't need to have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, Amumu and Sejuani being very similar. The trade-offs you probably get are Amumu's overall damage output's probably a little bit higher, but Sejuani trades quite a bit more CC for it. So it's not as super high impact as Amumu's ultimate, but Sejuani's ultimate's very good. It's a little narrower, sort of, a massive AoE like Curse of the Sad Mummy, but does the job for sure.
Oh, yeah, and a little bit more difficult to land as well, of course. If you're Amumu, you just need to sort of be there and then press R, whereas you actually have to hit someone if you do throw out that Glacial Prison. So a little bit more technically difficult.
Yeah, you want to get really keen, just hit that Ghost on a Amumu, go in there. Don't even have to banish toss, just run at them.
Who even banish tosses these days? I don't do that. I take Flash Ghost and then still jungle.
How do you... Okay, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I've had a rough experience on the Rift. I was talking about my AD Thresh just before, and that wasn't working out either, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I should take some hints from these
I can
people.
tell you that unlike your recent drafts in games, these guys actually have really solid stuff. So I'm very excited for this team comps. Again, the theme of just in general this patch, but also today, seems to be very strong mid-game. And that's what both these teams have. There's some decent scaling back and forth. There's a lot of team fight here between these two teams. That's probably one of the most unique things about them as teams is that they both love to actually take team fight compositions against each other. We see a lot more pick and a lot more just mid-game strength and more general AoE rather than team fight AoE. But both Immunity and Fauna really like to fight with high-impact ultimates. We talk about Malphite. We talk about a Moo. Like, these are ultis that you're getting into really fight 5v5 with.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. One thing I want to touch on is the fact CNJ picking up Kalista for the first time that we've seen so far. The answer coming through from JK Smithy, very standard pickup for him, but you have to think that that's also tailored around this Kalista pick just a little bit, because that Frozen Heart does kind of act like a slow that's in an AoE for a Kalista, because of course she's not going to be able to jump as much with that attack speed slowed. Unstoppable Force able to go right on top of this Kalista. As we're hopping onto the Rift, I think that Malphite pick might just be their secondary Vi option.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Kalista not really being able to tank Vus very effectively, and that's sort of the same idea, right? Where even if Malphite misses the ulti on Kalista, he's still in amongst the team enough. He's CC'd some people, and if he's got his Frozen Heart, he's going to be there using an aura. We talk about Sion getting in there, disrupting carries just by existing. Malphite kind of does the same thing.
Yeah, just needs to be there. Be there around, holding the hand of his team. And having on the hunt here as well is really going to help him out. You can see JK Smithy already hanging out here on the top side. Everyone just forming a line. Not going to have any lane swaps coming through, of course. No invades to come down either, as Zaldo just looking at his AD carry, who's looking a little bit tired.
Yeah, and we've talked about it already, but the comps from the immunity comp that Immunity puts together here is just unbelievable. Every single time they play the Sivir Malphite Swain, I just get goosebumps because it's such a clever comp. The synergy is so beautiful, pretty much across all 5 champions. So immunity is something they've now practiced. They've clearly put a lot of thought and work into. It's just a matter of Fortnite here, again, also look very comfortable. We'll see how things go. And for me, how's Naya's jungle going to go? Because again, he's the biggest influence, I feel like, as far as Fortnite look, and he's on a very influential champion with Sejuani.
Yeah, it's true. And is Naya sort of in a little bit of trouble here as well against the early game pressure from Zahi?
I mean, potentially. I'm curious to see how aggressive Zahi wants to get. Traditionally, he does like getting aggressive in the jungle and fighting the enemy jungler. Had a little bit of less of that in that last game there, but I mean, he's on a good champion to do it here. And if you're going to disrupt the jungler, Sejuani is a very good one to interrupt.
Oh, most definitely. Got the stun to come through straight away. Zaldo going to help out with this one. You can see Naya not going down very low. He's going to easily be able to do a lot of work to this red buff when that one comes down as well. Zahi transferring over to his blue. So both of our junglers starting on the same side, grabbing the leash from the bot lane. Pretty standard stuff, as we can see. CNJ just going to try and clear out this wave as much as he possibly can. Of course, Uberbro with a lot more pushing power here in the early stages. You can see CNJ taking that Sentinel, that W first up, just so that he can have the extra % health damage that Zaldo can help him with that last hits with. T-Gun doing a lot of damage now, actually shielding himself up and just harassing Zaldo out of this lane.
Yeah, this matchup's really interesting. T-Gun's actually doing an excellent job of zoning off anyway. She doesn't really present much of a threat. T-Gun's freely able to get in the lane and just auto-attack down and use the shield if he has to for aggression as well. A very weird lane with Kalista, Sivir, where Sivir does get ahead eventually, but Kalista's level 2 especially is very good. Sivir doesn't really have a good answer to Rend in the early levels, but once she does get more levels into that Boomerang Blade and has the Ricochet and especially more AD, Kalista just kind of results to be like, okay, I'm getting pushed in, fine.
Yep, that's okay. JK Smithy, pretty happy just to be shoved in here, you have to think, against Carlos's God. He's doing some decent harass back here as the Equilibrium Strike does get used, but you can assume that JK Smithy is just going to be wanting to farm underneath that tower. Does have that ground slam if he wants to push out the wave, but you can see the Flask is going to be easily enough, and it's probably just going to be a tank off here on the top side. Cheese hasn't gone too aggressive thus far. Has taken a fair bit of damage, but been very conservative with his mana. Of course, Swain loves to eat through that, especially after 6, but even in the early levels, if you're spamming that Torment over and over again, you are going to be eating up some of that mana. Well,
this is a really interesting mid lane matchup because we talk a lot when we see Xerath about respecting Xerath's range, because if you get into trade with Xerath and you don't trade correctly, you eat so much damage on the way up between the stun, the slow, and just a general low cooldown Q poke damage. So,
speaking of poke damage, T-Gun takes a lot of damage, but Zaldo forced to use that heal. First blood from CNJ though, as T-Gun goes down, getting the Ren sets here onto Uberbro as well, as CNJ wants to continue the onslaught. That was beautifully played, and did you see the use of that passive proc from the Sentinel there as well? Beautiful Kalista play in the bundle lane.
Yeah, really smart stuff. I mean, that was almost surprising how quickly T-Gun died, but John is pretty squishy. And again, Kalista, no joke in the early levels with that Rend. It just does so much damage.
Yeah, of course, doesn't quite have the power spike, but you can see another gank here in the mid lane as the Never Move going to hit down onto Moya. The Ignite's there as well, and Cheese Of course he does. Picks up the first kill for Immunity.
Yeah, and one wonderful trade there in the bottom lane is traded for a beautiful gank by Zahi in the mid lane. Unfortunately, Moya flashed a little too late, and the never move already got him after that. Zahi roamed around beautifully, and pretty easy to land a skill shot when Zahi's already knocking up your target for you.
Oh, yeah. And Naya just going to try and soak up this experience here in the mid lane as Cheese able to farm out all of these minions and head back to base. Catches himself back up where, of course, Moya did have control of that lane prior. Naya now just whirling her little sword around.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about respecting Ranger with Xerath, when Swain gets in, he does a lot of damage, even in the early levels. So, I mean, Cheese, they just got all the help he could want. Jarvan's such a good gank assist for Swain because they have so much CC they can combo together. They both have skill shot snares, basically, or knockups with the W for Swain and the EQ combo for Jarvan, but they both have slows to help combo in there as well. So, if one of the CCs lands, almost all of the rest of them land as well.
Yeah, and when you're a Xerath as well, not too many options as far as getting out. If someone gets in his face, generally things are going to be a problem. And of course, in the pure Cheese way, is going to go with that blasting one first before the Catalyst.
Yeah, if you can afford it, this is just the best way to build your Rotovators. It's much more aggressive, but it allows you a lot more freedom in lane. And again, Cheese, you mentioned it is an aggressive player. He's going to go for the more aggressive choice.
Oh yeah, does make his way back to lane as it is shoved in. 37 CS for Moya now as well, as he's made it back. Does have a Fiendish Codex to his name, so has been farming up relatively well. You can see Naya now wants to come and make his presence known here on the bottom side. Howling Gale going to come through on a couple of members. Oh, Spell Shield's already used here as the flash being forced out of Uber Bro as Naya makes his way in. And nice work baiting out that Spell Shield.
Yeah, really
getting the flash.
Yeah, really strong pressure actually there by Naya. So coming in, gets basically a free flash. So it does get spotted off by the ward, but Raptor Sense triggers. But they decide not to clear the ward. Moya though.
Oh my goodness, the classic Cheese. Super aggro here in the mid lane, just on his own. Doesn't have his Ignite, so can't actually secure that kill. But now that he's hit level 6, things for Moya could start to go from bad to worse.
Cheese actually might die.
Oh, he's definitely flashing under this one. And Moya is just going to fall right down. And Zahi, he was there for the follow-up. Beautiful play from Immunity. And Cheese, he's just so good on this Swain.
I mean, Swain is really oppressive in lane if he's ahead. And you're kind of seeing it now. We talk about Xerath. You know, people having to respect Xerath's range. Swain no longer has to do that when he has his ulti, especially when he's ahead. Even if Xerath stuns and slows you, it doesn't matter. You've got your ulti running the entire time. You're dealing damage. As long as you walk into range of Xerath, he just has to back away.
Yeah, and that Ravenous Flock as well. I mean, if you take a trade that you don't like, you just heal right back up again. No worries there at all, and especially when he's going to be picking up these blue buffs here from Zahi.
I mean, that's the thing. Xerath's poke-based, and Swain is like sustained damage-based. You don't really win poke trades when someone's out-sustaining you.
Yeah. And actually, Cheese picking up a second Doran's Ring here as well as that Sapphire Crystal. Does have his boots as well. So wanting just to have as much pressure in that lane. I can see you shaking your head.
It's so aggressive by Cheese. I mean, we call him an aggressive player. He's going to like come back in 5 minutes, have a death cap or something insane like that. Seems like top lane, actually. We could have some struggles.
Might be a little bit of action going on up there as he actually did flash away from Carlos' God, but in the end, nothing really going to happen.
Yeah, good pressure there coming through, but not enough, and Zelda now could be in trouble.
Yeah, Zelda getting caught up here. Fate's Call going to be used, but he's actually going to go back in aggressively here as well. The Tibbers is not available, but does manage to get the stunners. Oh my gosh, Cheese. He's doing it again here with T-Gun. The heal to come through from Uberbro as well, as Naya gets blocked out from that Q. C&J dancing around quite nicely, and Cheese out of mana, so can't continue, but Uberbro, the boomerang, not quite enough, as C&J now going to be the focus. Howling Gale finds him. Is it going to be enough? T-Gun wants it, but actually manages to secure it. T-Gun, Uberbro, sorry, is going to be able to lock down that kill, and what an extended fight.
Yeah, Carlos' God might have been coming back here as well. Good slow by Moya.
Lands the stun here onto Uberbro here as well, but not very much mana left from Cheeses. There's the flash into the Blade Surge. Equilibrium Strike going to be enough, and Uberbro trying to take down Moya, not going to be enough, and this is so messy.
Yeah, very long fight there, but Sejuani bought a lot of time by being tanky, and C&J actually bought a ton of time hopping around on that Callista. It looked a little greedy going in to get a 1-for-1 trade, but he had backup there coming as well, and that was a great teleport by Carlos' God.
Yeah, it was, and C&J going for a little bit of a different build here than what we've been seeing previously in Oceania. Of course, going for that build watercolor, so Blade of the Ruined King before the Hurricane, or maybe even not picking up a Hurricane.
I mean, I think you just have to do this at this point if you're C&J. He might still go Hurricane. It wouldn't surprise me to see it at some point, but he not only needs to, apply pressure in his lane, he has a Jarvan and a Malphite to bust through and a Swain. That's basically 3 tanks over on the IM side. So without a Blade and probably a Lost Whisper down the track as well, Callisto's not going to do any damage.
It's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, this team does want to pile in on top of one another, so you have to think that Hurricane could work out as far as stacking that Ren, but you're right. I mean, he needs as much safety and as much tank busting power as he possibly can.
Yeah, tank busting really is the name of the game here. It doesn't matter how many Ren stacks you have, if it doesn't kill the enemy, it's not going to do anything.
And that's going to be a free first dragon here for Immunity as well, just knowing the back timings and knowing that they just have a little bit more pressure on this game.
Yeah, that was a bit weird actually. JK Smithy though traded his teleport to ensure that dragon, so very well played by Immunity to, you know, accept the fact that they gave up 2 kills because JK Smithy didn't follow with the tele, but able to get the dragon instead as consolation.
Yeah, so Carlos' God being up top, of course, didn't have his teleport, so that would be the reason why Immunity were able to pick that one up so easily, because, of course, Fortnite, they've got a 1,000 gold lead here.
Yeah, and that's all to do with the kills they just picked up as well. The teleport got a double kill for Fortnite as JK Smithy just faced Extra Brush at the wrong time. I mean, that's all the interesting thing about Dragon is that you basically trade late game stat bonuses for gold right now, and it's just kind of a trade-off for your team. Can you do more with the gold that you've just gotten because you try and make some sort of trade, whether it's a tower or some kills, or is it the game just going to continue on a little more passively and your opponent's going to get to benefit more from the stat percentages?
Yeah, and I like it from Fortnite as well because Carlos' God didn't quite have that Trinity Force available just yet. I mean, CNJ only with a Bilgewater Cutlass, not going to be able to be sort of this team-fighting Callista that we've seen coming through with so much Ren stackability. Naya is in this bottom lane, but not going to quite find the engage that he wants, as Immunity do seem to be wise to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very awkward to engage on Sivir with just one stun here because Spell Shield just does so much work, even against an ultimate like Sejuani's.
Yeah, Spell Shield used a little bit late here from Uberbro as well, as he's falling behind in the farm. CNJ doing well as far as, you know, a matchup that he just picked blind.
Yeah, I mean, Callisto, again, it's really weird against Sivir because your early levels are great and then it kind of falls off generally at this point. But the Bilgewater Cutlass actually gives you a lot more play in this lane, and they have the more aggressive support here in Annie as well. So you can see CNJ just not letting them back into the lane, and if that happens, Sivir can't push out.
Yeah, you can see actually Uberbro getting a fair bit of work done on Dazaldo, but does have a few pots available, and he should be fine. Wants to have that stun ready. The arrow not going to quite land. Pierce being thrown out by CNJ. Ooh, managing to get some auto attacks down here, but a nice Howling Gale. CNJ is getting torn apart in this matchup. The aggressive Monsoon, and Uberbro picks up the kill. The Ignite to come down. Tibbers is bashing on Uberbro. Zaldo picks it up and survives after that flash. Tibbers, the MVP of this one, and they go 1-for-1 trading the AD carries.
Yeah, Tibbers does work. The burn on that bear is not a joke here. It does much damage if you're in range. I'm actually surprised that he didn't like alt-click it onto T-Gun just to annoy him. And there's Sivir getting better. Good trade there by Zelda, but CNJ a little too aggressively positioned there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit as Moya going to move out of the way of that never move. Turret is going to fall in this top lane, though. JK Smithy got pressured out of that lane and does come back with a chain vest. Not going to be as useful against the true damage coming through from that hidden style. And Carlos' God is doing some work up here. Of course, not too far behind, and Malphite just wanting to be an ultimate bot towards that late stage of the game, and Immunity sort of holding on, you have to think, until they can get that perfect team fight.
Yeah, we didn't get to touch on the matchup there with all the action that was going on, but it's actually very intricate at the early levels. JK Smithy definitely knows the matchup, so he'll navigate it quietly, and has done a pretty good job here, even in CS. But actually, Naya might be caught out.
Might be a little bit caught out. Laserberg going to come over the top as Cheese gets stunned up here. Ravenous Swat doing so much work, though. There's, in fact, a point blank right of the Arcane from Moya, but now he has no mana. Cheese might be able to pick another one as both of them flash. Everyone flashes. Finally, Zahi gets the kill, but trades his life as Carlos' God is here with that Transcendent Blades in order to pick up that kill.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't have his Blade Surge back, so couldn't hop to a minion after the ultimate and really get the second kill there under Cheese. Does roam very nice in the mid lane. That was actually just a walk back to mid. Didn't even teleport, actually just came back up and get pressure on the mid turret as well. So we talked about it a little bit. Carlos has gone one of the best looking players for Fauna on a comfort champion here in Aurelia. 2-0-1 for the Trinity Force already done. He's looking to carry for his team.
Yeah, and he also is going to be able to get this outer turret as well.
Yeah, cleans that very nicely. And 2-0 now actually for Fortnite. So again, that Dragon trade earlier on, Immunity sort of trading for a bit more late game scaling, but Fortnite picking up all the flat gold early on.
Yeah, you can see now Dragon is going to be up in about 1.5 minutes, and JK Smithy wants to answer with this outer turret in the top side. Teleport's available across the board for these top laners. And you have to think, I mean, Giant's Belt and Chain Vest in comparison to that Trinity Force. Teleport actually coming through to this bottom side. JK Smithy wants to make something happen. The two-man unstoppable force. The heal going to be used. CNJ holds onto his life for a little bit longer. Carlos has got a little bit late on that teleport as Naya wants to get that Glacial Prison out. Wants to land the ultimate. Can't quite find it here as Carlos is God just going man mode under the tower. Zahi coming around the side just a little bit. Cheese now finding his way into this fight. Pops the ultimate. Zahi is flashed on after him by Naya, who is going to pick up that kill, and now Cheese getting stunned up. Zaldo in a bit of trouble. Ravenous Flock, there's the Torment. That's going to easily secure that kill, and finally Naya finds his way back in. Still has the ult primed, actually, as Carlos has got. He's going to pick up Swain. Oh my gosh, the Rite of the Arcane there as well. Uber Bro falls down, and that's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, really long fire pick. Carlos has got a Naya played so well. Sejuani not really messing around with the damage there, just ran down one of the carries there, and no one was on the other side in towards the tri-bush to actually peel away. So Naya just followed flash there. Didn't even need the ultimate.
Yeah, he didn't use it.
He didn't have it. It was like 20 seconds away from him coming back up.
Oh my goodness, because I saw it just before. I'm like, why is he throwing the tomb? Oh,
yeah,
man.
Didn't have it. Like, couldn't use his ulti for about 30 seconds in that long extended fight, but
Still
Aurelia with the power spike just did so much work, and Paul Sejuani just chased Uber Bro down.
Yeah, and now Carlos' God went back and bought a Spectre's Cowl and another Null Magic Mantle, and this Swain, you have to think, isn't going to be quite as impactful to this Aurelia than he could have been in that last fight.
I mean, the nice thing is all about this build is it actually mitigates a lot of Malphite's early damage, especially with the Sunfire cape that JK Smith is going for. So, I mean, you're going to look to contest for this next dragon, but Aurelia is very strong.
Oh, yeah, of course, Immunity want to make sure that Fornot don't get that first dragon, of course. Did manage to pick up the one earlier on. They want to go for the second, really put pressure on Fornot as far as getting to that fifth is concerned. Of course, second dragon not quite as important, but denying the first is very, very strong.
Yeah, Fortnite just have a pretty good window to contest here as well. They've got all their ultimates back there. Aurelia is really, really powerful. And, I mean, JK Smith is just going to get his ulti back now. So we're going to see, we talked about it. They've got a lot of hard engage between both teams, which team can engage better with their hard engage.
Yeah, exactly. And who's going to be able to get sort of the sweetest unstoppable force versus Glacial Prison?
Yeah, I mean, Fortnite have more engage, but Immunity have plenty of tools to disengage as well here. But Nice going in.
He's looking for it here. JK Smithy actually ulting, wastes no time at all. Cataclysm to come in as well. Zaldo immediately destroyed. Right of the Arcane coming through, but not quite doing the work that it wants to. CNJ trying to kite, but doesn't manage to. And Cheese just huge in this front line. 3 dead already. Make that 5 as Team Immunity get a clean ace and now a Baron.
Yeah, and
Dragon,
that's all
not a Baron.
Cheese there as well. It's all Cheese there as well after that fight. He basically 1v3 that last little engage. Just walked up to the 3 carries and they couldn't do anything about the Swain.
Yeah, just looked at him, of course, on the hunt, just being so useful for a Swain, allows him to close that distance that he needs to. And we were talking about Immunity's team comp, team fight synergy. It was right there on display and working beautifully.
Yeah, so JK Smith are going to clean out, so we do have a replay. So look at the zoning here. Naya goes in straight onto T-Gun, and he's just, trying to do some damage. Carl's still to cover anything. The Cataclysm actually very well placed to block people off, and Cheese just goes in. He goes all the way in. I mean, Naya's getting chased down by the rest of them, and the engager for Fornot's good, but if they can't actually get onto the carries and kill them, it doesn't really matter. And Cheese just tanked all of the damage, went in on the fight. Zai did a great job blocking things off, and a very clean team fight win there for Immunity, using that terrain very well.
Yeah, and it was Immunity pulling the trigger here as well. So they're the ones that decided that they wanted to use the ult first. Do you think that Naya, I mean, instead of just queuing straight into the team, would it have been better if he had just thrown the ult and got some stuns?
It's really tricky to ult Severe with the spell shield there as well, because the ult is very telegraphed from Sejuani.
Yeah,
so
true.
It would have been great, but you're kind of setting yourself up to get one of your engages cancelled. I think the best way for Fortnite to actually initiate is either have Aurelia jump on someone or have Fate's Call and just throw Annie in. Because once Annie's in the middle of your team with a stun primed, people just panic because there's not a whole lot. You don't have very many good options at that point.
Yeah, well, that's true. And CNJ now with the Blade of the Ruin King going towards that Hurricane as we guessed. The second item. And I wonder whether CNJ could have had a little bit more damage and sort of CC potential if that Hurricane had been built first.
I mean, he wasn't going to do very much damage with just the Hurricane, and Callista really does need her 2 items to get going. So I like the Blade first. Actually afforded him a very nice CS lead here in the bottom side of the
true.
Actually up 40 right now. So the Blade's been a very strong item, but again, as the people get tankier on Immunity, it gets harder.
Yeah, Zaldo actually, missing the bear.
Good ult,
There's the Glacial Prison, though, as T-Gun forced to use that flash right of the Arcane here, as well as Cheese coming round, trying to get the work done. Zaldo hasn't even died yet. as he gets pulled back out. Monsoon for the disengages. Carlos' God was the only one to pick up the kill. Cheese is dead. There's a couple of flashing health bars, though, as Carlos' God just more than happy just to stand around amongst his enemies and get work done. Uberbro, though, is going to take down C&J. Naya is trying to do some work onto JK Smithy here. Arctic Assault right onto his back as Carlos' God continuing to run through those Transcendent Blades, keeping him healthy. But you can see JK Smithy doing so much work. The shutdown, and Carlos' God, what is going on, dude?
So another crazy fight there, and that was all over the place. C&J somehow got himself killed, basically 1v1 by Siva. After starting a really good fight, they actually funneled down the choke up towards the top of the red buff and just kited the rest of them through. Zelda, again, somehow lived on Annie with basically no health, but that gave all the C&J time in the world for him to get the rend sets and start the team fight snowballing. Problem though, Fortnite went back in, split up around the ridge there, kind of leading into the choke down from red side, and if it wasn't for Carlos' God being able to get Blade Surge to get a dangerous game proc, that fight might have gone pear-shaped.
Yeah, and I'm starting to believe his name here.
Yeah.
Like, Carlos is doing so much work. How he managed to survive in that fight, just facing off against so many foes, was amazing.
Yeah,
It's going to be cleared for immunity.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos has just had so many good games for immunity. It's funny that his name is Carlos' God, of course, self-proclaimed there, presumably, but he's played very well for Fortnite. He's probably been the best performing member so far for the team in the OPL. And again, this is a very close game here. They are down on Dragons, which is not ideal for Fortnite, given that if you're down at Dragons, you probably want to be up in gold, but they've got a decent amount of towers. They've got plenty of room to move. Callista's getting bigger. Aurelia is very strong right now. Things going well.
Yeah, they are, and of course they're only down by, what, 400 gold? That's negligible at this stage. Really doing well for their team, and Banshee's Veil is now completed from Carlos' God. You have to think it's probably going to break relatively easily, but having that magic resist just on its own is brilliant here for this Aurelia. Yeah, Cheese, you're dead, buddy, in the mid lane as JK Smithy looked for the teleport to come in, but he's amongst 5 members. C&J just dies there as Unstoppable Force comes in. Naya tanking up the turret. He's going to be able to move out of the way. I think this inner turret is going to fall down. Carlos has got at full health. T-Gun very squishy here as the tower falls down. And you have to think that Fortnite probably want to disengage at this stage.
They have nice ultimate. Zai might just go in.
Oh my goodness, JK Smithy gets destroyed. Of course, the split push was going on here on the backside as there's the Arcano Pulse onto JK Smithy. Doesn't quite finishing him off, as that Null Magic Mantler and the Mercury Threads are there. Uberbro picked up an inner turret in the bottom side, but of course wasn't able to offer anything for his team.
Yeah, and I like the dive there by Fortnite to get the kill into Cheese, but just a little too much time lost. They're not able to get the, eventually able to get the tower, but not really able to chase any other kills. And Uberbro made the right choice. They just stayed in the bottom lane, kept pushing. Siva, I mean, she's very good at pushing, and that's kind of what Uberbro's set himself up to do now as a PD, so going to do very respectable damage. But Callista picked up the Hurricane. Probably most importantly, though, as we talk about item buys, Cheese just got his own, so that dive can't happen again.
Yeah, that dive is not going to be happening, and we've seen when Cheese picks up this item just how aggressive he can be and safe he can be as well, really playing with the Fortnite team and drawing so much pressure.
I think you bring up a great point about aggression. There aren't that many AP champions that can actually use Zhonya's offensively, but Twisted Fate arguably is one of them with baiting in. Kassadin's definitely one of them when you can Rift Walk aggressively, force and then pop it. But Swain's definitely one of them as well. So
yeah,
the fact that Cheese gets so many options from the Zhonya's but can still be the aggressive player that he loves to be, I mean, he's a Swain player. He knows what's up.
Yeah, and it's also, it works so well with the Ravenous Flock as well, because you get health back while you're in stasis, which seems like a thing that shouldn't happen, but it's just cool.
Yeah, the birds do not freeze in stasis with you, just you. So really strong team fight cooldown there as well with the Zhonya's. So Cheese again, he's going to go in.
Yep, Torment on Naya there, but he's not going to take too much damage. Of course, pretty tanky with that Aegis of the Legion, which could actually help them out for this next fight. Scrying Orb going to spot out the members of Immunity. Zaldo comes in. Look at that huge wombo combo as Carlos has got immediately gets through to T-Gun. Uberbro, though, doing a lot of work on that backside, and JK Smithy is able to take down C&J. Naya is going to fall as well. Moya's now in amongst it. Cheese is that big bird sapping the health now of the Fortnite members. And Uberbro, he's alive. And C&J isn't, and Carlos has got now trying to do something, but of course at all odds, not going to make it, and only T-Gun died somehow, and that was the perfect engage by Fortnite.
I think Fortnite should appeal to actually kill Cheese there, because they left him to be, and Moya got solo killed by the Swain with the blue buff. So Immunity going to get their third straight Dragon. Now, a really good engage by Fortnite, but kind of missed on the execution just at the end of the fight.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate because it looked fantastic. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so FaZe Cult throws Annie, an immediate stun followed up by the Glacial Prison. Actually, a good block there coming by, I think, Cheese, who blocked the Q from Sedrani to block some of the extra CC coming in. Zerathor looks great here. Naya is getting low. They actually get a good stun onto Cheese, but can't kill him in the rotation. And that was part of the problem, is that from that point onwards, they left the fight, and Moya just couldn't 1v1 the Swain.
No, it just wasn't happening. And, of course, the AoE just wasn't quite enough here. A little bit unfortunate now for our Fortnite members, but you have to think that Callista scales fantastically towards that later game. It's just that if Immunity can continue to have these fantastic fights and pick up dragons, they're just never going to have to lose that neutral objective, and they'll be on that 5th very, very soon. It's 25 minutes into the game, and they've got 3.
Yeah, when you have a Civic comp, especially with your Janna, and you're trying to not get hard engaged on or make sure you get engaged first, having the movement speed buff, it's a good stat anyway. It's one of the hardest stats to get in League of Legends. It's so hard to itemize for, which is part of why the third Dragon's so valuable. You just don't really get movement speed from many other places. But again, in this comp, it works just fine here. Even though Civic makes everyone fast, making them fast is totally fine as well.
Oh, yeah. Please, more movement speed is absolutely okay. You can see wards are now going to be cleared from Immunity around this Baron pit. They don't want to give Fortnite the opportunity to go for that one because you have to think with Callista Insurance, it's a very doable prospect. And Fortnite now sort of at the desperation stage where they want to get something done, but they're getting out-rotated around this map as well. Immunity able to take down this inner turret with no response from Fortnite. Naya is still up in that top side trying to recall, and Carlos is getting collapsed on here by Immunity. You can see they're moving around here. They are going to spot out this pink ward here eventually. And it might be the Baron that could be the option. Ping's going down drastically onto that inhibitor turret in the mid lane, but you have to think that that might be a more aggressive move than Fortnite really can do right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fortnite, thankfully, are very good defensive wards in both sides of the jungle, especially the blue side. They're moving up towards the Baron, so they're able to spot up the movement. Minion Wave is a little too far forward to see Immunity come down the mid lane for that rotation, but at this point, they'll probably take the turret. That ult, though.
Oh my goodness, Glacial Prison coming through. Cheese gets stunned up. Does he have the Zonyas? He does if he wants to. That Monsoon was insane, and Cheese now just birding amongst it. He's going to fall down, though, eventually, as Moya picks up that kill. The teleport to come through from JK Smithy. He has the unstoppable force. CNJ, he's looking for him, slams him into the ground, and picks up the kill easily. Carlos is now getting focused on, and as soon as you get focused by 4 members of a team, you're going to die, buddy. And only 2 are alive now for Fortnite. Zahi going so aggro. Ubra Bro flashing forward. Block into the Iron Solari. That ain't going to be enough to save these members of Fortnite as Naya just watches everyone on his team die.
And an unbelievable Monsoon by T-Gun to really set that up. That was probably one of the best uses of terrain I've ever seen from a Janna ultimate. And when we talk about T-Gun as a good Janna player, for me, he's got memorable ultimates on this champion. That was one of them.
He's had multiple this game, and of course in the last showing as well was looking fantastic. I don't know who came up with the T-Gun isn't very good at Janna thing, because I mean, they're eating their words right now.
I can tell you right now, it wasn't T-Gun, because he definitely feels his own ability on this champion, and rightly so. Immunity as well, able to clean up Baron there. And these team fights, man, this Swain is doing so much work, and we didn't get to mention it yet, but and we talked about a little bit when they last played this comp, but Swain, Janna's actually really good. Janna, obviously, a big peel champion, right? When you defend your hyper carry. You see the hyper carry on this team is for Immunity. It's the Swain.
It's the Swain. No worries at all. And of course, this is almost like a protect the Swain comp, or a make the Swain relevant comp. Something like that. I'm not entirely sure. That's probably not a great word for it.
But is the word
Swain is pretty relevant just in general. He's a great champion.
Really strong here. I don't quite know what's going on with the item build right now. There's a lot of flat AP from the Need to See Large Rod, and I assume that's an Abyssal from the Negatron Cloak. I guess he just had some awkward gold values maybe and just wanted to pick up the most cost-efficient item. Especially when you're almost get in. The one thing I maybe don't like as much as T-Gun
here as well, as we mentioned before, so not going to be taking too much. CNJ looking to try and clear out that pink ward as Immunity almost wanting him to do it, wanting to bait someone forward by putting that tasty pink ward right there. Now Immunity just looking to try and use this Baron buff to try and get inside the base. You can see it has actually worn off, I believe. Still spinning around, but it might be a little bit of a bug because, of course, those minions weren't actually empowered there just yet.
Yeah, think that it is still there on a couple of members. So we'll have to see.
Oh, no, it is.
When the wave rides in. But unfortunately for Fortnite, they've found some really good engages with their teamfight comp, and that's great. I didn't quite realize how awkward it was for Callista in this particular comp. We talk about Ezreal, and there's a lot of similarities as far as general mobility goes. Callista is highly mobile, but unfortunately, the one he can't get out of is that.
Oh, here's the super hard engage. C&J gets destroyed immediately, and Zaldo now super squishy. The Cataclysm in the backside. Moya is looking to be aggressed on his cheese. Just gonna Zhonya's underneath the turret. Zaldo finally gonna fall down, and look at how much health this Swain has straight after that. And this could be game right here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to push in here. They've got plenty of damage. So the Baron buff still is a very good time to go. They're going to try and get some work in. And you can just see, again, I mean, at this point, I just had such a strong lead that that was an easy dive for Malphite. But Callista, she can hop a lot of times in any given fight, but they're all short hops. You can't really hop out of Malphite ultimate.
Oh, no, you're not gonna. It's an unstoppable force. It's an unhoppable force,
yeah,
maybe. Maybe we call it an unhoppable force for now.
The flavor says if you can't get out of it, and the game mechanics do as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that hop range was about as wide as the circumference of the ulti. Seriously,
Yeah,
like
true.
it feels almost impossible for Callista to get out of that unless she has a flash.
Yeah, but beautifully well played from Team Immunity, and they just knew exactly what their comp was capable of, and despite Fortnite having opportunities to get things done, weren't able to. We've got a replay for you, and let's just have a look at how Immunity did this.
Yeah, so this fight was awesome. So we're going to roll the clip out now. This isn't a dragon fight. I think this is actually the second dragon. So again, Naya goes in early. Tegan actually has some good zoning here as well with tornadoes. And Zai's Cataclysm is perfectly placed there to block everyone else off. Moya actually pops his ulti there just to get a bit of damage done. But Cheese right now is literally zoning 1v3. The rest of his team joins in there as well. And eventually they're just able to chase the rest of them down. I mean, that was all the fact that Zai set up Cheese so well because he blocked everyone else off, split the team up, and then Swain at that point very comfortable to just 1v3 and soak a bunch of damage.
Yeah, and he just uses that Zhonya's at such perfect positions as well. I don't think he quite had it in that fight just yet, but afterwards, just able to get himself in there as sort of a tank, like a pseudo-tank, like a Lissandra would be, able to use that Frozen Tomb, stay untargetable, but still get damage done. It's exactly what Swain is, except he can have his ult up almost forever.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that Swain is just so good at doing a lot of, like, it's like he is tanky like Lissandra, but instead of being more about control and burst, he's actually just about pure damage basically coming out
just
from the
get
ulti.
the deeps out.
Yeah, and you could see again, like, Callista already has issues tank busting. That was basically 2.5 to 3 tanks from a Meteorite, and Malphite Ultimate's the great counter. Like, C&J's Callista was very impressive there, but they didn't have any peel for him at all. They had all hard engage to try and beat the Janna pick, and C&J just like, guys, help. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem. But we, of course, still have one more matchup for you guys tonight. It's going to be Direwolves taking on Fortnite. Fortnite need to turn it around because this is looking like an out of the fry pan and into the fire situation. We'll see whether they can turn it around against the Direwolves in the game coming up next.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 3, day 1 of the Oceanic Pro League. I'm Julian Page. Joining me for our last match of the evening will be Christopher Puppet Smithy Smith. And Immunity pulling out the trick again there with the Swain. What a beautiful looking comp.
And it wasn't the timing I'd expect on this one. I thought, all right, it works against the Castellan. They'll keep it against the melee champion. What a pocket pick. But then just taking against the Xerath, so much confidence coming out of Cheese, and it worked a treat.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, Cheese, our MVP for that game there as well. Going big on the bird, 8, 5, and 15 on the Swain. Maybe not as many kills he would have liked, but racking up so much kill participation.
And now we move into another 4-0 game, the second of the night. 0-5, maybe not panic stations, but for this team that came up so hyped, who did so well in the Challenger Series, it's been a rough start to the OPL.
Yeah, and they're up against pretty epic opposition here in the Dives as well, who have just looked, except for maybe a few losses here and there to Chiefs notably, just going from strength to strength.
And who else to mention but King? We just saw a wonderful performance for him in the earlier Direwolves game. And we got some stats just to add some flavor to a player that has been performing not just today, but had an amazing start to the season. So starting it off with the GPM, highest GPM in the league. And there's something significant about this Pastry Time. They've lost a game, and he still has the highest GPM in the league.
Yeah, it's just insane. And, of course, the average CS lead over the enemy AD carry, I believe that's in wins? Or maybe even not.
That's all games. Again, this is including losses.
Never mind, 86 as an average CS lead and the highest GPM. This guy, I mean, he's a great AD carry player. He seems to team fight well, but boy, does he know how to farm.
And remember, this is actually stats pre-today. So, of course, factoring in today's another dominating performance from Monsiva. Probably just going to be higher, but we've got more stats coming out in those wins. 82% kill participation. So this is where I kind of have to take a pause, okay? This is kind of where I have to really let these stats wash over me. Let's talk about the fact that, you know, he has the highest GPM in the league. We know how much he farms. We've seen those Corky games where he shows up with 500 CS. To also have 82% kill participation, I mean, I don't know what he's killing in the transition between lanes, but it's not just the Scuttle Crab, guys. He's getting some serious gold going. And I guess, you know, it's kind of two things. It's obvious the team gives him the time to farm. They haven't had short games, so I guess you could say that perhaps they just work their way around his laning and item power spikes well. But he just always finds that farm. It's not like his other members are malnourished and not being able to carry either. I mean, Perfection, we saw him go off on Hecarim earlier. He's been getting plenty of farm as well. But it's amazing numbers. I mean, the one loss, again, only the 13% kill participation. He's going to really try and continue this game to show that that was just a once-off, and he can keep powering forward, because King is definitely one of the movers and shakers in the OPL scene.
Yeah, and amazing as well. He's a new player practically here. Came in, actually wasn't even around when they originally played last year Direwolves and won their seed basically into this tournament to be one of the 4 teams that didn't have to qualify. But it's come in, looked absolutely phenomenal for this team so far. And we're straight into champs like here. Direwolves on the blue side, 4-0 over on the red, and the first ban is actually nearly in 4-0. Perfection respect there. Hecarim hits the first ban.
There was a fun tweet coming out from Chief Sangi actually earlier today where he said that their only loss, the formerly Team Immunity, now Chiefs, in 2013 was to Perfection's Hecarim. So definitely a Hecarim master. And when those Hecarim buffs came through, you know he was licking his lips and saying, yep, it's time for me to shine.
Yeah, long-time player, and shine he did in that previous game as well. So a smart ban there for Fortnite. Aurelia actually going to be banned here for Direwolves. Scion, the next one there as well. Some very targeted bans this time around.
Well, they don't like these tanky frontline people in front of their Callistas apparently did Fortnite, and who can blame them? Both these champions disregarding damage from turrets completely and getting massive in games earlier today. So some adaptive bans, but the frontline tanking mem, only Malphite left up now.
I mean, maybe Malphite there as well. Hasn't seen too much play, I guess, but you're right, there's not a whole lot left going on. We'll see what Dials want to take for their third ban now as well. Don't have too much longer to decide what they want it to be, and it is going to be Wukong. Respect given there to the 4-0 jungler.
It's been a real rough time for Naya. He's really struggled. He's tried the pocket picks, the Wukong, of course the Sejuani we just saw, and they're just not working for him. The stuff that worked, there was the standbys of his champion pool in the Challenger Series, really struggling to make those work. So I'd like to see him move back to a meta jungler. Maybe he needs to move back towards the Jarvans and Lee Sins of the world, but a targeted ban targeting his champion pool. We're waiting for him to kind of step up to the OPL and give us a really big game-winning performance from the jungle, because Naya and Moya are the cornerstones of this lineup.
Yeah, CJ kind of plays clean up there as well, but Cassidy in the last ban there for Fauna makes a lot of sense. A pretty good champion, but that might just give Perfection One of his best performing champions so far in the OPL. That is Lissandra Hover.
It's worth knowing that we're on 5.2. Look at some of the champions that made it through this pick and ban. With the Hecarim, Scion, Aurelia, and to some degree Nidalee, or the Wukong especially, all adaptive bans. There are some massively strong meta picks on 5.2 available here. Ari's worth a mention.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think that favors the Direwolves as well. Fauna have definitely been known for playing a little bit more of their own style, and if the powerful picks are going over, they're going to go over to the Wolves here, because Fauna just don't play as many of them.
Well, they're going to return to one more of these pocket picks, at least with this hover. I heard some audible groans in the background. They want to see the Amumu. It's won them games. It's not out of the realm of consideration. We just saw Sejuani, another off-meta pick that's not very popular. So there's still the potential. Speaking of meta, look who's back. It's Lucian.
Yeah, the Lucian Janna the lock in there for the bottom lane by Fornot. And that's interesting with Kalista open there as well. CJ did not have a bad Kalista game, despite the loss there in the last one. So, pretty interesting. A very aggressive mobile AD carry. Does fit his playstyle.
But they could have picked, Morgana Kalista quite happily here. Had the defensive option. They've taken away some of the super tanks. The Vi was still available, but picking up that blocker Morgana, that was an option. But they're going for something that was strong maybe a few patches ago. Of course, the burst from Lucian has been nerfed. Lucian is still very relevant. He's still a good AD carry. He's just not the oppressive lane bully he once was.
Yeah, gotta love the Direwolves Udyr hovers there as well. Clear shout out to the manager, Rippy, a very well-known Udyr player around the scene. But Direwolves are going to take some different picks most likely into their next picks. They do go with very strong ones as well. Morgana for support, and that's a jungle Jarvan.
When I see the Morgana, I have to think.
Oh, that's true. Never mind.
I have to think there is the potential for the flex pick. That's not actually what I'm alluding to. I'm saying, look, Kalista's still available here. No reason they can't pick it up here for the Direwolves.
I mean, Fornot could pick it, potentially, if they wanted to take Lucian mid and get a throwback to Claire, former immunity player. But, yeah, we're probably just going to see a different pick here coming through. And Fornot, it seems like whenever they, have a rough time, and again, they haven't won yet, so it's been kind of rough in the early stages. They seem to want to default back to their comfort picks more and more.
I mean, Moya had been on a lot of his meta picks, on his non-meta picks, the Nidalees and the Orianas of the world. Oriana, of course, kind of a woman for all metas. She's always around, but has kind of fallen away, especially in the OPL, has really been struggling to pick up a win. Went with the Xerath, a very meta pick last game, and kind of got dismantled by Cheese's Swain. So maybe just back to the Oriana for a bit of comfort.
Yeah, Oriana, and an easily Sin there for Naya. So that's probably my favorite adaptation of this draft so far for Fortnite. Just taking a more aggressive jungler for Naya.
It's still kind of lack a ball carrier. Their damage is okay. Lucian in the late game can tank bust. He's kind of unique in that he's a lane bully and to some degree a tank buster, although his lane bullying was what's been targeted by a lot of the recent adjustments to him. Kind of seeing his, you could argue, superior friend hovered over in terms of Graves. It feels like Graves is a slightly overtuned Lucian at this point. I'm excited to see the Tristana, but King, he's got all the options open to him. I think he's going to be the Kalista pastry time.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all. We've seen a lot of players just really love Kalista. Seen some play in the OPL so far, but not too much. And King has pretty much whatever he wants to do in this lane. Lucian Janna, pretty safe to take almost any champion into here. And Direwolves can have a few more seconds, but might look to get even more aggressive, actually.
Considering the Graves, I mean, we know Graves' laning potential. In a lot of ways, he kind of outclasses Lucian, so it does feel like he's going like for like here, and is happy to duke it out with C&J, who might be, a bit on the back foot in terms of recent form. Look at this last lock-in. Diana top. They show the meta sometimes to Fortnite, but they always have a curveball for you.
Yeah, there's almost always a champ, sorry, I meant pick, and then I went to say champ. A pick there where, we had the Sejuani last game for Naya, and now we have the Diana here for Carlos's God. It all looks safe until the last pick, it feels like, for Fortnite.
So a lot of dive coming out of Diana, has decent wave clear. Diana does a lot of things decently. She always feels like she's one buff away from being really, really popular. This is 5.2, so her shield changes haven't quite come into play. Hopefully, I think tomorrow we're moving on to 5.3, so we might actually see a big pickup of Diana play. She becomes a bit more reliable with the shield. It'd be interesting to see the Diana versus Lissandra matchup in top will be very interesting to me. You can get some good wave clear, and potentially if you can wave clear and poke with that Q, the use of mana there can be very effective. But Lissandra's so much more reliable than Diana. She does one thing, but she does it so well. Does fantastically in lane, then she's all about CC in those fights.
I mean, I feel like the issue is that whenever you take a hyper-mobile champion into Lissandra, you just feel bad because you know you're going to get ulted.
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, hypermobile maybe is a little bit of an extension, but she does have that refresh on her ultimate. She is able to gap close well, but you're right. I mean, you can weave around as much as you like, but it's kind of Lissandra versus Yasuo flavor, and it's very nice that you can jump everywhere, but here's Frozen Tomb for your trouble.
Yeah, and that's sort of Lissandra's problem, why she's so strong. But a really interesting draft here. Both these teams love the play from Fortnite, and we'd love to know out on Twitter, who do you think is going to get first blood this game? Use the hashtag 4NFB for Fortnite or DWFB for Direwolves, and we'd love to know who see, because again, the game's been pretty bloodthirsty so far, and this one probably no exception.
I mean, the champion select extends that. I mean, we've got Graves versus Lucian. There's going to be so much duking out in the early levels between those two. And the mid lane probably not going to be the first blood source, the Orianna versus Xerath, but always the potential with the ganking of Lee Sin and Jarvan. There's a lot of action across the board, a lot of AoE team fights coming in. I kind of just want to see Fortnite get a win, just because I want to see Orianna push up there and get a win finally.
Did Ari drop through the draft, by the way?
Ari did.
I think she did. That's very
on
interesting.
5.2 no less. This might not be a big discussion point in a week's time, but wow.
I mean, Sharp's been playing Ari as well, as far as we can tell. He seems to have at least been practicing it. It's not traditionally in his champion pool, but when Ari's that good, you probably put him in your champion
and
pool.
again,
for at least
Ari
a little
versus
while.
Ori was one of those famous skill matchups for Ari many moons ago. With the adjustments, skill matchup becomes a bit of a misnomer. They're mostly in Ari's favor. Maybe just not confident to bring it into competitive yet.
I mean, maybe. And the Xerath is a very interesting pick for Sharp. It's obviously a comfort pick here, but what do you think of the matchup in general? Because for me, it almost feels like Ziggs versus Ori all over again.
It kind of is to some degree. I mean, it's the wave clear advantages with Xerath in the early levels, then it kind of goes towards Ori when she gets enough levels in either Q or W, and then again moves back towards Xerath because he can do it from 1,000 range once he picks up, say, the secondary big AP item like a needless large rod on top of a Morellonomicon. There's peaks and troughs to it, but in general, Xerath's going to be unhindered. Late game, who do you like, Xerath or Ori? It's pretty even. Like they do different things, but they both do them both so well that it's kind of a wash. I like the idea of the Xerath combos with the Jarvan Cataclysm, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much good, just a solid team comp here for Dials, really. Again, we talked about the draft, had a lot of targeted bans in it, and that meant a lot of meta picks fell through. Fauna never really wanted to shy away from a curious pick or two, but Dials just picked straight up strong champs. Almost in every lane, they've got a champ you'd be happy to first pick.
I mean, kind of the issues I have with Fortnite's comp is that Diana's the only real diver on this team. Lee Sin has that potential, but Diana's going to be looking to get in there on the Graves, on the Xerath. Frozen Tomb, if it's used for disengage, will be massive. So if Direwolves can get ahead in the early game, if they can get the dragon control, get the first two dragons, and then Fortnite feel forced to make the engages, engage against this Lissandra Jarvan combo is going to be painful.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why Lissandra's so good. She's basically free hard engage. Jarvan gives you a bit of that action as well, but Fortnite do definitely have some things to do, and again, a lot of the pressure feels like it's on Nia, because he has to get aggressive with this Lee Sin.
Yeah, and he's someone that has struggled to step up. His scores show that. He's really struggled this season. There's no reason he can't. He was very good in the Challenger Series. He didn't go for the Amumi. He didn't go off meta. He stuck to the on-meta champion with the potential to really impact the early games, so hopefully he can step up and really make a commanding performance this game.
And what more can we really say about Diana top Papa Smithy?
I mean, it's interesting.
Yes.
I don't like the Lissandra matchup just because it's like, how do I ever kill Lissandra? I mean, you don't really. You can clear waves fine. She does a lot of things well, but as I said, she's always one step away from being super strong. Like at some points, she's a stronger Akali. At this point, it's about the same. They're both just off meta. With the changes, she might be relevant. Maybe we're seeing a preview of something we might see a lot more of, as she does have that decent bruiser stats, especially if you can get the refresh on your shield. But on this patch, on 5.2, I think it's overreaching for something that could have been maybe easier achieved with another pick.
I mean, Fortnite, at least, we mentioned it a little bit. I know you touched on it. They do now have a very good ball carrier. Diana's actually quite good at holding the ball.
Yeah, that's true. We were waiting for a ball carrier. It's an offensive choice. It does have potential. You do have the targeted engage, so theoretically you get some sick wombos going, but it's going to be tough.
No, we'll have to see what happens. We are about to get right onto the riff for our last game of the evening, and we are on now. Dials here going to look for a 2-0 today, and Fortnite going to look for their first win here. Dials on the blue side, Fortnite over on the red. And it's going to be a great last game here. Dials with a very strong kick-off, but Fortnite always with the Fortnite special.
Direwolves seem to be returning to invade for vision. They are posturing towards the enemy jungle. And Fortnite, they're just looking to react at this point.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and set some things up. Moya will spot some people up potentially here. But Dial's going to get some pretty deep wards in here as well. Fortnite not really around. They do see them, but can't really stop the big stack of Dial's players in towards the top side. Diana might have to be a little bit careful here as well. Dials will get all the vision they want.
Yeah, they're invading for vision. There's not an obvious lane swap situation coming, because if anything, they'd be happy to have a Lissandra versus Diana matchup. I think Diana would struggle more in a 1v2 than Lissandra. That's clear, given it's a melee champion whose wave clear in early levels especially kind of requires auto attacks to proc that passive. The Q damage at early levels isn't enough to really get the last hits, whereas Lissandra has wave clear for days, let's be real. So not necessary, but I mean, obviously you give yourself the most options if you invade for vision, because you can choose to vertically jungle, you can choose to try and go for a 3 buff, or you can just return to lanes with just that much more information about which side Naya starts on.
Yeah, I like the line of odds. It was almost a trail of breadcrumbs for Direwolves there. Kind of put them up in towards, all the way curling up towards the side of Fornut's red buff there as well. So plenty of vision, but it looks like we are going to break it into standard lanes here.
Yeah, and we see King on the screen, of course. He's the man we're tracking this game after a wonderful performance early and just an amazing step up to competitive. Naya's going to start at the Gromp.
Yeah, looks like Grump there for Naya. CMJ going to help him out there along with John, and it's going to be the Krugs in the red, so same sides for the junglers. They'll end up in the top side once they're done.
Yep, so just very, very standard stuff coming through. In the top, the Diana versus Lissandra matchup. That's the one that is the most non-meta. In the very early, level 1, if you can get a Q and then even just a shield and walk up to Lissandra, you can get a favorable trade. But we all know that once the wave clear starts to get really strong for Lissandra, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it just feels tough to stick to a champion with that has such a good AoE snare around her as well. I mean, Lissandra's short range, but Diana's unfortunately melee.
Soul Strike's just going to finish off his red, starting up the jungle routes here, both junglers. Not expecting too many fireworks, but there is the potential for a big level 2 power spike in the bot lane, just between Graves and Lucian. Two very similar champions. Love getting that burst damage in.
Yeah, I'm almost a little curious as to why Naya didn't maybe want to start on the other side there. To maybe get in towards the bot side, because that might be where he wants to go. It looks like with the aggressive push though for Fauna, not going to get in there too aggressively. And Naya, if he wants to look for another game, could potentially go now. But even top lane's pushing.
And Soul Strikes, we remember the last game we saw from Soul Strikes against Legacy was 3 buff to start, so was very behind, but kind of picked up into some advantages with the Scuttle Crab. He's actually got himself in very good position for a gank.
Yeah, actually, this is bad news here for CNJ and friends. King actually kiting back nicely. CNJ does get ignited. The binding hits perfectly as well. And King, they tried to kill him, but he picks up first blood instead.
One thing we have to compliment Soul Strikes for is the flash EQ combos. He repositioned his knock-up with a flash right at the end. That's the flash used. Got the knock-up. The stun came through. And first blood to Direwolves. And who else but King?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great start for him. His GPM's already off the charts in the OPL. That's not going to, I mean, that's going to help him, but not help Fortnite there. So possibly the worst player for them to give it over to it is their aggressive AD carry.
Yeah, and if we're willing to go so far as to say, oh, I was going to see the replay, just wait for the EQ flash. It's very good. He was going to miss it, flashed up. Beautiful play. And that's a sign of a good jungler, knowing your ranges so well on that Jarvan. Such a narrow knockup. Beautiful play.
Yeah, guarantees the binding there for Chuffer as well. And at that point, CNJ, with all the mobility in the world on Lucian, nothing he can do. Naya does pop his head in the top, which is nice for perfection. He's definitely had a penchant for killing junglers when they walk into his lane.
He's also had a penchant for racking up those CS values. It's not Hecarim this time, banned away. A different flavor of top laner. But there's no reason he can't start. Just, he's trying to ruin King's Parade, I think. He wants to get on that GPM chart, too.
I mean, Perfection's looked very strong in Dive's games, especially on Lissandra. His team fighting is absolutely exceptional on that champion. So, curious to see what does develop there in towards the top side. Mid now as well. Sharp here on the Zereth. Just a slightly tear against Moya, but Moya, thankfully, just having a calm lane. That's all Orianna wants.
I mean, both of them are on comfort champions. It's just a comfort pick that's way in the meta right now, which is the Zereth against someone who's kind of struggling for relevance. I mean, Moya's big issue in this lane matchup, especially early, is that if she tries to walk up to get wave clear, A, the base damages on the spells aren't enough to get instant wave clear, and B, she's going to eat a lot of harass coming from Sharp. This is a person, excellent skill shots as we see him, Moya juke into one of his Zereth Qs, and it's difficult as Orianna. She's not the oppressive long-range mid that she once was.
No, I mean, even the auto attacks with much shorter range than Zereth spells can't really help. He was back down towards the bottom. King there, leading on CS, trying to be a bit aggressive with the zoning, it seems. And
speaking of aggression, though, the pickaxe already, the burst potential, they have to respect the dark binding. Here we go.
That was a very good binding. King, though, goes in. Zelda with a great NATO, though, prep. And the smoke tune's going to come through. King really wants the kill and will get it. Now CNJ has to be very careful, and Chuffer just blocking as much as he can. King actually getting low. The heal bait, though, right at the last second, and Chuffer's going to get the next kill.
I've got to say, King holding on to his spells and using his summoners so intelligently. You watch that. He was exhausted early, got into melee range for a buckshot, but held on to that spell until after the exhaust had worn down. Okay, he had to use his flash, but the results a double kill, and look who's just in position for a cheeky dragon.
Yeah, 6-minute dragon or so here. Soul Strike's going to help. Looks like Naya's actually going to spot this off, so that's actually quite good. Good stun, though. That's going to sharp. They know they have to peel. King going to go and gets the buckshot down, and there's the kill. Even leave it for the AD carry. That's the dragon for Direwolves as well. 4-0 and a dragon. 2,000 gold already in 6 minutes. The Direwolves are going off.
I think King is going to call Chuffa bot. I'd be surprised. No, he's trading on just the strength of his pickaxe here. I say this because he's sitting on 1450 gold. If he gets a couple more minions and shows up with a pickaxe and BF sword at 7 minutes, I mean, this lane is over.
That smoke screen was awesome as well. Just sniping the cannon minion away. Don't know what else we'd expect from the highest GPM currently in the OPL, but King, this man knows how to fight and farm.
I mean, every Dark Binding, once he goes back to get this BF, so it's going to be a confirmed kill, just because the damage coming through from that buckshot scaling early is disgusting.
Yep.
And King, we highlighted him, and sometimes it's nice when things line up and he puts in a performance like this.
It really is such a strong performance here on Graves. You can tell Dials are even giving him the kills and the skirmishes as well. I did like that Naya checked the Dragon, but unfortunately, face checked a little too hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not worth harping on to the difference between a pickaxe BF sword against the Vamp Scepter, but problems in bot lane for
Needless to say, it's not good for the 4-0 bottom lane early on here. And I mean, you talk about the buckshot, but that ultimate when it comes online as well, it already does ridiculous early and mid-game damage.
Fortnite have to... There's no point of even counter-ganking this lane for Naya. He pretty much has to just say, all right, you guys do the best you can farming, and I'll try and help someone else.
Yeah, and we'll see what it be. Perfection with his ulti now as well. Going to be a bit of a tricky target to gank mid lane. Not too bad actually for Lee Sin's early targets, but this is probably the nightmare scenario for Lee Sin. He wanted to get aggressive early, try and make a difference, but the lane's already going pear-shaped.
I mean, it's the nightmare scenario for Fortnite. They come into this 0-5, again, struggling to step up to the OPL, and this early game against someone who's on so much of a head of steam as King. You know, it could only be worse if it was Perfection, to be honest, after his performance last game, so... Yeah, I mean, Direwolves are in a great spot here, and Naya is going to try and make something happen, but as you say, only really the mid is a realistic option.
We can see a Perfection continuing to farm up in the top lane, opening up almost a 20 CS lead, actually. Having a very strong lane. Carlos going to get a... Tracks have been called to the top lane.
He's going to call to the top lane, but it looks like we're going to see the reaction coming through from Xerath as well.
Yeah, that's a good roam there from... Oh, never mind. It is a good roam from Shava. Carlos is going to get ulted there. The stun to follow up. Knock up in there as well. A whole day's worth of CC, and Sharp gets the kill.
And the score, unfortunately, reflects the current trend here in the OPL. 5-0, just like the game scores for Fortnite, as... Dials will keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Dials being an aggressive early game team. This is an overperformance for them as far as early game aggression goes.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're just completely on top. As you told the story when you were talking about donating the kills to Graves. They know who they need to put the money on. It's the back of King, who's been so wonderful. And it's across the map. You see Naya is in a good position. They might go for the gank bottom, but is this what they want?
So dangerous as well. I mean, he is level 6, but King actually quite low. Naya might try and get the shot down on Chopper. Actually can be in trouble. That's a great teleport there from Perfection. Doesn't have his ulti there, but just going to keep them at bay. Chopper misses his first binding, it seems like, at the game. Naya almost going to get locked up. A good smite, actually, there to keep him safe. And Perfection going to keep running in. Does flash forward, gets the W. Chopper going to look for the binding. Does actually follow it late. And Graves not in range, unfortunately, for the rest of the damage. Now 2v3. Naya has to be careful. Black Shield there, not quite enough, and Lee Sin will get away safely.
Yeah, once for the first time in this first 10 minutes, King loses interest in picking up a kill. Just goes to cement the CS lead in bot lane. Roamed there without ultimate did Perfection, so they didn't have the point-and-click stun. Does open up time for Diana to farm up top. She's 20 CS behind. The Negatron Cloak's a pretty good pickup. It double scales with her shield. Gives her extra effective health, because of course the health of a shield is affected by your resistances, so not a bad pickup. The Abyssal Scepter that eventually comes through will be a strong pickup, but might be too little too late.
That's very aggressive posturing there from Chopper, who looked like he was going to pull the trigger on the ulti under Tower. King does get exalted there, the Black Shield down, but that might not be enough. Carlson's got down, so King just destroys Lucian. I think it's probably going to go down a good E from Diana, but what a play there, knowing he's dead, just goes in 1v3 for a kill.
Yeah, Chopper just manages to get away from the shockwave coming through from Moya. The damage was confirmed, flashes out, and that's a 10-minute Infinity Edge.
Yeah, the standard 10-minute Infinity Edge there for the Graves. I mean, they'll take the shutdown, go well Fortnite. That's good they pick up the kill. They actually get the tower as well, so a very worthwhile teleport there from Carlos' goal, but the Graves is out of control right now.
Yeah, the counter pushing in top lane from the Lissandra does manage to get the turret as well. We see Lucian's going to react to that lane. He's not going to find any fun in bot lane, so it probably makes some sense to get the hell out of there.
Perfection a bit scary there as well. I mean, right now probably can't kill him, but if he calls anyone up to the top, it's a pretty easy kill there with the ult, but Perfection will back away instead, recognizing that a little extended there with the tower getting pushed out, so he'll wander back. Looks like he'll wander back in as well. It's a little bit alone now. Has to maybe be a bit careful.
Does have the Frozen Tomb available. Probably not enough damage. Doesn't have like a Morellonomicon completed. Is going to go for the more defensive option in the Athenes. But it's just, you know, aggressively positioned just in case anything changes.
Double door entering there as well, but nothing too out of the ordinary coming through. We do have a Sightstone actually done for Soul Strikes in the jungle as well, delaying the Warrior enchant to get that, but does have one long sword towards it, so looking good. And King right now, I'm a little afraid to check, but I'm going to tap over to the gold real quick. Yeah, he's almost 2,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's there's not enough time to really collect gold for that to be any larger. It's just so early in the game, a massive advantage. And now you can see Soul Strikes, he's the first one to adapt to this early lead. He's like, all right, I'm going to invade because I know that whoever responds is going to be just that much higher in terms of item power than the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Chuffer at this point's even comfortably left King alone here. CNJ not very happy, has a 2-level disadvantage as well. King might just look for a dive here. Good burst actually coming through. That buckshot did an unreasonable amount of damage. The ult almost kills him on its own. He's forcing to heal, and King flashes forward, gets a crit, and gets another kill.
Yeah, there's no fun across the map as Naya's in trouble as well.
Great kick there, but ulti from Perfection's going to lock up the kill. No friends, though, unfortunately for Naya towards the top side, and things going from bad to worse.
Yeah, I'm grimacing a little bit. The damage potential, some of these Direwolves players, they're just so overtuned in terms of items to their opponent. CNJ isn't even going to find any safety under his turret, which is a scary spot for them. And honestly, he wants this turret to fall just to open up a bit of extra area for him to farm, because there's not many safe places to get minions on this map.
Yeah, King even doing a little bit of proxying here as well, just to get the turret low. Does last hit it, of course. The cannon's also going to go down, so just denying as well. I mean, this man certainly knows his way around lane mechanics, and he's no slouch in the fighting as well.
The Direwolves just turning on the style. They haven't taken their foot off the pedal whatsoever. 6,000 gold at 12 minutes. That's 500 gold a minute.
That's unreasonable is what it is here as King and Chuffer will rotate in towards the Dragon. Ward does spot them out. Fauna actually some good coverage here around the Dragon area, but it is back and ready to go for Dial second. And Fauna, just with all the items and the disadvantage they have already, can't realistically afford to fight. Although Dial's may be out of position, Fauna going to go for it.
Yeah, Fauna are putting everything into picking up the Dragon. It won't give them a gold lead. It'll give them some stats. The multiplicative advantage won't help them in the early game. It will give them, a slight overtuned amount of stats, but look at King here. He's not willing to give it up just yet.
No, he's gone quite aggressive, hoping someone walks back this way, but Fauna take the long way back towards their tier 2 mid lane turret, and they'll just have to back a bit. Naya, though, actually in the jungle. Hasn't been seen, but might get caught out. The Wolf Spirit, though, betrays King's position, and he'll walk out of the way.
Today I learned that the Wolf Spirit can navigate into unwatered bushes. That's good to know.
It looks like Perfection actually rotated down as well. Does have Morellonomicon, so ready to get aggressive. I mean, these item timing is going to be pretty out of the ordinary in general, but I mean, Dial's just looking aggressive, and rightfully so. They've got so much room right now.
Yeah, in a different game, the Abyssal Scepter pick up from Caster God would be a big point, just because it would confirm the early shockwave damage, and would mean that even though Moya hasn't got the nearest large rod going, it would be a big shockwave coming through, but Naya's in trouble.
Yeah, gets ulted there by Perfection. Sharp looking in there as well. Never mind, wasn't an ult, just a W. Perfection then uses the ult to pick up the kill for himself. King looking aggressive, kind of zoning out 1v4 right now with a bit of help there from Soul Strikes, and the Dial is going to pad that kill line.
Yeah, King hasn't been back since he picked up the Infinity Edge, sitting on 1,800 gold. So he's just slowly sauntering around the map at about 330 move speed. Nothing happening quickly, but if anyone gets in melee range, they're in trouble.
Yeah, and again, continuing to pad the GP. Unfortunately, the King might have trouble getting that GP up, because this is probably going to be one of Dial's shorter games here, and we've said it, when they get aggressive, they just look unbelievable.
I mean, the
sometimes.
GPM will be fine.
That's
There's gold
true.
per minute, don't forget. So he's actually doing great in this terms of this game. He sees a nice, juicy minion wave in the bottom lane. He's like, yes, please, I'll gobble that up.
Today I learnt maths. Thank you, Papa Smithy. His Carlos is good. We'll rotate in towards the top side now, try and clear out some minions for himself, and Fortnite really just push back against kind of the tier 2 ring of turrets at this point. Chuffer going to get aggressive. Just looks almost to steal the blue buff. Does actually go to Orianna. That's actually very important for Moya that he picks it up.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this game is being played around the middle, and Moya's been just fine. Like, it doesn't feel like Orianna's fallen off. She's even in CS with the Xerath. She's sitting on 1,100 gold, so not quite enough to match the item power spike of the nearest large rod. But yeah, the game's just being played around this passive mid. They don't have an Ahri to potentially, take this game by the skin of its teeth and actually get the charms and get the picks. They don't have a pick comp necessary, barring some amazing heroics from Naya. And that's kind of the issue from Fortnite, is that, where does the change in fortune start with? It has to be a big shockwave, but I mean, the item timings are just so massive from Direwolves.
Yeah, it looks like King actually went back as well. Going to go for a static shift second. Maybe actually a Yomu's as well. That would make quite a lot of sense in a game like this. But he does have an arrow split and a crit glove, so I guess he actually can't do that. In fact, that's a lot of early crit.
Yeah, I mean, he's working towards the static shift clearly with that build, so that makes a lot of sense. Not going to be the Yomu's Ghostblade to double down on the mid-game power spike static shift. Just a little bit more late-game scaling, just because you have the reliable attack speed and critical strike. coming through from that item. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a Phantom Dancer, but the Lord of the GPM, Avarice Blade, makes too much sense.
Yeah, he does indeed here. Actually, it seems like King might have found Naya. No, finds a Scuttle Crab instead. Naya able to shift away there to Award with his W, but good work coverage again. Dial's not even setting up for a Dragon, just making sure they hold vision, especially in the river, because this map right now belongs to them.
Yeah, I mean, if this was... I mean, in terms of wards, they don't necessarily have the wards to show how aggressive they can play, but Fortnite just know their ranges. They're lucky to get Raptors, in fact. They're stolen away by Sharp just there. And all they can do is 3-man, 4-man stack to clear out a single wave in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just Struggle Street, unfortunately, right now. As Sharp and Soul Strike's going to rotate in. Looks like the bottom lane map where they turn next to their attention. C&J, thank God for the Janna Shield, actually managed to try and shake off some of the damage. Kingdom maybe looking to go in. Actually 1v2 right now, but looks like we might have a wraparound. No, Moya going to move in there as well, but the rest of the Direwolves are here.
Yeah, they're trying to come in. They're clearing waves. They're doing their best, but they need to have 4 or 5 men to clear waves, so they can't even gobble up the minions in the other waves. They're falling behind further and further in CS.
Yeah, and right now, Soulstrike actually might just be trying to find a pick here. King was ready to go. Moya does spot things off. King will have the GPM set. They were trying to take some walls, but Soulstrike's going to get them instead, it seems like. Actually going into Naya, wants the kill, but doesn't find the knockout. Good binding over Chopper. Orianna Ball might keep him safe. The Graves ult goes in. Sharp gets the kill with an ulti snipe.
There's so many long AoE skill shots coming through. There was a collateral damage as well, just to add punch to the engage. Carlos' God, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, good flash there from Chopper getting out. King is going to kite back though, and so much damage coming out from the Xerath and the Graves. They're Sharp on a killing spree now. 3-0-2. King gets ulti, but he goes the wrong way. C&J really wants it, but it's not forthcoming. Double kill there for Sharp with a great stunned appeal for his AD.
It's the base stats actually that keep King alive. He has 2-level advantage on Lucian. It would definitely have been a counter kill if it was a level 9, let alone level 10 Lucian. And yeah, when you play from ahead, when you have those individual outplays early, you can make positioning mistakes. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't know if that was a mistake. I'm pretty sure it was intentionally in the enemy's face at this point. Naya doesn't quite land the Q. Chuffer will try and body block a bit here. And this is a very aggressive tier 2 turret push by Direwolf.
I don't know about correcting my flashing into a turret as Graves at half health at 18 minutes into the game as not a positional mistake, but I understand the flavor of what you're saying.
Fair enough. Well, he's definitely playing aggressively, and I think the flashing under turret might indicate that as well. Dragon back up in 35 seconds. Baron will spawn for the first time in a minute 20, and Fortnite kind of on life support, but they're fighting still.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they try and finish out this game, or if they're going to try and just like surrender at 20. I think there still is the potential to come back, but I think it's more important to them as a team new to the OPL, still trying to find their identity in this pro league, to play it out and just try and find out what little advantages or what little more information they can find in a competitive setting. Because it's one thing to play scrims out, win, lose, whatever your record is there, but the pro level is that next step up. So play it out and try and learn something.
Yeah, potentially still practice to be had there as well. And I mean, the big one you mentioned, Moyes Orianna looking fine so far. I mean, obviously going to be behind at this point. A death cap's now done as well for Xerath here. Even a Majai's onto Chuffer, who's, again, really representing the aggressive Direwolf's flair that we've often seen. He was the original Direwolf as far as aggression goes, and he's shown that off a little.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to stack up the AP, maybe help with the burst damage coming out from Graves. Graves is in a lot of trouble.
That's a lot of people chasing him down, but King might just go in. A good kick there, a great ulti there, and Naya going to get that shut down again, I believe. 5-2 and 4 now for King.
Yeah, you can't outplay that, Patient Time.
Nope, that's just too much good CC, and they use a lot of ultis to get the kill, but they get the kill, and he's worth a lot of gold, so static shift now done for Graves, but that actually might be the Dragon going to Fortnite.
Yeah, amusingly, he was actually over-leveled actually compared to his opponent, so they actually got the double benefit of the big gold bounty, but also the experience advantage. So it's one small step back into the game for Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they really need at this point. We mentioned that, play it out, still, feel your opponents out. They're very strong, clearly, given the way the game started, but no reason not to keep playing here. Chopper going to try and steal. Xerath's going to go in as well, but will be denied there. And C&J actually going to get ulti. Perfection will clean him out with the Q and the W.
And none of this skill shots nonsense coming out from Lissandra. The flash ult, fine to pick up the kill. It's just, there's just so little for Fortnite to work with. If this was a different game, if they managed to push down another row of turrets and they actually have the minions pushing in aggressively and they can get some farm and Direwolves take their finger off the pedal, sure, there's a chance for them to get back in the game. We looked at the previous series where Direwolves had the scaling advantage and not much happened in the early game while we watched Hecarim farm up, and in the first team fight, they'd hit their item power spikes and they could change the game. It's not really the same flavor from Fortnite, unless they have a miraculous death cap situation coming out of Orianna soon, because they do have the potential for quite the burst of damage between the Abyssal Scepter and a death cap, but again, it's just waiting on that gold. 1,300 gold now for Moya. If nothing happens, if it stays the same lead or smaller, and the death cap shows up in the item pool, maybe they can look for a fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dials have so many aggressive item choices as well. Abyssal Scepter second for Perfection, going to follow the Melanomicon, so very aggressive there. Skirmisher Saber plus Warrior, the build there for Soul Strike's Jarvan, so really wanted to get aggressive. Death Cap done, of course, for Sharp, and of course the 2 items done for Graves for what feels like quite a while now.
And the Secret Agent 007 Jarvan is coming through here. So it's been a very supportive Jarvan, but with the Skirmisher Saber, it says to me, he wants to get in on this kill score.
Yeah, he's clearly wants a piece of the pie that Direwolves have made for themselves here. And again, such a strong opening. Looks like Sharp actually might be able to catch someone out. His Soul Strike's going to go in. Zelda caught out here with the Cataclysm and might be able to ulti, but it's probably not enough. Sharp going to go unstoppable now. 5-0-3 on the Xerath.
Yeah, when the spells that you aren't maxing are killing people, that's a good sign that your Xerath's strong.
That's true. No ulti needed there for Sharp. And I know you use the word overtuned a lot, but that's the best way to describe the Wolves at this point.
Yes, across the board overtuned. Is Naya also in a bad spot?
Good kick, actually, but the ulti going to come through. King, 1 crit. Didn't even need a spell. Might even chase C&J out towards the turret. Gets the Revo. Collateral damage almost enough for the rest of the health bar there, but not quite here. And King will just clean up the rest of the CS.
I feel like King must have miscalculated his damage because he did the fade away after the collateral damage as if he'd got the kill. No dice. Has to back away. But Sharp gets it instead.
Yeah, Sharp's got the range there. I mean, King, short range Graves can't really get in there, but Sharp got plenty of range on the Xerath. 6-0-4 now on one of his comfort picks here, and it shows.
Now 10,000 gold is the lead. 22 minutes into the game. It's worth noting, of course, on the late 4.2, 4.10 patches and onwards, with the Dragon changes, you don't have quite the same global gold coming through for a team, so it's a big advantage, and they're going to keep pressing it.
Yeah, I mean, might be an understatement there. Looks like Tower Dive is coming in. King around the back, though. Sharp's going to get the first kill. Carlos has got, though, looking for the shutdown. King happily zoning near the turret. Sharp's going to kite in the back as well. And the Fortnite pretty intelligently backing off there. Perfection still pushing in the top as well. Able to get that turret. And the Direwolves just, again, complete control of Fortnite's jungle.
Yeah, they have to outnumber massively here, the Fortnite, to be able to pick up those kills. So Direwolves just stick to their lanes. They had teleport available the whole time from Lissandra, but no need to rush.
Yeah, Perfection actually going to port out of his own lane. Castle got just late on the queue to cancel it here. Perfection going to get a safe recall. Bit of a long cooldown, but he gets away happily.
He gets away happily. Can go add to his item advantage already concocted. Doesn't have enough for Needless Large Rod, so maybe walk towards the Seeker's Arm Guard. Makes a lot of sense given the standard builds. No one's really deviating massively from builds. I mean, maybe the Magi is a bit of an aggressive choice from Chuffer, but given his penchant for double kills on Support Annie, maybe just an adaptation.
Yeah, I remember formerly he was the Direwolves AD carry, and he was very aggressive even on one of his trademarks, Tristana. King seems to have kind of risen to the throne pretty nicely as far as aggressive players go, especially in this game. He's casually sitting on 2,500 gold.
Yeah, there hasn't been many players in the Oceanic scene to step up so quickly to the top level play and kind of really push advantages. As we see Sharp, I'm not sure how much those ult bolts are doing. Didn't hit any of them, but probably a lot.
Yeah, Void stuff here as well. Going to poke there as well. And C&J getting very low here. King might just line up a nice ulti to clean up that kill. If he face checks it, well, C&J, he might even die here. And again, King just wanting to keep getting the GPM up. Apparently, maybe he heard us.
Yeah, I mean, Perfection and Sharp are running him close this game. Very high CS values across the board. I mean, you have to say Carlos' God and Moya are doing just fine, especially on a team down so much gold. It's only really C&J that's struggled with this Lucian pick against the Graves.
And it was all the early game there. As Carlos got actually going to get aggressed on here. The ulti comes through for Perfection. Looks like Soul Strike's also quite low as well. Perfection has to flash away. C&J gets that kill. That's very important. But King running rampant there. Sharp is legendary as Lissandra cleans out Lee Sin and Xerath cleans out Diana. C&J, no good places to run. We'll just try and keep the Wolves distracted and recall back. Zaldo could be in trouble as the rest of them are going to try and dive through. But King just going to try and push for a turret instead.
And they do pick up the kill on Soul Strike. It's only a 2-for-1 trade, so given how the game's gone, not that bad for Direwolves, but most importantly, the ranged auto attack is still alive, and they're going to try and push this in.
Yeah, King in a pushing. Doesn't have a vamp set yet, just the Doran's Blade, so not that much life. So I'm really wondering what Artem is setting for, because he's approaching, yeah, he's done it. Almost 3,200 gold now in the bank.
I think he's just looking for the interest rates to change a bit, sitting on 3,200 gold. Maybe the wins will change sometimes later on the Rift, but he's not really in any rush to complete a gold to change his item.
Probably should have kept the Everest Blade then if that was his strategy, because I mean, the gold's ticking up pretty quickly, but he's going to have to go shop one day. I mean, still very strong, obviously, with the 2 items, but King, don't let the 2 items fool you at 26 minutes. He's got a mountain of gold to push into.
Maybe going to be straight Bloodthirster. That's the only real obvious pickup that he could be saving for, barring the Trinity Force Graves.
Good see Trinity Force. Grabs good ult from Sharp as well. Cleans up another kill. Legendary now. I mean, if King's Graves dictate a lot of the early game, Sharp Xerath in this mid game is unbelievable.
I mean, this is a champion that's been banned against Sharp that he's performed consistently well on. I think unless you have the Ari counter pick in the pocket, remember Ari did make it through picks and bans, went all the way through and was not picked on patch 5.2. If you don't have a good answer against this Xerath, his skill shots, there's a reason why he's been hovering around rank 1 in the challenger rankings. He's very, very on point, especially on Xerath.
Yeah, Proficient and King finally going to go spec, spend a whopping stack of about 3,500 gold. Ghostblade Pickaxe is the choice.
So clearly it wasn't an item timing thing in terms of the amount of gold. He just didn't want to go to the shop.
No,
know?
I mean, again, wants to make sure the CS numbers stay high, I guess. Here's Perfection in towards the top side. Almost done with his Zhonya's now as well. 200 gold away from completing it. Has the rod plus the arm guard there in the inventory. I mean, 3-item Lysandra, almost 3.5-item Graves at this point as well. 3-item Xerath down here, all at 27 minutes. Massive here. Carlos' God's going to go in, but I don't think he really likes what's happening. The rest of his team is going to move in. A good E there from Perfection, but Naya's going to come in, and there's the shutdown. But the third dragon just goes to the Wolves instead.
Yeah, the 4-man commitment does pick them up the kill, but of course not any objectives to really speak of. They could try and 3-4-man stack onto this top turret, but they'd just be worried about the rotations coming through from this 3-dragon Direwolves.
I mean, Direwolves showing some respect. Actually pinged onto Baron. They don't have vision on it, but Fortnite at this point know that that would maybe be a suicide mission, given that if Graves walked in, they're all tanking Baron 1v4, he'd probably get a quadra kill.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of damage going. He's doubled down on the mid game, like you said, with the Yomus, so his dueling right now is just insane. He's going to be able to sidestep any of the Lee Sin engage and just blow people away with the collateral damage.
I may have misspoke. It might be that the Direwolves are worried about Baron. Maybe they want to do Baron at this point, given how much of a lead they have. That would not be an unreasonable thing here, especially at 28 minutes. Actually a pretty normal Baron timing. Ruby Sightstone done that for Soul Strike, so investing some pretty into health here pretty heavily. Giant Spell plus the Warden's Mail done for almost the Randuin's here as well. And Carlos' God's going to find King. That's a good ball there from Moya for some damage. Looks like Naya's going to come in there as well. Moya actually going to ride him in, but King and Chuffer will get away, and the rest of the Wolves are going to come up here as well. Soul Strike almost going and gets ulted back into the wall, but now Naya going to kick poor King into the wall. King just going to go for the solo and gets a very easy solo kill there. 3-0 now for the Wolves after the next kill. Zaldo just going to melt here. Sharp gets a double kill for 11-0-6 on the Xerath.
The 2 auto attacks and he was dead. CNJ's not going to last much longer, and this might be the game for Direwolves.
Yeah, let's make it a triple there as well. Sharp 12-0-6. Pretty good supporting active performance here from the Xerath. King maybe didn't need it, but all of the Dials playing absolutely fantastic today. And for once, Perfection is the least impressive looking player in the Wolves.
Absolutely, and that's, given his performance earlier, that's a big thing to say, but he was just almost a cherry on the top of what was a wonderful performance from the Dial.
Yeah, I mean, very strong, very aggressive. Much like we've seen, King throws himself into the fountain for a little bit of extra. It looks like they want a few more kills there to pad the CS skills. Now they're actually going to get ulted there by Perfection, but actually Soul Strike does go down, actually. Sharp, Legendary, maybe he's the one who wants a bit more gold in his pocket. And the Wolves will not finish yet. Maybe playing with their food a little bit here.
Yeah, the teleport's coming from Carlos' God. He's looking for the flank. They could get some exit kills. Perfection's dead. There's still 2 alive.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves should know better. If they're hunted, they should probably finish their feast, but Sharp and Steak going to turn around and look for another kill. Good exhaust, actually. CNJ going to chase in. Sharp are actually going to get that kill, get a couple of stacks here, and now the ultimate coming through. Great dash from CNJ to proc it off. Carlson's got going to rotate around. The Wolves pay for a little bit of confidence there. Chuffer might even going to go down here as well. In fact, this could complete an ace very soon, but Chuffer does flush it out. Might be okay. No real gap closers left, so he'll get out safely, but a big overcommit.
Yeah, the boots of mobility just come through, so they cannot chase down Chuffer, but 4 kills and the experience and gold they picked up is massive. CNJ has to flash away from that Dark Binding.
Yeah, I think Chuffer poked his head out just quickly there. Now Charles' God going to rotate in towards the side here as well. Probably a killer going on. Looks like CNJ good dodge of the binding. Bit of outplay. Does get ignited though. The pool is enough to kill him there. And Chuffer will get a couple more Magi stacks.
We see King is in the mid lane. He wants to finish this game. They have a bare Nexus, so he is going to be taking more than 1 man to stop.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. He's got 4 items of the last Whisper done as well. Good damage actually done by Moya. He's done with his death cap. The ulti coming in, but King flashes over it. Gets the kill on the Moya. Now Naya in trouble. Actually going to chase it. He gets ulted in the face mid-Q. Zaldo forced to disengage with the monster, and King basically soloed 2 people.
I mean, just a human highlight reel as King with the amazing play. I love the flash on the Shockwave. You might expect them to flash backwards, but flash straight forwards, getting that melee range. Buckshot to the face. and uses the collateral damage to stop the Lee Sin Q that would have killed him.
Carlos is God. Oh, does Zhonya's at the end. But I think King's going to look for a smokescreen kill almost. Goes on a killing spree, Will King, after his last death. 10, 3, and 11 now on the Graves. And mid and Hib's going to go down. Top's already been felled by the Wolves. Perfection going to go back in. Good flash W forward. CNJ can be in trouble. Sharp going to miss a few ulti-bolts there, but CNJ getting chased down. The Perfection will get the first kill. Not going to go down. Zalbo wanted it so bad, but couldn't finish off. And Moya and Naya trying to defend here, but the Dire Wolves here, just complete control.
And the death timers are getting longer. It's only 30 minutes in, but they're just around 30 seconds. They have to respect them a little bit here, Dire Wolves, but King's going to come back in.
Yeah, looks like Chopper going to use the ulti there. King moving in there. Good ulti actually on the Soul Strikes, but King will get the next kill. Does get it onto Lee Sin. A great stun, I believe, for Sharp to set that all up. And the Dials at 36 and 11 on the kills. King almost 300 CS in a 32-minute game is on, but he might just go over in the last few elements. The Nexus does explode there, and the Dials put on one hell of a show.
That was quite the performance. They turned on the style. You feel bad for kind of heaping on a Fallout team who are now 0-6. They've still got a lot to work with. They showed it during the OCS, but it's been a struggle for them in the OPL. I think next week they have to really finally cement their identity, or any hopes of reaching those top spots are gone.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly seem like they're going from strength to strength, but, I mean, especially against a team like Dials who are playing like that, very tricky to come back from here as well. I mean, King just played... I don't know if that was the best game so far on the OP, because every game for him seems like the best game he's ever played, but that was one standout performance by both the AD and the mid laner.
I mean, it's easy to look good when you're over-leveled, when you have a pickaxe BF sword on a Vamp Scepter. Like, even in terms of sheer AD, that's what, 60 AD against 10. Like, he was in a position to do well, but it's the little things he does. It's why he's so impressive that he's come out of effectively nowhere, at least, from solo queue, and stepped up so fast with the individual mechanics, understanding of team play. I mean, it's the team participation in terms of the kills. Like, he's definitely rotating well and getting involved in 82% of kills, and he's an impressive player. There's a reason why we highlighted him. And another wonderful game.
Yeah, another great game then with the win for the Wolves. Let's recap the day results here as well. As we can see, Immunity vs Legacy picks up the win there for Legacy, and the Dials got their win there as Legacy played their second game.
Yeah, Fortnite couldn't get it to IM, and that final game we just saw, Dials double down on what's been a big day for them. They're now outright second place as they took it over Fortnite.
Yeah, again, some really strong performances across the board. The Wolves, the big winner of today, continuing an almost undefeated record there. I believe X&1 now as they're moving through today. So another great performance from them. Going to maybe kind of beget the loss to the Chiefs that they picked up. But if that's their only loss, they're feeling very happy.
Yeah, 5-1 in a good spot.
Yeah, really. So with that, of course, that's only half of the day. So let's check out the second day of play coming through for round 3 there as well. Here's our schedule for Monday, of course, starting at 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Rich Gang take on the Chiefs there for the first one, and then Chiefs take on Avant.
And the Rich Gang, they take on Sudden Fear, and we finish the week with Avant taking on Sudden Fear.
Yes, so some really strong matches coming out there as well. Everyone's excited to see the Rich Gang, but the Chiefs and Avant going to be back, and we'll see if Chiefs can continue, I believe, undefeated still.
They are still undefeated, and if you want to see how the standings shake out after today's play, if you want to catch up on the schedule or watch some of those VODs, there's been some great games in the OPL, both today and, of course, over the first couple of weeks. Go to oce.lolesports.com for all your OPL needs.
Yeah, great site there as well. The VODs are also spoiler-free, so if you don't want to get spoiled, make sure you have the direct link to the VOD page.
We just told them all the results, so maybe...
That's true, too. Hey, look, if they're tuning in... That's a good point. Never mind. Well, you know what? It's a thought that counts. Tell your friend that didn't watch the game so he doesn't get spoiled.
Absolutely.
Or you know what? Just tell him how great the game was, because that was one hell of a day of OPL. But with that, we are done for round 3, day 1 here. We'll be back for day 2, of course, over on Monday. But for myself, Papa Smithy, Atlas, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you later.